So, we must ask ourselves, what is the dictionary definition of terrorism? The systematic use of terror, especially as a means of coercion. But what is terror? According to the dictionary I hold in my hand, terror is violent or destructive acts, such as bombing, committed by groups in order to intimidate a population or government into granting their demands. So what's a terrorist?
They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this: I'm all about peace and love. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. Insulting my intelligence. Oh, how these people judge.
It seems like the ragheads and packies are worrying your dad, but your dad's favourite food is curry and kebab. It's funny but it's sad how they make your mummy hurry with her bags, rather read the Sun and study all the facts. Tell me, what's the bigger threat to human society? BAE systems or homemade IEDs, remote control drones killing off human lives, or man with homemade bomb committing suicide? I know you were terrified when you saw the towers fall. It's all terror, but some forms are more powerful. It seems nuts, how could there be such agony when more Israelis die from peanut allergies? It's like the definition didn't ever exist. I guess it's all just dependent who your nemesis is. Irrelevant how eloquent the rhetoric peddler is. They're telling fibs, now tell us who the terrorist is.
They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this: I'm all about peace and love. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. Insulting my intelligence. Oh, how these people judge.
Lumumba was democracy, Mossadegh was democracy, AND was democracy. Hypocrisy, it bothers me. Call you terrorists if you don't wanna be a colony. Refuse to bow down to a policy of robbery. It's terrorism, my lyrics. When more Vietnam vets killed themselves after the war than died in it. This is very basic. One nation in the world has over 1,000 military bases. They say it's religion, when clearly it isn't. It's not just Muslims that oppose your imperialism. It's Hugo Chavez a Muslim? Nah, I didn't think so. Is Castro a Muslim? Nah, I didn't think so. It's like the definition didn't ever exist. I guess it's all just dependent who your nemesis is. Irrelevant how eloquent the rhetoric peddler is. They're telling fibs, now tell us who the terrorist is.
They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. When they put it on me, I tell them this: I'm all about peace and love. They're calling me a terrorist, like they don't know who the terror is. Insulting my intelligence. Oh, how these people judge. You think that I don't know, but I know. You think that we don't know, but we know.
Was building 7 terrorism, was nanothermite terrorism. Diego Garcia was terrorism. I am conscious, the conscious were terrorism. Phosphorus that burns hands, that is terrorism. Erdogan and Stern gang, that was terrorism. What they did in Hiroshima was terrorism. What they did in Fallujah was terrorism. Mandela, ANC, they call terrorism. Jerry Adams, IRA, they call terrorism. Eric Prince, Blackwater was terrorism. Oklahoma, McVeigh, that was terrorism. Everyday USA, that is terrorism. Everyday UK, that is terrorism. Every day.
These times are coming. We told you about them, but you motherfuckers was sleeping. Now you gotta wake up.
The time has come. Low key.
Yeah.
Immortal technique.
Harlem, motherfucker. We here.
Let's make history. From West End to the West Bank, I write righteous rhymes with my right and wrestle the devil with my left hand. Never worked for a Zion, it's never been a yes man. My art is like Rembrandt painting pictures of death camps. The average person is allergic to the words of wisdom. This is for everyone, the Saddam's Kurdish murder victims, and all the pure souls that never had the chance to speak. Truth pumps in my arteries and causes my heart to beat. For soldiers haunted and tortured by guilty memories, who realise too late to reveal their real enemy. It's all dead wrong. For every victim of racist persecution, from Auschwitz to Hebron, my words may sting cowards. For people that were atomized by the third mate in the Twin Towers, those living through the wars ask me what I do this for. Put the world in its place before it puts you in yours. You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride. Come what may, we will survive.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Keep my third eye hidden under my New York fitted. A crazy unmarried man that deserves to be committed. The future is encrypted in my troubled lyrics. Dream that I've been somewhere for weeks and wake up in a couple minutes. Sweat dripping with visions of population control. Thoughts overflowing my world like the melting of the North Pole. My people are targeted by military crack committees, so I'm bucking at the feds like natives in Rapid City. Reality savage, my words are like a riot in Paris. The voice of the voiceless, that voice is social and balanced. So stand strong or sit harder in your mental palace. Blinded inside the kingdom, united to its old habits. Middle passage coming, war chant, African drumming, Gatling gun humming, rapid fire mechanism, reckless living that checks the rhythm up. These times is encrypted in my troubled lyrics. Dream that I've been somewhere for weeks and wake up in a couple minutes. Sweat dripping with visions of population control. Thoughts overflowing my world like the melting of the North Pole. My people are targeted by military crack committees, so I'm bucking at the feds like natives in Rapid City. Reality savage, my words are like a riot in Paris. The voice of the voiceless, that voice is social and balanced. So stand strong or sit harder in your mental palace. Blinded inside the kingdom, united to its old habits. Middle passage coming, war chant, African drumming, Gatling gun humming, rapid fire mechanism, reckless living that checks the rhythm of perfectionism. Slave condition while you singing God save the system.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride. Come what may, we will survive.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless. Detain my body, but you can't imprison my mind. If it's my time, I'll probably die with my fist in the sky. These are the thoughts of a man who can't escape from his coma. Cries of a young virgin girl who got raped by them soldiers.
Birthing a screaming bastard post-colonial nation, subject to childhood diseases, famine, war, and inflation. Education molded you into your master's image, and you forgot who the fuck you were before the war was
You're
finished.
hearing the ghosts of Nagasaki, you're hearing Hiroshima. Beautiful babies being born with the weirdest features. You might never see me in the chart, but inshallah my seed can see peace in Iraq.
But peace and freedom can never be given, that's historically forbidden. Cause only collision is the recipe, changing the course of destiny. So I'm strapping weaponry, cause the government don't give a fuck about protecting me.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride. Come what may, we will survive.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless. Little man never did exams, got a particular bigger plan, flipping grams when a bigger man in his gang gave him a stick to bang. Or maybe just hokers, no one thought he would kill a man till he caught a silly Billy villain chilling in the jam, sipping champ, spliff in his hand, triggered in the jam. Bang, bang, biddy, bang, biddy, biddy, bang. Now he's in the camp. What a pity fan rappers are yapping and flapping their lips about how they're packing and clapping their sticks. Has to be big, the impact it has on the kids. Tell me where the factory is. The government killed it, just stacking their chips. You wonder why the youth them are strapped and they're pissed. If not a nine, it's a knife getting jabbed in your ribs. People die for the petrol and gas and our whip. In London, you can get shanked in the heart, still the government put more tax in the rock. Ignorant little spitters are talking greasy, cause they bitten bits that they saw on TV. If all you rap about is the holes in the dope, it's already too late. You sold them, you sold. You jokers act like you know, but you don't, cause there's little kids dying all over the globe.
My lights out on nights out, but days in spent blazing. Didn't tell me to navigate ways in the mazes. A white out, it's right out, amazing to think. Now let the revolutionary sing. Stand up for your rights and fight for revolution. Free your mind and so ignite the constitution. Cause they're killing us all. They're killing us all.
Revolution is needed, the truth, I speak it. If I gave you food for thought, would you eat it? I don't really know, it's silly though, cause if I promo your product in my video, then you give me dough just to act cool. But if I chat sense, it's whack fools act all backwards and blackpool. Big time pricks wanna kill our music bit by bit. Take a look at the 696, is it Armageddon or the start of recession? The architect said we're far from the essence. We know the answers but aren't asking the questions. All the past lessons, we can't just forget them. Sheep MPs are like weak MCs, say they won't stop till we get free. Probably too busy playing on your PS3, wanna see the BMPEND. Just as on the net, the names ain't hidden. Wanna vacate these race hate villains, alienate these snakes and change Great Britain. Cause I love music but I hate racism. Quick to get a knife and stick it in your brother. Think you're tougher but still you're gonna suffer. Tears in the eyes of what you did to your mother. How we gonna fight back?
They used to put my lights out on nights out, but days in spent blazing. Didn't tell me to navigate ways in the mazes. A white out, it's right out, amazing to think. Now let the revolutionary sing. Stand up for your rights and fight for revolution. Free your mind and so ignite the constitution. Cause they're killing us all. They're killing us all. Stand up for your rights and fight for revolution. Free your mind and so ignite the constitution. Cause they're killing us all. They're killing us all.
Whoa, incoming sounds. Does that mean the stream is starting? Crazy. Well, we'll go close up first. That's it. Unfortunately, a former comrade turned jackass is showing his ass in a way where I can't keep my mouth shut anymore. Because he is shitting all over intersectionality and saying it is it doesn't meet dialectics. It's weird he doesn't call it dialectical materialism. He calls it dialectics, which two different philosophies, you know, like dialectics, that's Hegelian. Dialectical materialism is Marxist, and they're very different concepts. And intersectionality is what makes Marxist dialectics so much more diverse and so compatible with reality, universally compatible, as we say. Science is not about stipulating. Science is about saying that the evidence supposes, and the evidence supposes that dialectics is universal. The evidence also supposes that dialectics is intersectional. And it's material, and that's why we believe in dialectical materialism. But Jason Unruh has thrown his hat in the ring again against intersectionality when apparently he's a trans ally now. I don't know if he understands, but intersectionality is what helps our feminism be stronger and trans feminism get its fold. Trans feminism is intersectional by design. Feminism is intersectional by design. Women's rights, did they have to wait till the revolution, or do we struggle intersectionally and we get more rights as we go along? Do workers not get more wages because of intersectionality being bad, do we let the poor shouldn't get more wages? Because that would be intersectionality, right? Like the poorer end of the working class getting like extra money than the people above them get from the government for support. That would be intersectional and would be bad, right? Because these are all things Jason would say are actually good things to support. Well, actually, I don't know about workers' wages because Maoist third worldists get really funny on that question. But uh, on women's rights, I'm sure Jason would say he's for women's rights, correct?
Yeah, or I wonder what he would say about reparations and the concept of that stemming from
God.
systemic racism.
Sometimes it's better not to know.
Wonder where he stands on that, because yeah, like all these things, these different systems of oppression, like they're all tied back to class, and I would say they're inherently part of class itself. In order to have a full understanding of class, you would have to take all these other forms of oppression into account to get a full understanding, a full scope of class. This is why the people that only want to reduce to some vulgar idea of class, they're usually the most revisionist fuckers you could possibly think of, who totally missed the mark on tons of questions of Marxism.
And it's been a crusade Jason had in his transphobic days that he keeps claiming never existed. Jason, I was one of the people who was pushing you to be more pro-trans. If you were always pro-trans, why was I having to go through a struggle to convince you otherwise, along with Falcon General and other people having to be like new experiences for you? And when I transitioned, you told fucking Nat that you don't get it. You support me, but you don't get it. You never asked me about it to understand it. You just decided you don't get it. Jason, empathy is how you understand things you don't get about people. And if you're not willing to extend that empathy, you don't get it. Which means, like, how are you an ally? What kind of ally knows fuck all about the experiences of the people they support? Do you get the black experience at all? Like, at all? Like, have you spoken to anyone? Have you listened to them? Have you experienced them expressing their experiences and let them take administration over what their experiences are because it's their right? Like, that's
Yeah,
the
or is that identity politics? Like,
Oh well, yeah, no, that might get into identitarianistic for the likes of Jason. Hi JP. But there's that, like, oh hi Osla, Oslia. My bad. Sorry, I got a bit of a lisp. I'm like slightly lob-faced. My doctor thinks I may have had strokes in the past, so I'm getting an MRI. I need a speech therapist too. But Jason is lying about being not transphobic in the past, and that shit is so discredulous. I almost had him making a video admitting that he was transphobic in the past when I was a part of MRN. I have messages from Net telling me about how Jason's gonna do it. I could bring them up, but like, he was going to admit that, yeah, he had been fucking vindictive, and some of it was born out of having a negative experience, blah blah, with like what happened with Anarcho Pack. I think that's maybe a two-sided thing going on here, where both sides have been pretty fucking toxic the more I keep hearing about this shit. But like, he was transphobic in that situation, and he was going to admit it. And now, after I get toughed out and I'm made this big villain, everything about me is demonized. Now Jason's on this like purification phase where the mailbags where he's massively transphobic and takes the piss out of trans people are gone. I mean, if he's not got a problem and he's always been an ally, why are they gone? Bring them back. Like, if they're things you can stand by because you were never transphobic, bring them back. And he's done literature where he's been transphobic and treated us as an ideologue in the same way that Caleb Maupin was doing. He was supporting Caleb Maupin while he was doing that, and it was only when Caleb Maupin turned on Marxism that we managed to get him to like turn on Caleb Maupin. Or more so, it was actually when Caleb Maupin turned on Jason that Jason turned on Caleb Maupin, which is really self-obsessed. Like, Caleb was a reactionary piece of shit, and Jason would deafen himself when I was trying to tell him that. I was trying to tell him that he stinks of Strasserism, he's a revisionist cunt, he's a transphobe, and Jason would just deafen himself in the fucking group chats we were in when we were telling him. He just deafen himself. Ignorance. That's the ally that we got. Like, when I'm telling him that his best fucking friend, his replacement fucking father, Caleb Maupin, is like fucking a piece of shit and a transphobe, this fucking ally mutes and deafens himself and hides so he can still be friends with a fucking transphobe.
Yeah, all that just to fucking continue to be friends with someone like that. That's insanity.
I had been telling him to get away from Caleb before I got an MRN. After I got an MRN, it became a mission. And I got an apology for it, but it was only behind closed doors. And like fucking, like Jason just, that kind of ignorance of I don't want to hear what I don't want to fucking hear is not Marxist. It's just not.
I remember when the Yankees not the Caleb Maupin shit, the spanking thing came out, like the big story came out about that. We were like kind of like wondering if he had something to do with it, and he was in collaboration with like Yankee Tanky and all those other reactionary Nazbol fuckers. And when we pushed him on it, he went kind of silent, and then did the same shit. He deafened out, and then eventually left the chat.
Yeah, and he had been talking with Yankee Spanky, and it's like, as much as it's like good that Caleb got exposed on this, Jason should have been honest that he helped and should have been like, yo, I was like the left wing side of this trying to get Caleb exposed. Like, rather than hiding from it. Like,
Yeah,
what it
weird that he was
does
trying to
is it
hide
makes it suspicious. It makes it suspicious. When you hide from shit like that, it makes me like, well, why are you not being like expressively honest or decent or like pointing out, like, you know, come being like a trooper for the fucking victims, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, he could
Jason
have just
isn't that.
he could have just came out and said like, yeah, I was involved in that. I didn't tell you guys because I wanted to really keep it under the ropes because it needed to be like a really big major drop. So nothing could have leaked. Like I would have been like, oh okay.
We're supposed to be trusted comrades. It was the same how I was put in like a bullshit like leadership position, and then like what the line holder or whatever the fuck they called it, and then I was not involved in their leadership meetings of the orgs. I had no idea what they were planning or doing or going on about until they were already in the middle of doing it, and then I would hear about it. And like I'd end up like losing my temper in a very, very disgusting way. I was pretty toxic back then when it come to how I was losing my temper, but I was being driven insane. Like, it was just a gaslighty weird mechanism of bullshit, and that's Jason's fault, but he did condone it, so like it's one of them. But my main gripe in this situation is that there's a trans misogyny that just always emerges with Jason, and we've got a video recently, actually a couple, and then we got some past videos to bring up where Jason's viewpoints align still, but he just doesn't say as much today as he would 7 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reading some of these quotes that Noob is putting in the chat from Jason's book. This is ridiculous shit. Like, there's a quote in here that I just read and just like
Read it out.
turned my head like, what the fuck?
We could talk about
Yeah,
the book now if you want.
Yeah, he said there's a chapter I guess in here. It's called liberal. The chapter's called, or subchapter. It's called liberal individualism. It says, when one looks at the identity politics crowd and witnesses their actions, what you see is a hyperfocus on the self. This is not uncommon for non-Marxist ideologies and movements. This is, however, a sin when it comes to revolutionary science. It is unacceptable for those who claim to be involved in revolutionary politics to engage such anti-scientific ideas. That part's fine, but listen to this part, this next part. The key aspect of this is the removal of material conditions of the power structures that exist and the corresponding social relations. For example, radical feminism says that all men have power over women by virtue of being male. How correct is this in light of the global economic and social order? Can we say that a Thai rubber farmer who out of necessity ends up addicted to yaba, methamphetamines,
Oh my
has
fucking
power over
god.
a rich white woman in the U.S.? Such an idea is nonsense. This is a growing
He
epidemic
doesn't
of Thai
even
rubber
know who are
farmers.
the people who get addicted to methamphetamine.
Yeah.
If a farmer would get methamphetamine's an urban drug. It's not like something farmers are just hicking off. Like they're like probably doing something a little more homemade. Like meth
It,
involves like industrial chemicals. It is very much an urbanite drug. I mean, you can find natural meth. I doubt that grows where most American farmers are. Uh,
this shit is so stupid too, because it's like you're comparing someone like a rich white woman in the United States to a Thai
Yeah,
fucking
what
farmer.
about? Oh, he's
Like,
on about a
like,
Thai farmer as well, so it's racism that he's involved in.
yeah. So it's
Why
like,
drug addiction? Why did he have to bring drug addiction into it?
yeah,
You know how many alcoholics abuse women? Like you really
yeah,
want to go down that pathway? You want to bring drug addiction into it? And the third world. Talk about third world women. Go
yeah.
to
That's what I was about to
Thailand. You
say.
know, Thailand sells trans women to white men. Trans women and petite girls that fit the Asian white stereotype of what a woman should be in that range of being the petite, consumptive, tuberculosis-looking ass like woman. And then they exploit the trans women too as exotic products.
Yeah,
So
like you
like
can take this exact same farmer in this example and be like, okay, compare this Thai farmer to a Thai woman
to his
in
wife.
the same country, yeah, to his wife, and tell me that there's not going to be power that he has over that
And
woman.
what does the drug addiction change? Like, is him coming on bad times means that I should now ignore the fact that he's beating the shit out of his wife? Like, it's kind of fucking like classist and racist. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's
Yeah,
just kind of being like, whoa, what? You're trying to say that like intersectionalism exists? Well, like, a poor man isn't like above a. That's not intersectionalism. That's the opposite. That's saying everyone's the same. That is not what intersectionalism says. Intersectionalism says there's intersectionality within what a woman is. So like no
yeah.
one is saying a petty bourgeois woman is oppressed by a proletarian man. Don't even need to be racist about it. Let's just say a lumpen proletarian man is or a Palestinian man. We can even talk about colonies without being racist. We can just go, oh well, Palestine, an extremely oppressed country. A Palestinian man doesn't oppress like a rich white woman. Sure, okay, what about Palestinian women? I mean, Palestine actually has a lot of secularity, so it depends on the area. But like, there is a lot of anti-feminism and stuff like that that goes on. There is like religious extremism that occurs. So there is a lot of like also anti-feminism and stuff like that. So Palestine's a diverse question, and we can talk about it a lot. But nevertheless, patriarchy is the dominant mode of how that society runs. Um, that's the world at the moment, except like groups that have managed to subsist outside of the world order, because there are like certain nations and tribes that are just like disconnected from everyone and they kind of do their own thing. That does exist. There are exceptions, but like they don't change the rule. The rule is patriarchy overrules all. And so when we're looking at it, we're like, okay, in a section, there is an intersection. What does that mean? So, in the working class, there is an intersection of race, gender, sexuality, fucking ethnicity. Like, all these things are quantified in this shit. Like, it to look if you're going to look at like anyone in the face and use Ireland as the big example of how colonialism is very important to Marxism, which is always the big example, it's the Marx and Lenin example. Everyone likes to go to it. You have to confront the fact that Irish people were described as one of the Negroid races and was said to have the darkest of skin, just out
Yeah.
of people. I'm part Irish, and it is why I am. I mean, like, I think my light actually like hides it a bit. Let me put a white light on my face, because like the piss yellow might be. Like this is the Irish. Like this is what the English saw and went, whoa, these guys are Negroes. Like what the fuck's going on here? So like intersectionality is incredibly important to turn around and go, well, these guys are like fucking Europeans. So racism's stupid. What else can we delineate from that understanding that racism is fucking stupid? Well, then the black people that get called black in Latin as a fucking slur, as a pejorative, well, that's uncharacterized anyway, because if we can differentiate ourselves so much from the Irish, and Europe is not even anywhere near as big as Africa, where the fuck is the diversity going on there? So, like, it's a logical quandary. That's what intersectionality is. If you can't intersectionalize, you'll only focus on the white working class. Like that's where you will be, because they're the default. The default is the white middle class male, the labor aristocrat,
Yeah, especially in the
urbanite.
United States. Like that is like the majority of the country. It's like the fucking white middle class. Like that's what you're going to be speaking to.
Urbanites, yeah.
Look at this other quote from his book, though. This one's crazy. You're gonna like this one. He says, "In this situation, it frankly doesn't matter if the working class in America needs revolution or not. They refuse to do it. No one wants to follow these so-called Maoists. Most trans activists don't want to follow them, and they're only 3.8% of the population. On what basis can they claim they can lead the Black, Latino, and women demographics towards revolution? They only think they can because they exist in an online and
Wait,
college
he
activist
thinks.
echo chamber."
Wait, he thinks the role of a colonized Marxist is to lead the black people. Is that what he's saying? He's right in saying that like they're gonna lead the they're gonna lead the black and Latino community. Also, like, why is he talking like a fucking like a Yank? You mean the New Africans and the Chicanos? What Latinos are we on about here? Are we on about the natives that are Latinos? Are we on about the Chicanos who are also natives but are also very like they're a part of a massive like culturally genocided group like the Slavs, so like they have a complicated history. Like what is he on about when he says Latino? Because it means a lot. Also, Latino is just the male pejorative, so are we gonna do what the Spanish do and just be like really sexist, or are you gonna call them Latina? Like or use the female as a default to be an asshole to like the toxic masculinity of Spain. Like there's a lot of things you can do that isn't blacks and Latinos. Like you're a fucking 1950s fucking. No, they just still said the N word of Negroes, but like a 1970s racist, like fucking. The Kwame Ture quote, he goes on about how Kwame Ture is like his fucking ideologue, like a source of Maoist worldism. It was a follower of Kwame Ture that made it in, um, uh, uh, Kwame Ture, well, that's still pronounced Latina because, like, the X, you don't. I guess modern pronunciations can pronounce it as an X, but like in old Spanish, you didn't pronounce it as an X. It's a H sound. Like Mexico.
Yeah.
So it'd still be
Also,
Latina.
like it's weird just like talking about the like being so much against intersectionality in this regard, especially when it regards to Marxism, because it's like even though the word, unless you're a complete and total charlatan and be like, oh, he never used the word intersectionality, you can still see the concepts of intersectionality at play and all throughout Lenin's works. Like he talked about sharecropping as well in the U.S. and how it affects class, in terms of new Africans and everything. So it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, like fucking, isn't this supposed to be like a book for like Marxists? When you call them the new African people, and you'd be like talking about like the natives and stuff. I just like Jason is the third worldist guy, but he can't even like get the fucking colonized groups correct when he's like going, "What, are these white people gonna lead the colonized?" That's not how it works. It's not how it works. Why would they do that? No. And also, like 3.8% of the population, that's actually quite a lot of people, Jason. Like, it's not a small group of people, especially in America. 300 million people. I mean, it is a sparsely populated country by size, but like
350
300 million
million.
people is not a small amount of people. 3.64%, that's like what, like a few million people.
Yeah,
Oh, but that's
350
nothing. No.
million. Oh yeah.
Yeah, because like
There's a Lenin work
9 million
titled
people.
there's a Lenin work titled "New Data on the Laws Governing the Development of Capitalism and Agriculture." There's a chapter in here, Capitalism and Agriculture in the United States of America, subchapter "The Former Slave-Owning South," where he says the South of the USA was slave-owning until slavery was swept away by the Civil War of 1861-65. To this day, the Negroes, who make up no more than from 0.7 to 2.2% of the population in the North and the West, constitute 22.6 to 33.7% of the population in the South. For the USA as a whole, the Negroes constitute 10.7% of the population. There is no need to elaborate on the degraded social status of the Negroes. The American bourgeoisie is in no way better in this respect than the bourgeoisie of any other country. Having quote-unquote freed the Negroes, it took good care under quote-unquote free Republican democratic capitalism to restore everything possible and do everything possible and impossible for the shameless and despicable oppression of the Negroes. So it's like, are you going to say that Lenin is like a reactionary liberal now for like talking about systemic racism in this regard? Because like that's, I don't see how you can't say systemic racism absolutely influences class. It's related to class.
I mean, it's literally a class force. Like, race is a race. You got a racial class system. Like, fuck me, the British are like, they got different positions for everybody. It's not just black, white, and gray. Like, they got all sorts of different kinds of races for people. Like, fucking take your pick a mix of like different fucking nasty shit. Britain's got you covered. And America uses that system. They just use it lazily. So they like narrow it down a bit. You know, like the newspaper thing where they cut in the letters? It's a bit like that. But like they make it more efficient and it makes it more brutal because you make a narrower pejorative. You can make a wider attack. I mean, that's why Europe, the fascists in Europe keep trying to push this pan-Europeanism. And Jason was pushing pan-Europeanism at one point. I don't know if he still does. But like Net had Jason pushing pan-Europeanism. It's a fascist idea.
For real.
It comes from the European Liberation Front. That's where the pan-Europeanism comes from. It comes from the 1960s. It was their big movement. They were inspired by Birth of a Nation, 1955.
I wonder what else Jason would think about guaranteeing quality of rights for national minorities as well. Lenin
Is that
says,
intersectional?
yeah, because Lenin says in critical remarks on the national question, he says, quote, guaranteeing the rights of a national minority is inseparably linked with the principle of complete equality. In my article in Severnia Pravda, this principle was expressed in almost the same terms as in the later official and more accurate decision of the Conference of Marxists. That decision demands, quote, the incorporation in the Constitution of a fundamental law which shall declare null and void all privileges enjoyed by any one nation and all infringements on the rights of a national minority, unquote. So is he like, is he just like doing this id poll shit where he's just like saying, hey, the national minorities, you guys lead the way?
Oh my god, this quote from Jason though. Women, on the other hand, have played a very important role in revolution. They are, however, not the backbone of the revolution. The backbone is class, not feminism. This is not to say that women are not oppressed. It means that women's struggles is not what communist revolution is based upon. Yes, it is. What do you want about? Like, class struggle comes from women's struggles. It's the base. Like, misogynoir is the base of capitalism.
Yeah. And if it wasn't, then I would love to hear his explanation as to why both China and Albania, after the success of their socialist revolutions, made great leaps in attempts to overthrow any type of like leftover patriarchal norms that were set for women, and they did so
Communists
much to
were
try to liberate.
communists were anti-sexism before they were anti-racism. I think that should show that it was the first thing that came up, and that could be a Eurocentric misfire for all we know. But like, I think it is just because it is the base of oppression. Like in any society that's patriarchal, what do you see? Fuck me, especially in 18 fucking 49.
Yeah, sheesh.
And they couldn't go everywhere, so a lot of it would have been filling in the blanks, sure. But like Marx was a very worldly person, and so was Engels. They were Eurocentric, but they did understand that patriarchy was the baseline of oppression. Hence why, I mean, we should get the Lenin quote maybe, but like Lenin turns around and says patriarchy is the base of barbarism. Like he says that like barbarism is the most devolved and like brutal form of class oppression, and it's the where the origin of class oppression comes from. Like he calls the original oppression of man over woman barbarism, and he says that is the birth of patriarchy. So patriarchy is the base of barbarism.
Yeah, and that mimics like what Engels was saying, right, about that as well, and
It's
what
him.
Hoja
It's him
brings up
advancing
too.
on it. I would say. I'd say he's saying a little more.
Yeah,
Because I would say Engels started it, and then like with what he said about the women being the source of class oppression, how the woman was the slave before slavery was even a word. Um, but also Lenin is doing a better job of Rosa Luxemburg's reference of barbarism or socialism. You know, that quote
yeah,
from Engels, I think, is the bit where Engels is sort of like getting into where Lenin went, but I think Lenin like completed the home run.
yeah, and Marx as well. Like he even pointed out, it was like in the early to mid 1840s. He said, "Nothing prevents us, therefore, from lining our criticism with the criticism of politics, from taking sides in politics, i.e., from entering into real struggles and identifying ourselves with them. This does not mean that we shall confront the world with new doctrinaire principles and proclaim, 'Here's the truth on your knees before it.' It means that we shall develop for the world new principles from the existing principles of the world. We shall not say, 'Abandon your struggles, they are mere folly. Let us provide you with true campaign slogans.' Instead, we shall simply show the world why it is struggling, and consciousness of this is a thing that it must require, whether it wishes or not." So it's like the shit that if you're like rabidly anti-intersectional, but there are people, there are proletarians out there that really care them, like these are type forms of oppression that they see every day, and they oppose it vehemently. Why would
Does
you not want to bank on that and like have collaborate with them,
does
build a
Jason
coalition?
know how misogynistic the lumpen proletariat is? The most revolutionary class in society is also the most reactionary when it comes to social issues.
Yeah,
It's a big problem with us. I mean, it's not always the case. I think people overblow it sometimes because the data is more swung towards like criminals and homeless people who are easily exploited and are not necessarily the most learned when it comes to like education and stuff. So we're easily taken advantage of by bigotry and
yeah,
brought into its folds. But a lot of those of us that aren't like that are not necessarily the people that get recorded on any of these like any of these statistics. I have never been involved in such a statistic hike, and I know that's anecdotal, but like I don't go near those places. I've been involved in like police statistics and stuff like that, where I literally said the police should abolish themselves as my like want for what they should do. I want to. I literally said the police should be abolished, and I want a community-based, like civil defense system. I gave them my name and everything. Like I will throw down sometimes if you're gonna give me a council fucking what's it like form and you're asking for shit, boy, you're gonna give me the time. I can fill you up with loads of fucking despise for what this system does and what it is, and give you good reasons for why the police shouldn't exist. And just be that standout motherfucker. You know, it's not the big cats at the top that see that. It's gonna be some worker that's gonna go and deal with it, and maybe seeing something that's a little obtuse to what their job does might spark something in them. I like doing shit like that, and that person I spoke to that day, I might spark something in them, or just have them agree with me, which is normally what ends up happening with the police stuff. People don't like the pigs, but uh, you,
Shit, and that's another way. That's another thing you could like form a coalition on. There's a lot of reasons to not like the pigs.
I mean, that's an intersectional struggle as much as it's a class struggle. Yeah, the police were formed to not have to pay to keep the working class down. If you want to look at it in a vacuum, all right.
And they're the main
There's
enforcers of systemic racism as well. So
Well, don't even go there yet. Let's stay within Britain because that's where we can play with Jason's fucking prejudices a bit. So the police. It's invented to keep that pesky white working class down. What are the police based on? Where did they get their uniforms from? Where are they based on? So, like, Sir Robert Peel, who was the Prime Minister, he based it on. You're not going to like this name, Jason. The colonial garrisons of the British Empire. So, like, I think there's some intersectionalism going on here. Also, the police attacked Irish people, calling them racial slurs because we were one of the Negroid races. We literally lived in ghettos. Like, the way that, like, America made black people live is the way Britain made Irish people live. Like that's why I hate it when Irish Americans make our relationship so fucking fragile all the time because we have such a connected struggle when you look at like what they did to the diaspora and what they did at home. Because when I'm on about with the ghettos, I'm on about the diaspora. I'm on about in the cities, Liverpool, Manchester, fucking Glasgow, Edinburgh. There's ghettos all over the place for Irish people, because get them the fuck out of the city, segregate them, and fucking work them even worse than you were working the British people like slaves. Because at the same time, they were working like kids in factories for like just the English anyway, especially North English and the Cockneys, who I always say are honorary North English people, because the way that they were treated, they were the industrial livestock of London, basically. What was industry that was not in the North and was in London was Cockney ran. They did the work. So like they get the honorary Northern badge, and like I just love their accent. They're like it's like the only Northern accent that doesn't sound like a posh cunt. Well, except when they say bath, because like that's still too much for me. I say bath because like it's a fucking bath. Like what is a bath? Don't know. It's like someone said garage in front of me. I'm like, well, you mean garage? Or Losange, and I'm like, don't you mean lozenge? Losange. I mean, I love it to bits. I'm just teasing a bit, but like, it's the southern accent is it's cute for sure, but like we got cute accents in the north, so like I think people need to stop fetishizing the way Londoners sound. It's really creepy. Like there's a Dublin accent that people fetishize, and it's not the normal Dubs accent. It's the one where they sound like an Irish person, but also a Londoner at the same time, and it's not it's not a pleasant hear. But there is more to this horrible Jason quote. Um, but it's not the motive force. If we are to eliminate sexism from capitalism, just like with race, capitalism would continue to function. Capitalism doesn't need these prejudices. What are you saying?
oh my god,
But it does use them. Capitalism is literally built on racism. Has he read Black Marxism or any Black Marxists? They'll tell you
yeah.
straight that capitalism is racism. There isn't this capitalism and then racism. Jason must be one of those people that believe that racism came with the American colonial project, and that is just not true. They were calling Irish people Negroes before they even fucking started joining the African slave trade, like with the Portuguese and the Spaniards, because it's a Latin word used to denounce people as evil and pestilent. Because it's what it means. It means that you are pestilent, as in possessed by evil, miasma. Like you are deathly, and it was a designation on Irish people culturally as a myopic deathly and disgusting people. Basically, was how they were treating us, with this
Yeah, and
justification through racism, and that spun into like they're joining on with the African slave trade. Irish slavery is a serious topic. It's just that the way Irish Americans talk about it is not serious. Like, in a way that affects the British struggle, is because like it invalidates the idea that there is a British struggle. There's an Irish struggle. There's an English struggle. There's a Scottish struggle. Now they can unify. They can unify together and struggle together, but they are separate struggles. And that's the understanding of intersectionality. Are you gonna say the New African people don't have a separate struggle from the whites? Because that's intersectionality. Like, these separate struggles have to litigate the different ways they operate. I mean, do black people have disabled people in that community? I mean, it's a fucking rhetorical question. Of course they do.
and then there's even like religions out there that explicitly teach like just flat out racist bullshit, like the LDS church, like the Mormons, like they legitimately like teach that like black people like they have like a curse, like their skin is a curse, like it's fucking insane.
Oh, JP, that thing about the Pope decreeing that natives were actual people. Yeah, no, that was in a time before people actually listened to what the Pope fucking said. In the 1400s, no one gives a shit what the Pope said. Same in the 1500s. In 1490 or whatever, or 1390. When was the fucking Black Death? It was like the 1390s, I think. Um, I'm a bit stoned. You'd think I'd know it with all the fucking pathogenic stuff I'm into, but I got so much microbial stuff in my brain. Stuff is leaking out. But the Pope turned around and said the Jews are not causing the plague. They die from the plague just as we do. They are not the cause of it. You know how many fucking Christians listened to the Pope when he said that the Jews were innocent? Nobody.
Nobody. Yeah.
Nobody. He's told to go fuck himself. But that didn't start a Protestant Reformation. The Pope got more power in the 1500s, and that's why the Protestant Reformation was a bigger thing. But, like, even then, King Henry VIII, what did he do? Divorce, 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 kill, 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 whatever. Like, 7 people he divorced, married, killed. Um, and, like, you're not even meant to divorce once. And he didn't leave until, like, what was it, like the third wife or the second wife? So, like, he's already on his way. And what happened? I mean, like, the Spanish eventually attacked and, like, they couped the country for a little bit with Queen Mary, but, like, not much otherwise. Like, it's just a bit of stinky stuff.
Yeah, I mean, even that too. It's like I don't think the Vatican ever denounced like the whole idea that like the Jews were responsible for the death of Jesus Christ until Vatican II, right? And that
Oh,
was
yeah,
like
no, they didn't do that
1960s.
until Vatican II.
Yeah, that was 1960s. Like, like that's very recent.
I mean, there might be a case of one of those, like, popes no one gives a shit about saying something that was, like, a little in that direction. I haven't looked into it.
Yeah,
So I won't say for sure that they never did, but no one listened to them. Like, if it
yeah,
ever
and
was said, nah, they didn't listen. Because, like, anti Semitism against, well, it wasn't called anti Semitism back then, but, like, hatred against Arabs and Jews just is age old for the Christian, like, history, their whole epoch is based on racism. Now, I don't mean to say all Christians are racist. You can be a Christian, that's fine. I just mean that Roman Christianity is born out of a very racist ideology, and that there is a de-Romanization process that I do think a lot of Christians need to go through.
yeah,
Especially the idea that
Yeah.
the Bible is the word of God. I think that's something that, like, the Jews have already, like, mostly gotten past that. A lot of them are like, yeah, no, like, some of the shit that's said is just like fucking dickheads talking shit. Like, fucking Yahweh's a prick anyway is the secular Jewish line. And then because the
and
Holocaust, like, they're very strict on that one.
the KKK even used the Bible frequently to justify their bullshit actions in the USA.
Yeah, I mean, there's the thing is when you get into secular communities, this is like why I prefer like secular Christianity, secular Judaism. Those guys are like criticizing the shit out of it, and like they're starting to sound a little more like Gnostics. Like, this guy was an asshole in the Old Testament. It's like, and he's not really much better in the New Testament. Just this Jesus guy is kind of cool. And even then, some of the stuff they say he's done is like very much not what Jesus would do. And like I think Christians should just say that. Just go, that is not what Jesus would do, and just move past it. Like, fuck it, you know? Oh God, Sodom and Gomorrah. You know what? Sodom and Gomorrah is funny though, because God didn't see what was happening until he went down and looked. Like he had to go down to see. So like, is he omnipresent or omnibenevolent or what?
The crazy thing about that story too is like it was apparently that was the problem and shit, like the Sodom and Gomorrah, like the homophobia that stems from that. But what happened right after that, where they run away, and like the wife looks back, turns into a pillar of salt or whatever. The two daughters, they actually like get the father drunk and like basically rape him while he's asleep.
Jesus
Like,
Christ.
and that's not like viewed at as like as like something bad in the Bible. Like nothing like implies that it's supposed to be
The
viewed as
Bible
bad.
is the reason why there's so many boys that want to get like sexually assaulted by their teachers.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And that is what it is, when all y'all are being like weird, freaky sex freaks about hot teachers. And like, not only is it like really uncomfortable for them too, because like they're having to deal with y'all basically wanting like, man, statutorial, like sexual assault to fucking go down, you know?
It's super creepy too. Like there's like an increase of women teachers that are getting caught like with all that shit with their students,
Well, there's
and
an increase of
every
that,
single
but there's
time.
also just an increase of like male students harassing teachers that aren't even in for that.
Yeah. And there's always like the fucking random weirdo boomer conservative dudes that are like, why couldn't my teachers have done this to me? And it's like
It's like,
you're
oh,
fucking creepy,
score,
dude.
go for it, kid, and stuff like that. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, they're gonna like maybe think they're cool for like a few months or a couple years, but this is gonna like freak them out in later years. It's not gonna like feel good. Unless they don't grow up, unless it like it's all like Trav when he was like bragging about how the first time he had sex it was with his mate's mother, and it's like that's not cool. It's fucking funny, but like it's not cool. It does not make you the cool person. You are the funny thing, not so much the actual thing you did. It's the fact that that's where you went. You went and like there's a reason that in the fucking song Hit 'Em Up, where like he's finishing off with fucking Biggie, he says, fuck you and your fucking mother. On the street, you throw shade at someone's mother.
Oh,
That's
listen to this
that's
one.
fighting words. That's fighting words, you know? And like you go fuck someone's mother? Like who even are you, mate? Are you even a friend? Are you a foe? Like that ain't that mate's mother. Oh, fuck, my hand's still fucking a bit fucked. I punched a door a while back. Ah, fuck.
It's weird how Jason talks about this shit because I feel like if he I'm gonna read a quote. It's about gender activists, but it's weird how he has this opinion about gender activists, but he wouldn't apply the same thing to the same lack of nuance to national liberation struggles. So he says gender activists are a good example of identity politics as they literally are about identity. They comprise about 2% of the population. Again, even if we assume total revolutionary potential, their numbers alone are insufficient to achieve any revolutionary goal. The
Also,
gender
he's being sly. He's not calling it transgender activists, but he's obviously talking about transgender activism.
Yeah, he clearly is. Like,
Like,
what else
like,
would he?
what, stop being a pussy. Be an if you're gonna be an open transphobe, be an open transphobe. We're waiting for it, you know.
Yeah.
Well, he
And then
was
he
on those
said,
mailbags he deleted, or hidden. Like, show the mailbags. Where's the, where's the fucking Oh, what is it that James Tour guy says? It's like show me the data. There we go. But like, yeah.
it's weird how he has no initiative in this. Listen to this next part. It says there are almost no gender activists interested in radical action, let alone revolution. Gender activists are not interested in revolution. Their only goal is to achieve a status equal to that of cis people. All they want are the same rights and protections that all first world people have. They are an oppressed section of the population, but they certainly are not a revolutionary group. They don't have communist revolutionary potential. Why? Because they are not a class by the Marxist definition. They are an oppressed group. If we're talking about communist revolution, then we're talking communist Marxist theory. It's weird that he would say that and like not differentiate. Like they are an oppressed group, but within every group there are different classes within a group, right? So like, why would you not differentiate the different classes that are within that group? Why don't you reach out to the proletarian gender activists or whatever the fuck? Like, I think you're muted.
You know, I'm a lumpen proletarian trans woman. Do you want to know what class I come from? The proletariat. Never been in any other class otherwise. So, like, this idea that being trans or a gender activist is just some petty bourgeois thing is tiresome. It's tiresome, it's dumb, it ignores all of my fucking sisters, MBs, and brothers that are out there in the imperial periphery fighting for our rights. There are trans people that are in the fucking Filipino People's Liberation Army. Trans people that are in the fucking active Communist Party that is the political front of the People's Liberation Party, the Filipino Communist Party. So, like, oh no, Communist Party of the Philippines. Sorry, the PCP is the way that it's done in the Peru. It's CPP. But PCP sounds way cooler though. Like, you know, hitting it up like that farmer Jason was being racist about. But fucking what's it? Uh, but not again anyway, because PCP is also an urban drug. But like, so again, like Jason, like very much ununderstood. Um, what's it? The CPP, PLA, these are Maoists. I mean, Maoists that Jason hilariously condemned for signing a peace treaty or a ceasefire with a fascist, basically.
Here's an interesting one. It's from page
Well,
241 in
before
his
you
Maoist
get to it, I
Book.
do just want to say this. That video where he turns around and condemns Jose Marie Sison for striking a ceasefire at a time of great peril for the Filipino people. I know people in the party, and they have said that that shit like absolutely astounded them, and it just completely shown them the social chauvinist and ignorant cunt that Jason is. Like,
Yeah.
why did they sign that fucking treaty, Jason? Because they were in a fucking hell of a pickle. The PLA was on the back foot. They were not in a situation to keep a war going, and the people were sick of it. It's been going on since the 70s. They needed a break just to like do like local work and strengthen up the places they control and ensure that the people are under the hands of someone who wants to bring peace to the island, not to the archipelago of islands, I should say, not terror, you know, like, and to do that, you have to be the one that's at the forefront of being peaceful and not get left behind by fascists managing to show you up because they can do it when they need to do it as well. Social fascism is a hell of a tool. So like, the Maoists were doing what any good fucking communist would do in that situation, unless you're a fucking Foucaultist. But you're a fucking inexperienced fucking first worlder turning around and condemning revolutionaries for doing what they do. But then you'll do whatever a fucking Arizona rebellion tells you to do because they're street revolutionaries and they know what it's all about. But Jose Maria Sison, an actual revolutionary who's fucking fought for the fucking freedom of his people for decades.
Arizona Rebellion, and I've never heard of them. Like, I've never seen any of their like local activism or anything that's going on around here.
Yeah, Phoenix is in a
I'm in the
terrible
Phoenix area.
situation too. Like you could deal with like a lot of activism right now. They were not at the
Yes,
college like lockdowns of
the ASU
things,
lockdown.
or
Yeah,
turning it into a city lockdown because they would have been Arizona Rebellion would have been perfect for setting up encampments in the cities. They would have been brilliant for that.
yeah. I mean,
Crazy that it didn't happen.
and the entire Phoenix metro area is going on a really freaking hardcore anti-homeless fucking route as well. Like they could, if this Arizona Rebellion shit does exist, like they should definitely look into this and
Maybe
do
they had to
something about it.
disband because of it. It caused a problem for their like resource chain. You know, like because they're all supposed to be like homeless, no connection to the internet, and that's why they can't communicate with us very well, and that's why we don't hear much off from them. Um, which like it's crazy because like if you're homeless in Phoenix, that means you're homeless in an urban area. I was homeless in a semi-rural town. Yeah, rest in peace, Jose Maria Sison. Uh, I was homeless in a semi-rural town. So like not as built up and as of like you know, you can get crafty cheap phones and stuff like that when you're in a big city because you got access to like the eBays and shit at the library. But like what I had when I was homeless was a fucking brick phone. You know what I still managed to do was go on the internet because there's this amazing thing called the library. And I don't need to Google it, but I could do it. It'd be funny. There are libraries in Phoenix, right? And Glendale.
Yeah, one place.
It's like shit. Like I mean, it feels like a very stupid question to ask, but like I felt like those billboards when you get off the bus or the train when you get like well, you guys actually do have a train, the one train.
And by the way,
goes to
just so
Phoenix.
there's no bullshit about like what the Phoenix metro area is like, it's not entirely like there's not like tumbleweeds like you go like 2 miles before you see the next fucking next house, and there's not guys walking around here with their fucking cowboy hats and the big iron on their back or whatever the fuck, or on their hip. No, the Phoenix metro population is literally like twice the size of the Portland metro population. So, yeah, the
Yeah.
Phoenix metro is like 5 something million people. The Portland like metro area is like 2.5 million. So like literally twice the size of the Portland. So unless you think like Portland is like a big barren area, then no. Phoenix is not like a rural fucking area. It's a big urban metro center. Like,
I mean,
Huge.
based Gangeros though that like you kept a brick phone till 2013. I got my first smartphone in 2012, which was the BlackBerry Curve. And then like I lost it on the bus. And like we managed to get a replacement through the company, I think, or whatever, like the warranty majiggy. But like that was an L. Like it just like slipped out my pocket. I got off the bus and I noticed the moment I was off the bus. It was great. But the uh, so I got a smartphone before Gangeros. That's kind of funny. I was on about 2018 though, Gangeros. Yeah, I was using a brick phone in 2018 when I was on the street. Cause I did have before I went homeless, I had like an iPhone 6S. It sounds like success, but it's the Bendgate phone, so don't get your hopes up. But someone stole it from me like 2 or 3 days into going on the streets. So like that was fun. Um, and then I ended up with a 10-pound feature phone from Asda, which is owned by Walmart.
yeah.
Do,
And
do,
like,
do, 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 do.
it's interesting too. In Jason's book here, his Maoism Third Worldism book, he criticizes liberal feminism as being not revolutionary, which is absolutely true, and we all agree with. And but the thing is that it's weird that he differentiates between liberal feminism here, but then he just like says feminism broadly, like elsewhere. So, would you support Marxist feminism, proletarian feminism, or anything of the sort? Like, because those would definitely be intersectional things, right? So,
Right.
Oh no, he thinks Black Lives Matter only focuses on Black lives specifically. I mean, it focuses on Black lives, and
wait, did
then
he say that?
yeah. He's like,
Oh,
so let's
no
continue
way.
from higher up because like I think there's other stuff going on in here. But like it says Black Lives Matter only focuses on first because it is Black lives that are and it's like yeah no that's the point of Black Lives Matter.
He
But
has.
like does he not think that Black feminism comes into it?
Wait, can you read the quote like fully? Like, I want to hear
It
exactly what.
goes off the end. It's on the other
Oh, it
page.
just stops. It sounds like he's like.
Disproportionately killed, subjected to violence. Second, if they let it become all lives matter, that's not the two things that are like on the table though. Because like
Yeah,
what about like Black Lives Matter is a whole array of different issues that talks
this
about
is.
fucking
How,
black trans people, black disabled people, black fucking women in general, and like black
it's
feminism, black trans feminism. And then we also have the whole factor that Black Lives Matter has looked out more for white trash than any white fucking Marxist political or any political movement in America ever has. So like
also
they
so.
do like Black Lives Matter does think about some white people. It's just not the ones that are going, "Oh, all lives matter." Like it's the poor ones that are like left to fucking rot in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in the fucking
It's weird. It's weird. I think he says like
Middle
that it
East.
would be that if it turns to like all lives matter, it would be like white liberals that would take it over. It's like what the fuck is he on about? Like, the only people that ever talk about
Black
all
Lives Matter
lives
are
matter is
fascists.
yeah, that's like fascists
The
Yeah.
that say that
liberals were
shit.
on board with Black Lives Matter. I don't get what he's on about. Like what?
Yeah, yeah, like because the liberals
And
are actually.
whilst the liberal establishment wanted to co-opt it, I don't think liberal roles as in like average people were like trying to co-opt it. I think they generally were like, oh my god, this is horrifying, this should stop. And communists failed to take up the ante. Now, Black Lives Matter was led by communists at first, so the black communists absolutely were taking up the ante, but they got fucking assassinated. So, well, we can't confirm it. I should legally say, you know, we don't know for sure, but they all mysteriously died around the same time, and then a bunch of liberals took over, and they literally like sat and had like their meeting with Joe Biden that was the big paramount thing of him showing support for Black Lives Matter was him white splaining to them about how like demographics are gonna make white people not even the majority anymore. So like, which is not even what minority means, but like fucking sure, whites
Yeah,
are
it's
gonna
like
become a minority to Latinos, whatever the fuck that means.
yeah, it's like that shit's crazy. I can't believe that Jason would actually have that like opinion of like the all lives matter thing because it's like the only people that ever tried to obtusely try to say, well, what are you saying? Do you saying only Black Lives Matter? The only people that say that are literal fascists, and they don't actually care about Black lives either,
Yeah.
like at all. They don't care about them anyway. Like all they care about is white lives. Like that's all they
What
care
the
about.
fuck? Why do first worlders so heavily rely upon such groups as a stand-in proletariat? Why do they so uncritically ally with these movements? Why do they try to co-opt and infiltrate these other movements? Why does the Avakian RCP try to subvert the Black Lives Matter movement to communist revolution? Oh my god. How is it subversion if it's an extension of the struggle? White people going to be a minority in the United States in 2052. Is that like the Dengis thing where they're like socialism in like 2052? Like is that what they're trying they're going to keep like the radical Maoists like me hooked on by being like, "Don't worry, we'll
It
like
almost
we'll make those whites a minority eventually. You'll get what you want."
it almost sounds like a left wing version of saying Great Replacement Theory. Like
Oh my god, it's just like you know, great replacement theory. It's maybe not as bad as people think. I think we should maybe like give it its dues, you know. What else is it? Because first world communists have no movement of their own. That is somewhat true, but like does he think what are communists just white people?
Yeah, for real.
What about the communists in these movements?
Yeah,
The new African Black Panther. Well, those guys are a bit misogynist, but like Kevin Rashid Johnson and the Intersectional Black Panther Party, in New Africa. I can't remember what they called themselves, but they split. I'm pretty sure it was the New African or Intersectional Black Panther. They Kevin's an angel in a lot of ways. I got some criticism of some third worldish shit he's been pushing lately, but like otherwise, I still adore Kevin. Um, but sounds like you're saying white people, like communists. Like why the RCP is his focus is kind of interesting as well, because the RCP are very irrelevant these days. Like they are a problem still. Like I'm not saying they've gone away, but like unless you're in
but
like the Northeast, I really don't think, or California, I really don't think you're like gonna have to worry
I think
about the
this.
RCP.
I think these are from. You said it was from his like 2013, 2014 book or whatever.
Yeah, okay, they were still a little more
Yeah,
relevant back then.
2014.
Fair enough. But like,
Yeah.
they also like that was when they still had good members and people were still vacillating. Like, a lot of people left in the 90s and the early 2000s, but like they're like dying last breaths of anyone who was like normal and not a pig shit was like the 2000s. So. Jason's like correct. The RCP's a problem, but I don't know why he's focusing only on them. Like, is there not other approaches to communist struggle in America? And like, why is white people the baseline? What about the black communist parties?
For real. Or it's like,
RCP is the
what
Christian
is he?
Science of the communist movement.
It's like, what does he want to be done? Because like, what should be doing going on is like the communists should be like having their,
Lenin's famous
organization.
line.
Like, like for real. Like, what does he think should be done?
Like,
'Cause
like
it's
that's
like-
the big message Lenin had for Kotsky. It's like, what the fuck do you want?
Because it's like you can try to take movements that are already ongoing and then try to explain from a class perspective why those things are occurring and why it's tied to a class and why it's so important to overthrow capitalism, why all of the other oppressions that stem from capitalism through the superstructure can be more addressed through the base by changing it to socialism. So like these are all things that you could all be tying together and explaining through the class struggle. Like it doesn't like take away from it at all. In fact, it strengthens the entire movement overall.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know what the fuck he's on about. Like when Lenin said that like national liberation struggles are a component part of the world revolution, that wasn't taken away from socialist revolutions by saying like, hey, we need all these, national democratic, these bourgeois democratic revolutions. Like that's part of the process of overthrowing world imperialism, and therefore creating a socialist world system. So it's like, these things are all connected.
But yeah, he's just trying to like self-assert a pre-existing position. That's why he's focusing on the RCP, because he goes, there is no communist movement in the first world, which is correct in a certain degree, but not entirely, because there is. It's just not very functional and not healthy. But in the black community and the native communities, they got functional anarcho-communist movements going on right now. That's a communist movement. I mean, it might not be a Marxism, Leninism, orthodoxicalism that you call Maoism, whatever the fuckamism, where you like don't even know where you sit on the Sino-Soviet split. It's like, but like fucking the what's it? The to say there's no communist movement is kind of blinding. It's like, where are you even like placing yourself, and other than in this like doomeristic context? So he goes, but there is no communist movement. There is certainly communist groups, but there is no communist movement. Full stop. Full stop. Full stop. My God, this is horrible to read. All protestations to the contrary mean nothing. Full stop. A Facebook group does not constitute a movement. Full stop. A social. I know. I rarely use full stops. There's so many full stops. A
Yeah,
social
it's just a
club of
constant.
10 people does not constitute a movement. Full stop. A student activist group does not constitute a movement. Full stop. Have you ever heard of a student movement? I mean, like
uh,
I think the Palestine struggle is like completely like this didn't like this didn't fucking age well. Age like fucking milk in the sun.
yeah, it
Like
really did.
a blog doesn't constitute a movement. I mean, you should have said that a bit earlier on than like activists. Like all these things combined do not constitute a movement. I don't know. I think all those things combined, like socialization, organization, collaboration, and provocative media instigation. Is that not a movement? Like,
Yeah. You can say it's not very big, wasn't very effective or whatever, but to say it's not there and to not try to actively help contribute to it, like that's just doomerist bullshit.
if a
Liquidationist
movement is
bullshit.
too small for you, then you are not a fucking communist. There's no such thing as a movement being too small for us. It's just it's not big enough for itself. The movement needs to
Yeah.
be bigger for it, not for us. We're not. The revolution does not serve the Marxist. Actually, we serve it to our own detriment a lot of the time. I mean, you should keep yourself as healthy as possible, but uh, Che Guevara had asthma. I mean, I fucking use an inhaler too. Putting yourself out in stressful situations alone is pretty bad for asthma. Let alone like, fucking fighting like he did, or even just protesting like I do. Getting
Yeah.
thrown around like a fucking rag doll and beaten the shit out of by police officers for holding a placard and being one of the disabled people that they left until the nighttime. So most of the fucking, like protesters from Palestine Solidarity Campaign will have gone home, the ones that likely film them kicking the shit out of people, so they can kick the shit out of people and start trouble and not actually engage with you when you try and engage with your rights to find out what's the fuck's going on. Because that's what I tried to do. You can hear some of it on the stream. I tried to ask them, like, to stipulate to me why the fuck they are arresting me, not just to say that it's the Terrorism Act. Why? Not what. Why? And he took my fucking phone as evidence and started getting fucking manhandly. I locked my phone as soon as I heard him going, I'm taking. I knew they were gonna try and take my phone. I had my thumb on the lock thing ready as soon as they come up
Yeah.
towards me. Like I'm not fucking stupid.
Wait, watch out. You talked about being disabled. Like, don't bring up another intersectionalism,
Oh well,
or
shit.
you
Yeah,
might
no.
you might turn into a reactionary all of a sudden.
Well, what's funny? It's the black community that come up with intersectionality, and it come from a black like radical feminist who's like also a Marxist. What's it? Bell Hooks and people like that are like one of the big profligators of intersectionalism. Now she's got some problems, but like her position on intersectionality is brilliant. It's just that it's a little transphobic at times, which is like anti-intersectional. It's like the irony. It's like the thing that it's like when Jason and people like that reference intersectionality, which you're going to see in a moment. They don't understand what it actually is, and that's where they will like manage to latch onto it. And the way they frame intersectionality is kind of the same way Bell Hooks is transphobic in how she frames intersectionality, but she does understand it quite well with other issues, and that's the only criticism that I have of her book. Otherwise, great book. Look into her book on intersectionality. I can't remember the fucking title because I'm a bit stoned, but it's good. It's a good book.
I think it's are you
Yeah.
talking about feminism is for everyone?
What? Sorry.
Is that the way? It's called Feminism is for Everyone. I don't know if
It
that's the
could
one you
be
were meant.
that, but I'm pretty sure there's one with intersectionality in the title.
Uh,
Intersectional feminism, I think, is what it's called.
uh,
But that book too is pretty good. But and it also has similar criticisms. Anyway, so like, the big thing with like what we're gonna get into with this is that like Jason is someone who is discredulous when it comes to this topic because this guy claims he's not like transphobic and all that, but like Mandem is like turning around and throwing everything under the bus. You know where you would build a revolutionary movement in this country or any country? It's gonna be on racial issues, ethnic issues, as well as class issues. The whole idea is going, these are all connected, make them connected, and make them relevant in a way to people's lives where you're not going and just telling them, this is this is that, this is that.
Yeah, it's
If
like
you're confident with what things are as a Marxist, then you don't need to tell them. Listen to them, hear what they have to think about it, and then either like learn something new and develop how you think, or understand where they've said something wrong and be able to give them some insight, respectfully so, rather than you being like this is commandism in a lot of ways. It's like, well, how can these communists, they can't command these people, instead they in you know intersect into it, they take over them instead. It's like they're parasites instead, and he compares communists and liberals as in the same light and how they interact with these movements, which we're not, like, not even close.
yeah, it's like he acts like the existence of like liberal feminism or like any other type of like liberal version of any type of activism for an oppressed group, uh, like that discredits like any type of movement for that oppressed group. Like no, the point there is to like combat those other things, and you know, push them to yourselves and from a Marxist framework. Like that doesn't, like, just because liberal feminism exists doesn't mean you can't push any type of Marxist feminism or work with any type of intersectionality with that to, you know, get that into your Marxist fucking platform. Like if we're ever gonna have a revolution in the United States, it's definitely going to be, you're gonna have to support the national liberation struggles of the New Africans and the Chicanos and the natives. Like you're gonna have to, like, anything that doesn't have that is gonna be some fucking bullshit labor chauvinist, uh, like not Nas bullshit that just appeals to the white middle class. That's all it's gonna be. It's not gonna be good.
Oh my god. The strategy proposed by Lenin and others is to include those quote unquote lower and deeper, oppressed and exploited groups into the communist movement. They did not say go forth and subvert other people's movements and make them into your own. The strategy is to accept others' struggles into the communist one, not the other way around, which is correct. But then, like, he just turns around and then goes, you cannot make a gender identity struggle into a communist one. You can and are supposed to make the gender identity a part of the communist one. What?
What? That's like, I felt like that was like two contradictory like paragraphs. Like,
Like, but like, the problem here is that he's on about people who aren't a part of a thing making it a part of a thing, like through subversion. And then he's on about trans people being communist about their fucking gender, but he makes it gender identity struggle because he doesn't want to admit that a trans woman is female, so he has to call it gender identity struggle. That's why when he talks about trans women in his older videos, he goes, so this person who was born as a man, which is transphobic. No trans woman was ever born a man or a boy. They were never born male. They were assigned male at birth. It's a social category that is related to biology. And, like, the person's gonna always know better. Like, my brain being wired the way it was, and me, like, just knowing that I was a girl at 4.5, 5 years old. That's because my biology is that of a gal. I'm just one of those freaky gals that got the XY on the go, unfortunately, with all the trouble that brings. Like, trust me, I wish I was XX, but like, or XXY, because that's kind of funky. But I might be, you never know. A lot of trans people are like multiple chromosomal intersex, but like, you don't need to be multiple chromosomal to be intersex, or like 60 odd 70% of the population would be intersex if we did the studies properly and actually like assessed everybody. Nevertheless, the rather than the 1% that everyone says is the existence of intersectional people, sorry, intersex people. It's too close. But that's it's getting into the intersectionality of sex now. Like, whoa, male or female? Well, where does everyone else go? And if like an intersex person with multiple genitalia can be considered a female, but they're like a little different. They're on the freaky side of life. Like me. Why can't trans women also be that and be considered biologically female? Like it's just one of them where like the bar is set transphobically, and then even then they oftentimes don't consider those intersex people who identify as female as women, once they're freaked out, once the genitalia is something they have to visualize and freak out about, then the misogyny comes out, and the trans misogyny especially.
Yeah, and I don't know if Jason has ever said this in particular. Maybe he has, maybe he hasn't though. But it is an argument that we hear all the time from Marxists that are like just straight up transphobic, is they'll say like, gender dysphoria and just the entire concept of being trans is like idealist or whatever, just total bullshit. It's like they're totally ignoring like Lenin in Materialism and Imperial Criticism, where he said that the materialist elimination of the dualism of mind and body consists in the assertion that the mind does not exist independently of the body, that mind is secondary, a function of the brain, a reflection of the external world. So like that would explain perfectly through Lenin's explaining the materialist conception of this concept as to why gender dysphoria exists. So if he tries to say that it's idealist, or if anyone tries to say that it's idealist to be trans or whatever, they would have to explain how gender dysphoria even comes to be. Like, how does that?
Jason used to claim the Mr. Money experiment, the Dr. Money experiments, as a way to
Oh
say
no.
that, yeah, the like gender dysphoria is just a mental disorder.
That's horrible.
A lot of this
Oh
stuff's behind
god.
closed doors, though. I had to deal with some of the arguments he actually had with people in like the kosher zone, where like he was much more willing to call transgenderism ide I what's the fuck idealistic,
Yeah.
which is the it's what transphobes think. Um, it pissed me off because it was like at the start of the year he made a video where he's like, "Oh, I've never been transphobic ever before," and it's like, Jason, it's not even about the anarcho pack thing. Ignore that. Okay, you said a fucking slur. It's an easy thing to apologize for, but it never really like went away. Fine. That's not the problem people are on about. I like most trans women that I know that have a problem with you don't even know about that 10-year-old fucking problem. It was all the videos you made going like gender movement, gender ideology, blah blah blah. Where do I stand on the gender issue? Like fucking going on about all that sort of shit, and then also being a transphobic wine bag on your fucking mailbags when people were pointing out that you were saying shit that was trans misogynistic and stuff like that. Whiny male fucking baby bags. Like that's what that was. Male with an E. Um like I always wanted to like have a pint of respect for you, and that things had changed and all that and the other. But for me, like I was always saying, like, yo, I try and promote him, but like every trans person I know still thinks he's a raving transphobe because do you know what? He said loads and made loads of transphobic fucking videos. Like I wasn't even thinking about the anarcho pack situation. Net just devolved it into that because Net always loves to devolve shit into fucking tick and tat. Um, and like, what's it? my problem was all the fucking anti-gender fucking movement shit that he kept fucking doing for years, calling it fucking ID poll in a pejorative sense, not an actual respectful sense, and like fucking discriminating against it all the time. Made every fucking trans woman I know say they despise Jason Unruh. I don't know trans women other than fucking Nicole that loves Jason fucking Unruh. Like, yeah, that's anecdotal, but like everyone I was promoting it to, he couldn't do it, and that was why I wanted him to like account for it and make a video actually explaining it, because then I can show that to fucking people and go like, look, he fucked up because he had bigoted ideas in the past and he's grown up about it. Like, oh my god, you that much of a big baby? You're gonna go back on that the moment that you're fucking kicking shit up? You're not being a big baby? Where? You gonna go to the kosher zone and say the fucking N word? And I don't mean Negro. No, 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 no. And I don't mean like an A at the end of it either. Like, which wouldn't make it acceptable, but I'm saying like I'm narrowing in where like I'm going with this, you know? Like, so I don't get this like fucking taken down or some shit, and I shouldn't really say it even to present it either, to be quite honest, because I don't think it deserves um sanctifying. But you know, this is the guy who thinks he can say the N word when he's behind closed doors. So like, I think that's something people might want to consider when they think about Jason Unruh and what he is and what he represents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's crazy too. I don't remember the name of it, but I remember there was a time I was already living in the Phoenix area when this debate happened, because I remember defending Jason about it when it happened. He debated this like anarchist, like younger dude. Um, Actually, no, it wasn't about trans issues. He was debating a trans woman about, I think, Maoism versus anarchism or some shit.
That would be Anarcho Pack. He used to be friends with a trans woman, Anarcho Pack, and then when they fell out, like he
And I
called
think
her something.
I think it was a smaller channel than a Narco Pack.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, she. I guess like during the debate, Jason like misgendered her or whatever. And I'm funny because I remember like they tried to say that like after the debate that Jason was like continuing to misgender her.
See,
But I
that's a
remember
little
listening
different
to
than
the
it just
entire.
being one misgender and then everyone went crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And the thing was though, is I remember watching that debate, and he actually did correct himself every time after that. I think the host did not though, because it was like a third person there. Um,
But
but yeah,
like,
I remember
if
like
but
struggling with
him
that.
but him having to correct himself multiple times is just still like absurd,
Yeah,
because that means that he's corrected himself for public appeasement, not because he wants to change his mind. Because someone who wants to change their mind would make sure they didn't say it over and over and over again.
yeah.
Because that's kind of like what Trevor's doing with Falcon, where he's going he, she, what. It's just less fucking vile. It's gone he. Oh, sorry, she. Like, but a little less like sounding toxic, like my tone of voice was then. Like, you know, it's tactful, and you can see it as harmless in a certain light when you're like wanting to respect the guy and hoping he's like building up, but when you really think about it, like it falls in line with the shit he said to Net when I came out, where it's like I don't understand it. What don't you understand? Like, do I need to explain how sex and gender works? Like, and what sexual gender is? Oh my god, it's one word out of two. Crazy. But like, this is baby shit.
Yeah, it's just freaking crazy. I think you said he did delete the mailbags too, right?
Yeah,
At least
yeah. Well, he unlisted them. He might still like love them enough that they're still on his channel somewhere, but they're like unlisted or privated.
yeah, the ones where he would talk about like gender issues, trans, and all that stuff. It's like,
But like he also says wild stuff here. Like it starts off like somewhat like okay, I guess, where he goes, Maoists in the first world are the absolute. Well, this isn't good. He says are the absolute worst when it comes to this. That's just wrong. But like they misunderstand and misuse Mao's theory, unity, struggle, unity. Now, I would say that like some people definitely do like unity for unity's sake, and that is true. And that sounds like what he's gonna say here. Oh boy, no, it's not. They absolutely failed to understand what Mao was actually saying here in the terms of building revolutionary movement. I'm going to put emphasis on the certain things he's put emphasis on in these sentences. If I sound like a jackass, it's the way it's written. Mao said to unite with groups on the things that we agree on. Then we struggle with them on the things that we don't agree on. So good, so far, so good, so what? Once we win them over, we unite with them again towards the same goal of communism. This is not what First Worldists are doing with all of these groups. I mean, are you on about First Worldists or First World Maoists? Sort of. Mao was saying, oh, this is where it gets bad. Mao was saying we had to have them join our movement by winning them over to our side. First Worldists just run out and say they support any group that is oppressed and claim solidarity. They have no
Oh my
movement of
God.
their own of which they to draw them into. They just end up championing their cause instead of communist revolution. They are incorrectly trying to build a revolutionary movement. And maybe it's like the other way around, where like the colonized revolutionaries are like pulling like people who are from like less oppressed backgrounds in the imperial core into the movement through like unity, struggle, unity of their movement as a collective thing first, the black struggle, you know, et cetera, et cetera. That's what we were talking about with Black Lives Matter, how it's a little bit more than just black. It's like, you know, black, queer, and like everything else that goes into like being black, because they got all those things too. Turns out people in wheelchairs can also be black. It's crazy. And like but like so there's the unity initially, and then like there's the struggle and there's the unity, and so there's already that going on within their own community. But then that revolutionary movement is also building unity with other groups. Like the black community has unity, struggle, unity with the native community, and vice versa. And so goes on with the whites too, whenever they want to get involved with revolutionary politics and not just be a bunch of jackasses. So like, and again, these people look out for us. You know, go tell me, does anyone know of a white disabled movement that's ever existed? Can like someone tell me about the white disabled movement that's existed, other than like anti-vaxxers wanting to like cure autism? That does not count. Um, like, because I can't think of one. I know black people have done it. I can tell you about Black Panthers doing like fucking disability protests and stuff like that. The hospital protest by the the new era young lords. Sorry, the young lords and their hospital takeover in the 70s. Like that shit is textbook disability rights struggle, looking out for the sick and the wounded and the decrepit and the disabled in general. I'm using the derogatory senses of how we're framed, but like I'm being a bit facetious about stuff to be a bit funny about it, because this is a bit of a dark aspect of what like Jason references the way he talks about this kind of stuff. The black struggle is where a lot of people source their energy from. I mean, like lumpen proletarians, what the fuck are we got to look up to? Like, what, like white middle class people? Like they're gonna be the big heroes of our day? Like, fuck me. For me to find white artists, like music artists and stuff like that I can like look up to, but are like fringe people like Ren and stuff like that, they're like bands and shit from the fucking 80s. Like there are people I can look up to that are like local and street. If we're talking like famous, like Tupac famous, you're going back to like the 70s and the 80s to find like any kind of white guy that's Tupac famous. And even then, they're not like movement guys. To find a movement guy, you gotta go even further back. You gotta go back to like the 30s. And like even then, name me an English white radical from the 30s that comes straight to fucking mind, because I can't think of them very well. But I can fucking tell you about like black radicals from the 1920s, because they're just so inspiring. Like, and Irish radicals as well from the 20s,
Yeah, like the fact that he basically was like saying fucking, you have to get them to like drop their bullshit movements and then come and join our movements. That's like such a social chauvinist fucking bullshit thing to say. It's like, yeah, fuck your national liberation struggle. Come over here and join our fucking class struggle or whatever the fuck. It's
He's
like, can you do both? You
well,
really
he's
can
doing
do
the
both.
thing where he's avoiding saying the "fuck you" part though. Like he's just like, we can do this all under one tent. And it's like, no, we
I would love
can't,
to. I would
though.
love.
We can't do it all under one tent because, like, there's multiple tents. If there's multiple tents, you feasibly are under multiple tents, not one tent.
I'm unaware that the Emir of Afghanistan, when Lenin was supporting him, was a fucking Marxist, trying to bring about fucking socialist revolution and shit. Like, no, that wasn't the case. We didn't force them to fucking join the Bolshevik movement or whatever. You know?
No, you supported them because they were secularists. Like,
Yeah.
secularists, progressive, and anti-British, which was really important for the revolution because Afghanistan was one of the places Britain could have launched an invasion from.
Yeah.
Well, through, and having a strong ally in Afghanistan was very useful.
Yeah.
And again, like it's Lenin's principle: support the progressive, the forces of a country.
Mm.
That doesn't always mean the communist forces. We weren't very well substantiated in Afghanistan at the time, which Lenin's able to have the humility to just turn around and say that. There's still countries in the world that we're not substantiated in. Does Jason know that? Like, not every country in the world has a communist party. Like everyone says they do. Like, no, no, no. There's countries in the world that don't have that because colonialism has like bombarded them into like not having any sense of communist organization. But they do organize. They do collaborate because the working people are raised to be cooperative, and so they have things that aren't quite communist yet, but are like struggling for freedom. Are we supposed to just ignore those and tell them that there's shit because their shit's bad? They should just take on ours rather than us going and like actually engaging with them in a healthy way and getting them to come to like a communist version of their own ideas on their own accord based on healthy engagements where we're just engaging with the science. Science is an evidence-based things. When we talk about evolution, we don't say evolution is true. We say if evolution is true, this would be X. So like you would find a fossil that's bridging fossil between two different species, like Archaeopteryx bridges like the genera of dinosaurs of the old type with the modern avian dinosaurs. The Archaeopteryx is an interspecies looking ass fucking dinosaur, and mini raptor and stuff like that also fit into that category. But like Microraptor, sorry, and you know that's how science works. It's an evidence-based thing. So I don't go to them and I tell them that like this is true. Believe it. That's what Marx was going on about earlier about profound. Well, he didn't call it profound knowledge, but that's what he was referring to. And he's like, we're not coming there with like untold and unbetrayable truths that you must like now follow that dictate your lives. No, we're coming with like evidence about the way the system works, and like we don't necessarily have all the evidence about that specific person's life relating to that system, but we know how the system works. So we listen to them, we get that information, we put it in the puzzle, and then we discuss the puzzle we have because we've built this whole amalgamation of understanding. But we like show them like either literal evidence or we discuss like the actual which I think is actually better when engaging with the people, discuss the evidence in good detail, and then if they're like interested you give them the evidence that they're after. No one likes having sources dumped on them when they're not an intellectual. I don't even think intellectuals necessarily like that either, but like we live for the pain of learning. uh a lot of people love to learn, but not the pain. They like the more like interactive engagements, and then once they've had that, they might go for a much easier, lighter read of the book. But they've had that engagement first, which means if they light read the book, they're not going to miss as much as if they light read the book without the conversation. So like dumping sources on people is terrible to do, but like engaging and then creating a dynamic where they're gonna like either want to know where this is fucking coming from, or it just works and they understand the thing you're on about and you don't need to go and like show a load of stuff. At the end of the day, people experience the real world. Like, it sounds like I'm being a bad Marxist by saying you shouldn't always present evidence. If evidence is required, evidence should be given. Like, don't fuck around with what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that being something that's like always just solo evidence heavy and I mean like evidence is in like written words, here's it all, here's sources, without just like presenting evidence in your words, like showing the science, and then like maybe getting into like the more like source-based material. But we should also be making our own sources that are based on that material, that source that material, that are second, third party, of course, but they're gonna consolidate it into a more communicable fashion. Because what are we doing? We're doing science communication here. And so, like, when I'm referencing a source, I shouldn't be just doing what the source does verbose and making something that's like terse and hard to get through. I should be turning it into something more communicable to people. And that's the big point of science communication. But a big part of engaging with people is just being willing to actually like talk and explain stuff with enough details and data and explanations and understanding that people just get what you're talking about. They experience the real world and they're not babies. Or some of them are. Middle class people are babies. But like, you know, the average person knows that what experience in the world is like the working class.
Yeah, right.
Hey, can I add something?
You can add all you like.
Thank you. And I agree with you about Len's quote on the Emir of Afghanistan. I do agree with you what you just said, but I've unfortunately seen a lot of revisionists use that as a way to support the reactionaries in Donbass, or as an excuse to support Putin in his so-called fight against Western hegemony.
Yeah, I've seen that.
The
difference is yeah, the difference is in the context, though. I mean, because in that shit, like, that's just straight up in support of another imperialist power. Like, I would refer back to literally that same chapter that Stalin brings up about that as well, about Lenin supporting the Emir of Afghanistan in the chapter on the national question and foundations of Leninism. In that exact same chapter, he brings up that several examples of Marx and Engels rejecting certain national struggles for states that they saw as basically puppets of Russian colonialism.
Poland, yeah.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well said. Well said. Fully agree. Well said. I'm just pointing out a lot of revisionists who opportunistically use that as a way to support some most reactionary. Yeah.
They use it because they've not read they've not read the chapter. They've only read the verse. You know, it's that's the same old evangelical bullshit. You know.
Yeah. And that's why it's like so important for like anti-revisionists to like point that shit out to them, because like if like these revisionists like just say that, like they could easily fool someone that's like not really like into like the reading aspect yet.
Yeah.
I pointed out. I mean, I need to stop wasting my time doing this. I'll self-criticize. But I pointed out to revisionists on Left Book, I was like pointing out how in Donbass, you know, well, initially, a lot of the commanders were very leftist and progressive who mysteriously got bumped off by Russian intelligence, so now it's all reactionaries. And I was pointing out how you have Nazbols, neo-monarchists, Dugonites, all in Donbass, like actual pictures.
Why is it called Novorossiya? Why is it called Novorossiya rather than the Donbass? Like they called the nation that they're gonna form Novorossiya, and that is a colonial nation that tried to form in the Donbass 200 years ago, 300 years ago.
Yep. But no, I tried to put all that out, right? And they're responsible as well. And they sent me the Lenin thing with the Emir. Okay, I'm like, way different context. Way different context.
Like the Emir of Afghanistan was just to combat the British. Like what the fuck? Like that's someone who's opposing an empire. Like what the fuck is the Donbass doing to oppose an empire? Like Well, the Americans, because I don't like the Americans were imperializing like the Ukrainian economy. I do not remember them colonizing the Donbass. The last time I heard, the colonization of the Ukrainian economy would definitely affect the Donbass. But like, I don't think getting colonized by Russia is therefore like combating that imperialism.
Yeah.
Oh,
So so once they said that, once they brought up the Emir of Afghanistan, I threw back the quote from Lenin. I forget the exact whole quote, but you know what I'm talking about, where he says, "We don't support every uprising. We don't support uprising of the reactionary classes. How imperialism is progressive compared to pre-monopoly capitalism." You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. From what's it?
isn't that from a caricature of Marxism? I think.
Yeah. Character of Marxism.
As
It's
soon as, as soon
amazing.
as soon as soon, as soon as I threw that as soon as I threw that at them, they got really quiet.
They always do with that one. That's funny.
Yeah, that one's great. I love that quote. It's just like, yo, we don't support these people. Like, stop. It's the fact that they think invoking Lenin as well is like their ultimate like big hit. It's like I don't,
Yeah.
you know, if all the Bolshevik and all the Maoist and all the silent movements of the past did the bad thing that I'm saying is bad, well then I disagree with them all, and I'm saying that the thing I'm suggesting is better because like I'm gonna be staunch and say that, and that's about how science works. When you upheave an old way of thinking about things, you inevitably have a lot of people who are losing their like understanding of things or their grip or their power over things, or in the case of like a lot of science, their livelihood, are gonna like do everything they can to basically prevent the actual new knowledge from coming in.
Yeah, I've got another quote here. Put your seatbelts on because it's another intersectionalism. So don't get scared. Don't get scared.
Well,
This one's
I'm
from
sitting down, so I'll be okay.
this one's from Hoja's Imperialism and the Revolution. And notice at the start here how he differentiates revolutionaries, progressives, and patriots. Just so it's like it's not saying forcing them all to join the revolutionaries and be revolutionary right away. No, it's not what he's doing. He says here, quote, the duty of revolutionaries, progressives, and patriots in the countries with a low level of socioeconomic development and dependent on imperialist and social imperialist powers is to make the peoples conscious of this oppression and exploitation, to educate, mobilize, and organize them and hurl them into the liberation struggle, always bearing in mind that it is the broad masses, the peoples, that carry out the revolution. To this end, it is necessary to make a thorough analysis of the internal and external situation in each country of its socioeconomic development, the ratio of class forces, the antagonisms among classes, and the antagonisms between the people and the reactionary cliques in power, as well as the people and the imperialist states. On this basis, only on this correct basis can be drawn about the step which must be taken, the tactics which must be deployed. What is required from the revolutionary forces is intensive work, determination, and wisdom, and first and foremost, thorough understanding of the fact that the liberation struggle in their countries can achieve true victory only by linking this struggle with the cause of the proletariat, the cause of socialism. Notice how he said linking that struggle to the cause of socialism. Oh, it's another intersection here. So,
Yeah.
Is that from Hojo? Is that from Hojo?
yeah, it's from his Imperialism and the Revolution.
Yeah.
Could you please put that quote in the group if you could?
Yeah, definitely.
So
Thank you.
like, there's a quote on Jason on the first one that Noob sent, where like it's on the bottom half of what was being read. Like, I mean, one of the parts actually a bit further up. So like, I'll start a little higher. Lenin said to go out and find the lower and deeper sections of the proletariat, find the lowest, most exploited class possible, and bring them to the struggle. The vanguard party should lead them to revolution. I hate it. That's not the only thing he meant, and it's a very weird way to word it. But quote, and it is therefore our duty, if we wish to remain socialists, to go down lower and deeper to the real masses, end quote. And it's like, I wonder what Jason thinks real masses means. This
Yeah.
is what they do. I think he meant this is what they do. This is what they do. They go out and find another exploited group to show solidarity with. Class struggles would tell us to work in accordance with the third world proletariat. Instead, they choose some group in the first world because their dogmatism tells them so. The only people they can try and ally with are identity politics groups. These groups come in many different shapes and sizes. They range from sexual minority, oh, I lost where I was. There we go. Sexual minority rights, gender identity, racial liberation, environmentalism to a degree, etc. It's like Caitlin Maupin again going on about
Racial liberation.
environmentalists.
Big note on that. Yeah.
Oh,
Big note on that racial liberation one, by the way. Big note on that.
Oh, it's yeah, that's a big red flag. I'm not gonna lie. Like the gender identity one's already a red flag, but like racial one's a big red flag. Like, woo.
Yeah. So is he saying like we shouldn't be allying with like new African liberation, the native liberation? Like, what the fuck is that shit? Is he anti-land back at this point? Like back in the day, because this was like a 2013, 2014 book. Was he anti-land back then? What the fuck?
Yeah, it seems like this is pre land back Jason or something, like, because I don't know what's going on with the way he's framing this, because like what's it? He then goes on to be like, the first world Marxist groups champion their case as if it was their own. That's called empathy, Jason.
Yeah.
A Marxist is supposed to be an outlet for the voices of the voiceless, you know, like we're supposed to be the voice of the voiceless, but we're supposed to be like an outlet for their emotions and their pains and their struggles. When like a lot of us aren't licensed therapists, but a lot of what you do to speak with people is like therapy. That's why like I at least that's how I approach it. I approach it how I've always approached supporting people with their mental health and stuff like that. And it's a more fuck my brain. Yeah, I fucking lost myself.
Yeah, that was that racial liberation thing that just really stuck out to me there. That was like the biggest thing there. Like, holy shit. Like, I don't see why you would not attach yourself to those movements and like try to like bring it into like a a Marxist direction and shit. So it's not instead, because you could either do one or two things. It's just let it fester and go like towards like some like bourgeois nationalism, where it's gonna probably be very reactionary, and you'll have to fight it later on, or you can like join it and bring it into a progressive direction, right? Because there is revolutionary potential in those movements, 100%. Like they want that national liberation, so why wouldn't you want to like bring it towards a more progressive direction?
Yeah, it's a bit wild. It's like you could get them to be more connected with imperial peripheral movements. Like there's so many Pan-African parties in America that were so willing to like intersect like the African movement and the New African movement. So like these are not like unfeasible like happenings. These are the things that are happening. Like intersectionality is going on. Fuck me. What is Queers for Palestine?
Yeah, for real.
Who has shown the most support for Palestine during the fucking genocide? It has been queer people, like in the Imperial Core. So, like, all this shit of trying to be like, oh no, they only care about themselves. First world this, white this, blah, 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 blah. When most trans people are fucking colonized, not white. Like, it's just fucking disgusting. And then we do most of the fucking work. Have you seen Jason do a video praising Queers for Palestine for all the fucking hard work we've done? No.
And it's crazy too. It felt so fucking hypocritical. Like when October 7th was popping off, and there was all the different protests all throughout the first world and everything, and like Jason and his fucking third worldist clique, like they were all like making videos on it and shit, showing like the live streams of it. It's like, but then they were just not even like really addressing the fact that they kept on saying like, oh, nothing like this could ever happen in like the first world.
Or would you get involved in it? Like, why isn't
Yeah,
Jason can go to Toronto? Nicole made up bullshit, going, "Oh, I'd lose my job. I'm gonna go to prison for what I did for Palestine. I held a placard. They are trying to charge us for conspiracy to support, commit, enact, or be a subject of terrorism. Like." They are Section 13 of the Terrorism Act. They are trying to get us down for trying to show our support for a terrorist group, which means prison. That's what the attempted verdict is. They want to throw you in jail from 6 months all the way up to 14 years if they can associate you directly with the group, because then they can get you on like section 1 or 2 or 4 or 5. Like they can go all over the place with it. But we are on section 13 of the Terrorism Act, which is about support, profligation, propaganda, stuff like that. But I'm gonna go to prison for it. You don't think that's a little worse than losing your fucking job when you're like middle class? Then you probably go get a fucking another thing going on or blah 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 blah. I don't fucking know. Like, don't you do like security, which is like some of the easiest work to get? Like, there's always security hirings going on. Like, just go be a bouncer or something, Like,
Yeah.
like that's that's cute. Like, cause my mom's got a security badge. I know, like the security industry. I know a lot of people who do the gigs, cause it's fun and you get to travel out and sometimes do the drugs that you confiscate from people. And I mean, I'm not joking on that one. My memory up is I do sneakies.
Can you like not show your face or something? Because like that's funny too. Because when you take into context like her criticism of like Garros and shit about not showing his face, apparently, even though he has many times, that's like what? So
Gangaros.
what? You can't show your face?
Gangaros has no face. It's been proven to me. I know it very well. This Gangaros no face to him, which is very freaky. It's very freaky indeed. We must treat it as a danger to the people. The Gangaros has no face.
You know what's funny? What's funny with them? These little world is like, well, Jason's little crew, or I should say, Net's little cult. Yeah, Net, if you're listening, you're a cult. Anyways,
He probably is. Like I felt like he still watches like all my streams because he's that obsessed. Like I genuinely do. Like because there's always someone watching, and I'm like I know at least one of them is sometimes noob checking on the stream, but like I do think that like net is a bit of a net's not gotten over me. He's still like the breakup is still hurting. And so he's still got to keep watching. And so now like I've mentioned the Unruh clique for the first time in months. It's gonna explode and lots of fucking videos slamming me as the and like is an unruophobia or whatever, like fucking
Rurophobia.
yeah,
No,
he is an oppressed
Rurophobia.
people. Like this is see, Jason, we are extending our intersectionality towards you. Fuck, please.
The point, no, the point I want to make though is they all want to sit there, right, and glaze Luigi while they totally ignored, didn't cover the uprisings in Nepal, Indonesia.
Yeah.
I looked.
Or like what happened with Junior, with the fucking prison fucking situation. Like he got released recently. Fucking why am I forgetting his name? Fucking Panther. But like, like they don't care
Kevin,
about like
Kevin,
no,
Kevin
not
Rasheed
Kevin.
Johnson.
Nah. Old Panther. Like fucking the guy who got it's the son of the guy who got killed in fucking 1990 fucking what's that? Shit. He like revenge. He got like revenge on it and he got put in prison. He recently got released like this year. Like it was very recently and it was a big campaign and no one was going on about it. But like these people go on about this Luigi guy, not the woman who got arrested for his quotes being like said on a call, a mother of children that are like
Yeah.
in fucking grade school. But like, what's it? Um, I would really focus on like the classism and stuff like that as well, though, when it comes to Jason and all that. Like, why were they like throwing you under the bus for like asking like to borrow money and saying that was the only thing that you said when I think you were the only person who ever talked in the MRN like war room that they could that was the name. Um, uh, you were the only person who posted anything in there, and it was always source, quote, source,
Yeah.
quote. This comrade that I know said this good shit here that you should see, quote, source, about all sorts of shit, about all sorts of stuff going on in Africa, in Pakistan, in fucking, like American
Tigray, Kashmir,
issues. Tigray and the Eritrea troubles, yeah, like straight up, and
Kashmir,
like
Kashmir, Manipur.
yeah, like fuck me. They might want to keep their eye on that one. Um, West Sahara, like a lot of fucking shit, and they're like, oh, well, oh, he just asked for money all the time, and I'm like, man's a lumpen proletarian, all right? Like this folk them right here, lumpen proletarian folk them, and a lumpen proletarian folk them might ask for money. You know what's crazy about being the underclass to the poorest class in society is that you are the poorest of the poorest of the poorest of the poorest, which means, not to make ourselves feel derogatorized or anything, we sometimes have to ask you for your fucking money. You don't have to give it, though it would be nice. Like love and solidarity if you can't. But like Jordan, like was a asshole to you directly, and then Jason, who was always willing to be nice about it and was happy to give you money, was the one who turned around and was like, "Oh, he never did anything but ask for money." It's like, what?
Yeah,
Jason,
the
you
same, the
you
same,
don't
the
debate
same.
when people have actual conversations with you. You're trying to debate about an issue and he gives you a one-word answer and there's no discussion.
Yeah, like when he told me how I asked him about the Maoist in Afghanistan. He goes, "Oh, they're wasting our time." Like, wow.
Just dismissive. It's the same thing
I was
about we were
gonna say,
talking about earlier about how in like Discord, what he would do because this was before you were on the Discord, with the Caleb Maupin stuff. You know how you can deafen yourself so you can't hear anybody on Discord. You might not know
yeah,
about
yeah,
that. Yeah, okay, you do. That is, he was doing that every time I was trying to tell him about Caleb Maupin being a fascist and him being a bigot and him being a transphobe because he didn't want to hear it. He didn't want to hear it, and I bet the transphobe part wasn't probably good enough for him to give a fuck anyway because Jason had literally told me about how transphobic Caleb was. Do you know how Jason told me? Because they used to say loads of transphobic shit to each other on call when they were privately talking to each other. That's how Jason knows that Caleb is a massive transphobe. Because Caleb and Jason connected on transphobia. They connected on other things, but that was one of the big things they connected on was the anti-ID poll shit. ID poll has been at the heart of any political movement. Turns out humans really really all about identities and stuff. Like, what is being a black person? What is being a gay person? What is being a trans person? What is being a worker? Does it not have an identity
yeah.
identity component?
We fail to realize is when you're trying to tell Jason that he left to play Foo Fighters song "My Hero." I'm gonna say one thing though, okay? I get it. Nicole and Jordan are probably ignorant on the whole Nepal thing. Jason's not. Jason's been around for a while. I'm pretty sure Jason knows full well about the Civil War in
I mean,
Nepal.
he followed
Jason,
the 2013 situation. Like he was doing videos on that at the time. So like that
that's
was
what I'm saying.
yeah.
He knows about it. So why is he not covering it for it at all, whatsoever?
I mean, you kept giving like so much shit for making videos, and if it was like stressful for him to make a video just out of it off the blue, why not call you and work together? Because you spit fire, and the verbal interface is really useful for you when it comes to like saying a lot of things. Because typing on a phone is fucking exhausting. And like voice notes are good, but if you can just like say it to him directly while he's typing, boom, you got a fucking rhythm on the go, and then he can write a script, do a video, yada yada yada. He's got a system. But instead, it's just, oh my God, he's posting loads of stuff again. That's what it was. Because no one wanted to like deal with it. It was just, oh my God, this is so frustrating. He's posting loads of things again in the chat that's meant for posting loads of things. It's called the fucking, they called it the war room. Is that not meant to
Yeah.
be about the big focus of stuff? Like in capitalist times, when they call stuff the war room, that's like where they get the maps out and start discussing where factions lie and what's going on with stuff. It's a cringy name, but it was the teenage comrade that named it, so like it's cute in a certain way when you look at it from that angle. Like a 14-year-old come up
Yeah,
with the name War Room. It's adorable in that sense. So I'm not shitting on it too much. But it is, you know, I'm gonna be a bit facetious and shit on Jason as much as I can. But the what's it? I got beef. But like the War Room, you know, what Falcone implied with that is that's the central point for discussing what we're gonna stream, what we're gonna video, what we're gonna script, yada yada. Doing like meetings, just all sorts of like just the conglomerate of let's get together, let's fucking throw sources about let's like talk about what's going on in the world today, you know, like any kind of like room that's associated with looking at the fucking state of the world. And like that's what you did more than anybody there, and then you were fucking castigated for it.
I remember Net threw a fit when this one we're both still MRN. I remember Net threw a fit because I said, well, if you look at it, the 20th anniversary of the Libyan Revolution, 1989, there was fascists there that could not be invited. The Canadian National Party, which in the 80s was the main fascist party in Canada, were invited to go to it. They made a documentary out of it. Literally, there's literal fascists who were invited to that celebration. I'm not making shit up. Like, there was literal third positionists there. Like, again, the Canadian National Party made a documentary of their trip to Libya.
Yeah.
Gaddafi always did that left right bullshit. Where's the green book?
I mean, that's why Dr. Weisfeld broke with Gaddafi and was like really, really critical of Gaddafi because like Gaddafi was silencing like second generation and first generation Holocaust survivors and focusing on the voices of white supremacists and fascists and trying to unify like the left and the right together.
Oh, but check this out though. In the 80s, when the British National Front had their Strasserite phase, they called it political soldier, whatever it was called. They literally bought both copies of the Green Book from the Libyan embassy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you know, like British National Front love to be racist to Arabs unless those guys are doing their kind of British thing, and Libya was doing the British thing, and so they liked him.
In the 80s, they went through like a Strasserite third positionist political soldier phase. That's why a lot of the boneheads broke from them and started Blood and Honor. But they went through like a weird, third positionist phase.
Yeah, because they were starting to become more like, okay, we need to be tactful and political, and that's why the BNP became the main face of the National Front.
Yep.
And it was was the winning strategy. The boneheads lost. Like, this is why Trump is in power, is because of that strategy. What National Front did in the 80s and the 90s got Trump into power. But people don't consider this because of American centrism and exceptionalism. They're ignorant to the British components and the French components and the German components that went into America being fascist today because they don't want to look at it. They don't want to look at it because they'll either use the excuse of Eurocentrism being a fucking historical problem, which no shit. But like, what, do they think the Haitians caused American fascism? Grow the fuck up. America's a cuck to their European history all the fucking time. And that's what we're really getting at with this shit. One of the really big things that's like, what's it? That's like a whole hallmark of American fascism is Eurocentrism. Like,
Yeah, definitely.
Normal America is American exceptionalism, and that does still exist in fascism, but they do American centrism too. The liberals are all about American centrism. America's the only thing that exists. Fascists, European centrism. That's why you hear Donald Trump going on about the great genes of a Swedish dominant town. 70% of the population is Swedish. And he's like, oh, this town, great genes, wonderful genes. And his European immigrant wife, first generation immigrant, she's got wonderful genes.
I want to put just two that you said earlier before I come out here.
Yeah,
okay, the first version, there's two versions of it. The first version of the ELF, European Liberation Front, was started in the late 1940s by Karl Strasser.
1949.
Yeah, Otto Strasser, Francis Parker Yockey, and Oswald Mosley. Now, the second version in the 90s, this was gets interesting. The second version in the 90s included the American Front, which at one time was the largest nationwide boathead formation here, led by James Porzalo. James Porzalo was actually good friends with Haas before he died this year. It also included the National Bolshevik Party of Edward Lumpen-Maoist and the National Bolshevik Front of Dugin.
Really hurts me the people that get to like live so long that they die way past the movement that they were a part of. It's always the fucking nasty bastards. Ugh.
Yeah, there's also like this rising thing with Trump about the Christian nationalism shit, this Christo-fascist shit. I saw this post pop off on social media. It had like 80,000 likes, and all the fucking MAGA fascists were like fucking busting nuts to this shit. Basically, it was some fascist fucking bishop that was talking about the Islamization of Europe, and it was posted by this Nazi account, Radio Genoa. And yeah, so it's like this whole shit where it's like and this is another intersection that the fascists are taking advantage of. They're using religion to push fascism and all this shit.
Yeah.
Like it's not something that can just be ignored, because like yeah, this is an example that I'm bringing up where it's like intersectionality can be used not just by Marxists in a thing that's good, but it can also be used by fascists for things that are dangerously bad.
I mean, intersectionality itself isn't just describing things that are good, it's just describing things that intersect. The petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie have an intersection that doesn't get talked about. The labor aristocracy is literally a petty bourgeois intersection into the proletariat, but no one wants to talk about that. So, like, a lot of it is all their ignorance getting the better of them because they don't want to confront anything but binaries. Binaries. There is nothing in existence that you can quantify in a fucking binary. Grow up.
It's like they're scared of any
Welcome,
type
Shanti.
of nuance. Like they want things to be fucking simple and this little bullshit. It's like no, things have nuance.
Well, that's it. Intersex. Like, where the fuck does that fit in the lovely little binaries of existence? Or do they think that they're non-binary? They're gonna be like that? Because I know intersex people that are absolutely female, because that's what they say. And I know intersex people who are non-binary. I know intersex people who are trans. Like they were assigned male at birth. And then they transitioned into a trans woman. Like, actually, a lot of trans women I know are partly intersex or like, all the way chromosomal intersex. A lot of different types of intersex, and it's really complicated. And it's much more than just 1% of the population. I assure you, it's probably more like 60%. But we don't check for 90% of it because we only go for the genitalia. If the genitalia looks wrong, then we notice it. Otherwise, we don't really care. The doctors aren't seeking to gene sequence your child, even if there could be some ways to look at health problems and stuff like that if we did. But like, what's it? Being trans has biological components. It's not just something people thought of, because gender isn't just something people thought of. Like, it is a thought, but like it's something that we thought of in relation to how we express ourselves. Practice created the theoretical, from a scientific perspective, understanding of gender. And actually, before even theoretical came, there was an instinctive understanding from practice. There was an organic understanding of the practice of gender. And so, like, it was a natural process, like dialectics is. This is the same with just being trans. It's a natural process that makes me go this way. And even if we had a liberated gender system, you're going to get some people who are going to be trans unless you make a system where you don't assign gender at birth. And even then, people still might consider themselves trans by the way that they don't fit to what's like history has considered this way. Because patriarchal history is going to affect us for a while. And so just like how white will go away, but black might not, it might be one of them where like trans people, we might hold on to certain things because it's a bit of a like safety cushion kind of thing. Like it's like even though the thing may have passed, there's still the history of it. So like there's a whole complicated thing that goes into it. But like being trans is really like just a complication of society. The main thing is I'm a female, and society has forced me to have an experience that is so deprived of what I'm supposed to experience. I never got taught how to like look after myself as a little girl properly. I never knew how to do it properly because I didn't know. Like the things that I was expected to do were not me and didn't fit right. Like even just like using razors and stuff was always just like a fucking weird experience and stuff like that. The having to even shave a face. It still fucks with me now. I hate the fact that I have to do it. I wish it'd just not be there. Because why should it be there? I should just have the little white wispy hairs that any other girl has. So like everything is very much fractured and more just deprived and disparaged in the same way that like fucking misogynoir takes away like womanhood from black women, makes us monsters.
Yeah, 100%. Sheesh.
Yeah, and of course, Jason also thinks the nuclear family like predates religion as well and all this.
Oh my
Who
god,
knows how back?
the nuclear family is from the 50s.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
No, literally, like I'm literally reading this right now, and
Oh, you're reading the thing in the chat. I want to know what you think.
this is. I knew that Jason was full of shit. However, this is the worst shit I've ever seen.
It's so
'Cause
poorly written, poorly argued, and everything. Yeah.
History has shown us by now that there is no significant proletariat in the first world. You do know black workers still exist, right?
And there are like even some white workers that exist too, just to like rile his like I need white people to exist to see something that's happening. Like, yeah, sure, most white
And why
workers
we
are labor
quoting Limpy
aristocrats,
now,
but like corner shops have like people who work there, Jason. You used to work at a gas station in a black area, which is a weird thing to have to substantiate to people, but like and then well, I don't think he said that as much though, but Caleb definitely like ran with that and like used Jason's gas station in a black area
As an
persona.
example. Yeah.
this is
There's also dude, you said
Mm-mm.
in Nicole's video, she was like basically saying like Jason is not a transphobe or whatever, or not a phobe of any kind. He's a bisexual man himself. It's like,
Yeah.
are you unaware? Are you unaware of the LGB alliance? Because you could absolutely be a bisexual man and be transphobic.
Like,
Yeah.
hello, like, can we please use our minds? And the way that he is literally bastardizing MLK here is just
I mean,
Oh,
he
I didn't see that
bastardized
part.
Mao as well. Like he's like, oh, the way they do unity
like,
struggle.
why are you
unity.
quoting Limpy Owl?
Wait, what did he say?
Him.
What did he say about MLK Jr.? I didn't see that part.
Basically, the demands made by people were not unreasonable. They, they wanted equality and an end to the war. MLK wanted black and white people to live in harmony, where no one would by the color of their skin.
Oh my god, he's doing the fucking guy at a dream speech. Oh my god, that speech nearly fucking had the black movement turn on him. Like, fuck me. Like,
Out.
motherfucker was lucky the mob didn't lynch him. Like, fucking, like.
Oh no, I felt the fuck out. Like it, and he's quoting him here. I forgot from which speech, but he goes on to basically bastardize and
Well, he quoted the
Michael
"I had
Grant
a
was
dream"
talking
part though. He did the like not by the color of their skin thing, which is from "I Had a Dream," and it's the only time he said that. Like, and it was a speech that
It's
like
also
was I can't remember if it was written by Kennedy or it was written for Kennedy, but it's in the line of what Kennedy wanted from MLK, and it was set up by Kennedy. This was like a collaboration to like like unite the civil rights movement with the administration, and the civil rights movement turned around and told him to fuck off. Like
and
people were pissed.
it's also the only quote you'll ever hear a conservative bring up about MLK. Also,
Yeah. It's like it's not making you sound like someone who's progressive and like principled. It's making you sound like a fucking jackass.
he goes on to say, he is saying that African Americans are entitled to the basic rights and privileges that make up what the American dream is. I know where this is going. He wants those same unalienable rights for the black population: access to property, to sell, the right to buy, access to financial capital,
Oh my
the right.
god.
I'm not reading all that. I don't believe that MLK was a bad person.
Oh my god. He's about to say MLK's a liberal, so he didn't matter. Oh my god, no.
Jason Unruh.
Did he ever
You're
read the
white.
Vietnam speech? Like, does he
You're
know how
white.
MLK died?
Shut
Because
up.
it wasn't because of "I Had a Dream."
It's literally giving RCP saying, "Oh, some of y'all may not be too bad, but please prove that you're not bad by joining our party."
Please be one of the good Negroes and join our party so we look like we're not racist and white supremacists, please.
This is like this is such a fucking stupid.
Oh my god.
This is so fucking stupid. And what he said about the Baltimore riots. I look. I know we're gonna. Where this is. I know we're look. I know
Crazy.
this is gonna go because Jason is a Yankee, so I'm not expecting too much from him. But anyway, as we look at the Baltimore riots today, we see the same kind of thing. Oh, Marxists are vastly. See the spelling, the fucking spelling.
Get an
Are
editor.
vastly,
An editor doesn't need to be someone famous or rich or an actual trained editor. Just get a friend to be an editor, just to look
this
through
is
it. He had that one European friend of his who like condones his racist jokes. Get that guy to do your editing. I don't know, like fucking. I think he's like Swedish or something. I mean, he won't correct the bigotry, but like he'll at least correct the like spelling so we can read it a little bit better. Isn't it supposed to be like a
and
published piece of literature, like theory or whatever?
yeah.
like I would fix it to Marxists are vastly exaggerating what is happening, or Marxists vastly exaggerate what is happening. I would fix it to that. But anyway, moving on. People are running around with Facebook pictures of a flag that says People's Republic of Baltimore. Well,
Badass.
what
Like,
kind
why
of
would they
non
do that? That sounds cool. Yeah.
I mean, no shit. Um,
Crazy.
what kind of nonsense is this? There is no revolution happening there. These riots are an angry response to a terrible injustice that has been committed against the black population all across the United States. There is no class consciousness here. There is racial.
You go build
What?
it. What the fuck is racial consciousness? What? That's like a racist thing. Like to believe
That's
that
a very
black
racist
people
thing
have
to
a
say,
joint
actually.
consciousness. Does he? Black people doesn't just mean the blacks, like he's doing like the slur thing where he's like, oh, the blacks, because that's like the way New African people were slurred. They were called the blacks. When we say black people, there's a lot more
Like, people
people
refer
in
to
black
people instead
people
of just the
than just,
population.
not all black people even have black skin, Jason. It's crazy. Actually, none of them do. It's like a dark reddish brown, but like regardless, so it's like we have blood. Careful, like y'all might have blue blood or
Uh,
something, but like
like
fucking
this is
like
mm,
there are people who are politically black or like of European descent. Sicilians, good example. Not all of them look fucking black, but like I mean some of them do for sure though. You go down South Sicily, you get some African Sicilians, I tell you. But like Sicily is a black fucking country. They are like essentially like the reasons why Arabic is like like they're not Arabs, but they're honorary Arabs, and I'm just using them as a fun example because they do actually fit in with like how complicated being an Arab is as well. Because like Algerians, they're fucking black. Like, don't even know about it. Algerians, fucking black. Tunisians, pretty fucking black. So, like, like, not all the North African Arabs are fucking white. I mean, like, Libya, like, the Libyan natives are, like, mostly Arabized. Like, they're just, like, not Arab specifically. They're a different ethnicity. But they're otherwise, like, very integrated with Arab culture. And they are
Yeah.
pitch black as far as Europeans could give a shit. And so, like, this is the thing with a lot of this shit. Blackness is so broad. You're gonna say all these people share a consciousness? Do you think Irish people and New African people share a consciousness with what American Irish people have done to New African people? Do you think we have a shared consciousness as black nations? Because we can share consciousness, but that's not because we have a shared racial consciousness. That's because of internationalism, which has nothing to do with racial consciousness. It's a terrible term to say, like, because
Like,
that's
how many pages is this?
you would
How
say
many pages?
national consciousness anyway, wouldn't you? Like, well, are black people a racial category in America, or are they a distinct nation that has a right for liberation?
Yeah, for real. Like, what the fuck?
This is during the
You,
Black Lives Matter era. Like, this is not like 2014. Black Lives Matter is 2019, 2020. So this is
yeah,
this is one of his recent books. He's gone about BLM.
Like,
yeah,
how many,
sheesh.
I need to know how many pages this is, because there is no way that you can have
240.
200
That's pathetic.
240 pages of nonsense.
Yeah.
So you write you as a white man, write 240 pages of just straight revisionist, racist.
You never know. He might be an honorary Navajo. I'm sure they've never done anything racist to black people before either.
Well, as a Choctaw bitch, I can surely tell you that he were honorary in my book. Thank you very much.
Oh
Thank
my
you
god,
very
it's funny
much.
how they do use like intersectional ID poll in like the identitarian way when it comes to like, comrade number 3 flaunting him as like some token fucking Navajo to claim that they're like they have the whole Navajo nation behind them. Like, fuck me, that's a big statement. I like there's Navajo people who don't think that and don't agree with that, and like fucking the Navajo Nation has been like kind of discriminatory to other native groups too. So like they were actually a complicated group to deal with. Just like how there's complications with New Africans and the way that they treat some native groups, and that's also the same thing with the way that the Navajo have been so unified with the U.S. military. It's been a really big problem with the way colonialism has affected that group. But like it's not really a part of Jason's narrative on it. He just has the Navajo Nation behind him.
And in the same discussion of the riots, he's calling us just merely an oppressed minority based on race. First of all, we're not just a minority. We are a nation. Like, that does not change. Okay. And you literally just said that the peasants in China were an oppressed class and that Marxists stand for class struggle, but you said earlier that in the riots that there was no class consciousness, that there was only racial consciousness. So what is it then?
Yeah, it's like
Yes,
everything's not good
basically.
enough, and then when something actually kicks off, it's just unconscious rioting. And you know what? When the police station was burned down, that specific action probably was something like that. The people turning it into something more is different. And you know what? Turning that adventurism into something more is a little more justified. As much as I do think that burning down the police station is a dangerous game and it actually puts risk on black communities, there's actually a good chance that that might have been like some black radicals going a bit over the top too. So like I don't want to turn around and just condemn alone without considering why black lumpen proletarians would want to blow up a fucking police station. Because as a lumpen proletarian, I understand why. I was cheering when I saw it on fire. I then had my more critical positions afterwards. Because from a lumpen proletarian, just reactive perspective, fuck me, hell yeah, roast those fucking piggies. Fuck them. And so, like, and I will still tell people that that's what I thought, because I'm a lumpen proletariat and you should know what we feel in this class. And I'm sick of the no one going to non-communists in our class to speak to them, so we have to scream out our feelings and then get called emotional as if that's a bad thing.
Yeah, sheesh.
What was it Mao said? You have to have your finger on the pulse of the masses. To do that,
Yeah.
you got to be pretty intimate. I'm not going to let you put your finger on my pulse unless you're like going to be intimate about it, like.
Have to speak for themselves. Let the masses speak for themselves. And I mean, clearly here, Jason doesn't want to give Black people
Even like a right of editing over the black sections where he's talking about black rights. Why hasn't he got like a black comrade to look over his notes and confirm that what he's saying is accurate to the issues of the movement? Quoting a black comrade. Where's a black critique to quote?
I mean, if by any I was able to be asked to edit this, whatever the fuck this is, I would just say, throw it away.
Yeah, just burn it. Like,
throw this whole book away. This is a waste of your time.
yeah, but you're not some token ass black woman that he's got in like the back seat, you know, to like confirm his biases or whatever. You're someone who actually will criticize him, so he would cut you off. Well, no, he'd try and keep you as a friend, so he can try and tokenize you, and then he'll just deafen himself when you try and point out that there's problems with stuff. Genuinely, like MRN are going about how diverse the people they represent is. They're all white. And what
They're
Nicole was
white.
trying to say, that all my group is white, when like we talk about political blackness a lot here. There are politically black groups that don't necessarily look white. We got Chicanos don't necessarily look black skinned. We got Chicanos in the group here. I mean, one of my Chicano comrades here, you might perceive as black, but the other one you might not. But like, they are treated that way. They're politically black. And then you go look at like the ways in which the Irish experience is, albeit to the Irish American experience. So that's a different kettle of fish. But like, you've got a political blackness there, and to be real about it, and I'm avoiding it to the last sentence because I'm being a coy little fucker to go on about the complex stuff, because I know there'll be a little funny fucker about what I've just gone on about. We have a black woman right here, a black trans woman, so we can tokenize and express like blah blah blah, like all the liberal like identity intersections, yada yada, that Jason's scared of. But like, we have a fucking powerful, pragmatic, and fucking practical leader of a black fucking struggle group in this chat, is one of the people who was heading to the forefront at the beginnings of these the personal defense committees. So like, you know, what the fuck are y'all got? You're doing PDCs, Maoist Rebel News. Are you doing PDCs?
Yes, we have the People's Defense Committee, Revolutionary Student Union, the New Labor Organizing Committee, the Crusader, which is our news column for the Black Nation. Yes, it's
that
back.
one's nice tongue-in-cheek name. I like it.
And we have like our overall revolutionary column for the U.S., the Partisan, and we've just been having a lot of amazing developments and successes in the past few weeks. We had our first national conference a few weeks ago, and that is a big turning point, because now there is a national movement that we can coordinate to really, you know, get the ball rolling again after so long. And, you know, these revisionists that we have in the US wants to just liquidate the proletariat as being
into the petty bourgeoisie, right into their hands.
Right.
I feel like this happened the last time we fought fascism, and I feel like it didn't work.
like, oh, like the petty bourgeoisie will lead this.
Winston.
No, let's literally talk about this because we make a reason. The truth of the matter is the multinational US proletariat is the main and leading class. Nothing more, nothing else, nothing less. Like, you don't need 30 whole books
To tell you that.
to get to the answer. I mean, the only way that we could get a proper analysis as to like the ramifications of so-called deindustrialization would be through class struggle, through permanent mass work, and that's what we want to carry out as the basic sectors, to build a class-based movement that can really get at the heart of the lives of the people, the masses of the workers, at the heart of the struggle, and like not only stand up against the bourgeois economists and academics, but to develop class fighters, um because this is a struggle of the masses, this is a mass struggle.
And
And
to like raise up and advance. I hate that people call it the advanced sector. Let's fucking square it off to what we really are on about. To bring up and
yeah,
advance into the party, the organic intellectuals of the revolutionary proletariat, because those people know communism better than a lot of people who have been reading it all their life. Tell ya, as someone who's an organic intellectual of the lumpen proletariat, I haven't read as much communist theory as probably any of the people sitting here. Actually, no, I guarantee I haven't, because I can't read as well as any of these people here can because of my disabilities and my, being lumpen. I'm maybe not as like not had as much time in certain parts of my life. Lumpen Celt's the one who's similar to me, but he's just like, you're just older, so like that's your life hack. And like also
yeah,
once you go to prison, you do start picking up books a little more because it's like one of the pastimes you get. But like you and your prison research aside, and your whiz with a phone, like fucking what's it? I have not read very well, but
Oh
I
yeah,
understand
I,
very well because of the
Kara,
experience that our class has.
Kara, I was a communist before prison. Like I have
Oh
30
yeah,
years
I
of
know. I'm
experience.
just being. I'm on about you being so
So
well
that's
read.
why that's why I could spot out very quickly. Well, after I smoked opium for a minute, that's why I could spot out quickly.
Yeah.
Well, Winston is a little too. I could spot it right fucking out. The opportunist bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight up. It's
I'm,
it's the '90s
I'm,
again.
I'm telling you, for different reasons in a different way. It's like Avakian, it's like Prashanda. Yeah, they're not doing new synthesis. They're not doing Prashanda Path, no. For different reasons, in a different way, they are doing post-Maoist revisionism. They are.
Yes.
They won't admit it, but they are.
Yeah, it's literally the the shitstorm that started in the late '90s that like blew up the Maoist movement. It's that again, but like worse.
Oh, the RCP USA, the Avakian, straight there. I put the blame at Avakian for him, uh, for him falling in 2007. That's Avakian's fault. My REM didn't last.
Yeah, the whole cult thing. Yeah, straight up.
Well, he tried pushing his post-Maoist new synthesis bullshit, and the only party that bought onto it was Communist Party of Iran, Muslims, Maoist.
But that's the
Oh, the other
thing.
parties.
The new synthesis is exactly where third worldism gets its ideas from as well.
Well, what I'm saying is, all the other parties, except the one in Iran, told him to go fuck off. So REM
I know that,
imploded.
I know that, but I'm on about like Jason Unruh's third worldism also comes from that new synthesis. It just comes from this like follower of Kwame Ture that they claim was his like like archetypical student or whatever the fuck, like which is just a claim you could say about anyone's student. And like he also was like a post-Maoist new synthesis type. He just wasn't a Vakianite. He just didn't believe in a Vakian, you know?
Yeah.
So Jason's like, oh, the Avakians with their cult, and it's like, but you guys believe the same thing. Like, literally, what the Avakianites want is what Jason wants. You bring them into our struggle. What do the Avakianites always do? They don't want to join other people's struggles. They want the other people to abandon their struggles and join theirs. That's why the Avakianites killed the communist movement in the 2000s. Like, Jason has criticized these things before, but because gender ideology is his biggest target, he has to, like, instead misframe the history so he can go on a rant about ID poll.
Yeah.
My God. I mean, it's not even ID poll to talk about gender rights anyway. It's just there's ID politics in gender rights. Fuck me, women's rights is gender rights. Like, transgender stuff is not separate from women's stuff. Like, it's not like, I mean, it does have its own issues, and there are obviously other oppressed genders, but like, misogyny is like encompassed by trans misogyny, not so much the other way around. Like, look at the way that women who don't pass are treated like they're
Yeah, I
men.
mean, there's literally been several cases already since Trump got in office that a cis woman who I guess doesn't pass enough has been literally assaulted for trying to go into a women's bathroom. That's happened like 2 or 3 times that I've seen in the news already, just in this first, the first year of Trump's second term.
Yeah, it's already happened plenty of times in the past. We've had people die. There was someone who got stabbed to death in the UK for trying to go in the women's bathroom. We don't even have laws against that yet.
Jeez, yeah, and this whole like intersection with the trans people are facing right now is even more amplified in the UK because they've got that fucking court case, everything. There's such a huge fucking turf movement.
Oh yeah, the court case where they managed to, like, basically say, oh yeah, trans women aren't actually females; they're not biological females, and it's like, yes, we are. And there was that recent court case where, like, they then, because there's the Supreme Court one where they said we're not females, and then there's the recent court case where they got a trans woman done for rape because the man didn't know she was trans, and she said she was biologically female, which a trans woman is, and she never got her genitalia out. She always said she was on a period, and I guess she sucked him off. And, like, I mean, a mouth really is a mouth, my guy, and it was a woman's mouth. Like, if the bits downstairs are the ones that you want to be a bit different, that's not really, the mouth is going to be the same regardless. It's a woman's mouth. Like, it was woman's tits that you were playing with, because you're probably playing with her tits. You know, if it was a period, she probably still allowed tits to go on if she's using a period as an excuse to not get out the genitalia she hates. And, like, so, like, you found those tits to be woman tits when you were playing with them. Nothing spooked you out and went, oh god, these are kind of man tits, aren't they? And then, like, all of a sudden, she tells him, she confides with him that she's trans. Her big secret, because, like, it's something she struggles with because she was bullied at school and, like, never got affirmation, so she's always tried to hide herself, but she managed to pass well and got some affirmation and yada yada, and, like, it made her feel good about herself. And so, like, she got caught up in that affirmation. I don't think she necessarily has to tell people she's trans. I think it's crazy. Like, if she doesn't want to. What's it? It's like fucking, wait, like, does everyone have to ethnically identify themselves when they go on Twitter? But people are allowed to do it. But, like, you shouldn't expect it to be enforced. Like, a trans woman shouldn't have to tell you she's trans. I shouldn't have to go around going, whoa, everyone, okay, as I walk into the bathroom. I am a trans woman, and I'm coming here to use the toilet. Very friendly. Very, very friendly. Many people say. And I'll be very quick. Only a pee. No. It's a bit freaky for me, and it's probably freaky for them too. It's like, well, I don't swing that way. Like, she didn't get the genitalia you don't like out, and, like, you like women, right? So, like, I don't see what the rest of the problem is, because, like,
That
I
way.
know people who I've not been into, like, dating wise or anything like that, but we've been, like, sexually kinky and loose because that's what queer people are like. It was a non-binary friend, and they were they were willing to see some nudes, but they didn't want to see anything downstairs because they don't like the genitalia I have, and that's a perfectly fine thing to not want to have to deal with and see. It's bad to segregate me for it, but it's not bad to go, oh, we can do stuff, but I don't want that out. We can do it, like, with everything else, but, like, you gotta do it in a careful way, in a friendly way. I'm dodging it because I don't like saying like things like this about like I don't like talking about my genitalia, all right? But like it, like I've had a non-binary friend say, yeah, I only want to see like top nudes, like I don't want to see anything like bottom or anything. And it's just like asking to see someone's tits, just being a little specific because they get a little freaked out by that stuff because of their own like experiences and traumas sexually. So like it's a serious thing, and like bada bing, bada boom. We had a fun time. Like, my fucking goodness. Like, you don't have to, considering it rape is crazy. And now, like, this sets a precedent that trans women identifying correctly as biological females are now under target, basically. Like,
Yeah,
oh
it's
my
it's
god. He didn't
yeah,
find out because someone told him. She told him.
yeah. That's just like a super transphobic fucking case. Sheesh.
It's like, yeah, stuff happened before she told him, but being trans or not really shouldn't be a deal breaker, especially if it's about the sausage and that's the hyperfixation, because it's not out. It's not about. It's not being used. It's not involved. It's not even in the equation. She kept it out the equation purposefully because she doesn't want it in the equation, obviously.
Yeah, I've heard of cases that were like things ended up even worse too, where it was like a trans
died,
woman.
yeah.
Yeah, like a trans woman was like making out with a dude at a party or whatever. They went into like one of the rooms, and then clothes came off, and then realizations came about, and then she was killed.
Yeah, I fucking remember that. Shit.
Yeah.
One of the things you got to think about our struggle, we like it's like I had Americans saying like, well, you don't live here, when I was like slamming them for their movement being not good enough for the trans community and our safety. We every year, next month, I think it's the 20th of November or it's the 10th of November, I'm not very good with dates, but November, we it'll be on my calendar somewhere, but like we have what's called the trans vigil. You know what a vigil is about? It's about people who've died. It's about people who've died all over the world. When we talk about that, we think about that. We many streams will list. Oh God, I sound like Trump again. I was like many streams will list the names of our great trans sisters, enemies, and brothers who have fought strongly for our rights or struggled endlessly in their existence. While our freedom is not granted, we will fight for it and we will claim it by our sword. But like jokes aside, like that is the serious aspect of it, and we'll go through the names, we'll go through the experiences, the deaths, the what happened to them, the murders, the horror it brings us, and that's every year. The trans vigil, trans day of remembrance is what some people call it as well, which is sort of like referencing the Remembrance Day, but like a cooler one because it's not imperialist.
Yeah. But I guess that's just identity politics, right? Liberal identity politics.
Well, you see, like those transgenders in the third world had it coming. So, like, because they were co-opting the working class movement by being a part of the working class and trans, and being in the third world. Because like trans is like an evil first worldism or whatever.
But why care about us?
Which is weird because like compare that to how they react to third world conservatism. So.
There was anywhere, depending on the culture, between 4 to 8 genders in Mesopotamia in ancient times. Like, before the Jews arrived and even after. Like, the Jewish people originally had 8 genders. Like, and like the reason why they had 8 was because they had specific genders for people who were assigned male at birth but then were a female. Like, trans women. And then they have one for trans men, and then they have one for people who are like not quite one or the other, and all that lot, because they don't they don't fully grasp non-binary as like a spatial category that has lots of different individual genders in it, and then also has more diverse gender like fluidity systems and stuff like that that go on. Like so they have hard genders for it, but nevertheless, it shows that gender is like never a binary to like the ancient Jewish or the ancient Hebrew people before they became like monotheistic. It's almost like when a patriarchal society dragged them out of their like little tribal culture, they then got like subjected to like a slave system that only considered one or one and a half slash two genders. Um, and then they got like involved in that patriarchal system, and that's why Jews are known for patriarchy and matriarchy in the modern day, because that's what like Net was trying to protect. Even though secular Jews are opposed to the use of patriarch and matriarch as important parts of Jewish culture, but he was like, oh god, like feminism's opposed to patriarchy, but the patriarch and the matriarch are like important parts of the Jewish family, and it's like, okay, so like, where does the where does the like the penny drop? Where does the line stop? For the 8 genders, like who's the matriarch? The trans woman, the cis woman, the not so decided on whether you're a man or a woman gender slot. Like we can really machinate it, because this is the thing. It's all retroactive. Everything's retroactive. I mean, the people who made it a binary sex category system retroactively did that. So did the people who did this, that, and the other. Blah 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 blah. Hi Neil. And like the
Oh,
I had to figure a way to fit it in. It's just God, I get so spicy with this stuff, because like it's just ignorance of like history. It's like, oh God, men were men and women were women. What happened now? Blah 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 blah. Blah. That's what Jason
well,
sounds like in a lot of this book. It's like fucking.
No, no, the like the part about like gender
Oh, God.
access and what.
You can't even say transgender people. He has to call us gender activists. Like, how many people who aren't trans are
I
actually
lost
gender
my breath
activists?
at that. I lost my breath at that. Like Neil, if you have not read this excerpt from this whatever the fuck this is,
It was written during Black Lives Matter to give it like historical context. It's like you would think it's Jason from like 10 years ago, but it was like Jason from like 5 years ago.
okay.
it's terrible.
It's
You
worse than Jason from 10 years ago.
Oh God.
you will make yourself mad.
The gender radicals trying to co-opt all these movements, and they think that they can be Marxist. It's like, what? There's trans Marxists that exist. It's like he's like salty about Leslie Feinberg existing still or something. And Leslie Feinberg is like calm as far as trans women and like activism go. Like we got some spicier gals in the street. Like fucking what's it? Oh shit! How have I forgot his sister's name? This year we lost one of the fucking what from the Stonewall.
Yeah, Miss Major.
Yeah, Miss Major. Yeah. She died this year.
Badass.
Badass. Like you think fucking you think the leader of Stonewall's a badass? Fucking she ain't got shit on Miss Major. Miss Major literally turned around, and the way she talked about it, she said, "Yo, the police were coming up and they were fucking up with the gay clubs and the queer clubs and all that, and then we went and we fucked them up." That's how she put it. Badass. Like she don't fuck around. She gonna beat the shit out of them pigs. Like a lot of the leadership of the Stonewall riots were like, "Whoa, we didn't start it. We weren't in for a fight. We don't know anything." Miss Major's just like, we would have to beat some piggies.
Speaking of,
I love her to bits. She's my favorite out of all of the Stonewall rioters. She's the best, and she's dead now. We lost her.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
And none of
Speaking
these
of
people give a
the,
shit. Jace never gonna do a video on Miss Major. You're never gonna see it. You're never gonna see it.
Oh, never,
I,
never.
yeah, I don't really get a lot of Jason's videos pop up on my feed. I don't know if he made a video on Stonewall, what's the Stonewall website, deleting and erasing the use of transgender and queer in its history of the Stonewall riots. But I saw that. I felt that was pretty significant news.
Did he cover it?
I don't know. Noob, do you know?
Pretty significant. We literally are the Stonewall riots.
I don't think he
It was
did, to
trans
be
women
honest.
that made up most of the Stonewall riots.
I don't even know if Nicole made a video on it, honestly, but like I don't really get either of their videos anymore, like pop up on my feed.
Yeah, I unsubscribed.
The problem too is like some of her like titled videos is always like Happy Mouse Monday, and when you click on it, it's all like I just can't stand the Happy Mouse like Monday title. It doesn't.
Super cringe.
It, it's so laughable, right? Comedy.
I know, I know.
Comedy.
And it's like bad news when you click on it and stuff, and it's just like, yeah, can you stop naming it bad like Monday Mouse
Happy
News?
Happy Mouse Monday should be happy stuff, right? You know, bad news happens every day.
Yeah.
But Happy Mouse Monday should be Happy Mouse Monday. It's a terrible
Right,
name,
like-
but if you're gonna call it Happy Mouse Monday, make it happy, please.
Yeah.
Like why not
put some hopium in there, like like.
Right, like why not report on what's happening in the People's War in Turkey or the Philippines or what the PLGA has
Well,
done?
no, because he's
actually-
racist when he talks about the Philippines, because he was like, oh, Jose Maria Sison is gonna like do some peace stuff. Well, that's the end of the Filipino Revolution, and it's like, what the fuck?
you are a dumb ass bitch.
You can't fight for eternity, Jason. Are you like a trot? Like, is this Trotskyism now?
Like this is like permanent revolution talk, and also
Yeah.
the masses.
I love
the
the sound of
masses.
the distant Red Fenian laugh when I called him a Trotsky.
Masses.
Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged.
Well,
Like, I
you
hate
caught
when
me
people
in the
say about
petit
the
bourgeois
masses.
deviation.
Oh,
This joviality is counter-revolutionary degeneracy.
It is with this counter-revolutionary degeneracy. We in the IRA don't tolerate such. I'm going a bit Scottish, but like.
Galloway, George Galloway talking there now. You know
We
all
will
this
George Galloway
degenerate
would tell
humour.
you that you don't do none of this intersectional gay politics.
Your biological identity is what makes it what it is. And I think, well, okay.
Oh my
okay,
god,
George,
that's
you
that
might-
fucking thing that transphobe from the CPGBML said to me when he was like, the matter configuration is what makes your pronouns.
wait,
I bring
what
you
was that?
intersex.
What was that?
Oh my god, I'll read out the whole thing because like it's just terrible.
Should I be
So
scared?
bad.
Look what you've done.
Oh yeah.
Should I be scared?
As usual, I descend the conversation into utter crass.
Well, I mean actual degeneracy, but not the normal way.
Apparently, I am a degenerate wrecker, so
I mean, you're bringing up good stuff, so don't worry.
Why, thank you. I'm flattered.
Yeah,
Where's my
you are-
glasses? I need my glasses. How the mighty have fallen. You think yourself a female now. You are a physical male. The label for that being the witch's reflection of the material reality identity of you. Your matter configuration. Is the pronoun, as pronouns and language reflect the material world as he, him. You don't make yourself something by calling yourself that. That's subjective idealism. You are that thing. Your matter configuration is identity. It's incredibly sad you've fallen for such reactionary depths. And the reactionary shit that comes from is more extreme than what Jason puts out, but it is like what Jason was thinking 10 years ago and like maybe even thinks
That's
today with some of the shit he
bullshit.
says.
He is fake.
How the mighty have fallen. That was the thing that got me so badly. Like, how the
Right.
mighty have fallen. Yeah, once I've made my tea, we can get into the horrifying video.
3 hours
God.
in, 3 hours in, we're starting the video.
Let me check the time. What's the time code?
3 hours.
Oh yeah, no, like exactly
Uh,
3 hours in. Oh my fucking god.
Nice.
we
I'm
are
gonna go
in,
outside for a moment though.
baby. We are in, baby.
Bitch needs to get off the internet, but no, you can't stop me.
Oh dear.
Never.
Yeah, I found that shit fucking crazy too. Because Nicole said in her like bullshit defense video of Jason that like, oh, Jason's a bisexual man, so like, how could he be transphobic? It's like,
He's
the fuck? It's like easy, very easy actually. Like this LGB alliance shit is like popping off, and they apparently like whoever like runs this park services with Stonewall and all this shit. Like apparently they are part of this LGB bullshit because they're literally erasing trans history. Like they're trying to erase
Yeah.
any type of transgender or queer participation in the Stonewall riots as if they weren't even there.
Well, no, the government put pressure on them to do it, and because the government has influence over the Stonewall organization, they folded.
Oh, they folded it then.
Yeah, because they're like it's just there probably are people in the organization that are LGB alliance types, but I think a lot of it is just because of the way that we called it the gay movement because we tried to like turn that word into a not male word. That didn't work.
Yeah.
It just gave men power over the movement, and so men have a lot of power
Yeah.
over Stonewall because Stonewall's the gay riots, even though it wasn't. It was the queer riots. But you know, like it's hard to teach people, I guess. You know, like it's hard to get people to I don't know. Marsha P. Johnson, the leader of the Stonewall riots.
Yeah, I have noticed in this LGB alliance shit, it is a lot of the G's that are like doing this really anti-trans shit.
Yeah,
I-
and then they got the turfy lesbians on their side too.
Yeah.
There's a lot
I
of
found-
butch
Yeah.
turfy lesbians. That's the funny thing. A lot of the turfy lesbians are short-haired butch women, and I'm like, yo, do you think this is gonna go well for you? Do you think this
Yeah,
is
it's really
gonna go
not.
well?
It's really not. Like, and I've seen that shit too, and I've just been like, "Ugh," I just want to point out to them so bad. It's like you doing this shit, you're gonna get transvestigated in these bathrooms. This already happens multiple times. Women have died from this. Women have been beaten for this. Women have been assaulted from this, and women have been scarred for life for this type of shit because
Right.
they've been transvestigated. Because now they all of a sudden now they have to adhere to some hardcore like gender like heteronormativity, you know? Where, like, they have to look a certain way.
Inspector, gynecologist, standing up. Like that's what's coming in. Like transvestigations is already the standard, and it has been for all of time. It just wasn't called that before. Like this already used to
Yeah.
happen to women 100 years ago, 200 years ago. I mean, the Victorians started it. The whole like narrow waisted stuff. There are women who naturally have like narrow waist, and you may find that they have a family history like generationally of tuberculosis if you go back a few hundred years. A lot of women are actually not too dissimilar to the way men are in broadness, just a slight bit narrower on the waist. Victorians promoted really, really, really narrow waists to promote the consumptive look of a tuberculosis patient, because this was before we knew it was a bacterium that caused it. We thought it was an aura of brilliance, the consumption, the hectic glow. But like, you know, it was a fetishization of the tuberculosis body and the sexualization of that as what beauty was, white femininity. And then they subjected that onto any white woman that didn't fit into that category, and especially subjugated that onto black women. And so, like, a lot of that transvestigation go on into all that sort of shit. And as Shanti said in the chat, Jason don't care about no LGBTQ. He don't care about no that.
Yeah, or like they'll talk about like women with like broad shoulders or something as like or the clavicles or some shit. It's like just the weirdest shit. Like cis women are gonna suffer from this stuff too. They already have been. It's just gonna increase even more.
That's the transposition. Transfeminism states that trans misogyny has always been a part of misogyny. It just hasn't always been called that.
Yeah.
Yeah, same as misogynoir, and even more so. Misogynoir is the base of modern misogyny. Yeah, sure. If you go back to like barbarism, tens of thousands of years ago, race wasn't a part of what made misogyny, but there was a lot of like colonizing different tribes and stuff like that. So we could have a wider colonial discussion about it that I think is a little less one way or whatever the fuck. But in the modern sense, misogyny is based on misogynoir, the exploitation of black women, black trans women's oppression is the baseline of women's oppression. That's how the world works. Not just
Yeah.
like, and when I say black women, I'm not about like black American women. Like, I mean, they also are part of that misogynoir category, but like, there's a place called Africa. It's crazy, and there's like, oh, is it like a 1.5 billion people that live there or something like that? Like 2 billion people. It's the second most populated continent on the planet next to Asia.
Yeah. I guess a lot of these LGB creators or whatever. I guess a lot of them are on TikTok, which sucks. I mean, I don't really use TikTok, so I can't really like keep tabs on these fucking
on
idiots.
Yeah, a lot
'Cause
of
we're
Yeah.
up.
TikTok shit.
Pretty shite. It's
That's why I
handy
don't
for
have TikTok.
it's handy for
Yeah, I
churning
don't.
out content, but it's a ghastly little fucking platform. And they ban you for having the wrong. If you use a punctuation mark that they think looks offensive, they'll ban you for hate speech. I mean, it's just
You
crass.
can breathe and they'll bang
They'll
you.
let
Yeah.
Yeah, like
they'll do that,
I
but
wa-
they'll let transphobes do all sorts on there.
Yeah, they let fascists get away with it. They just won't, left anybody on the left. So much as breathes or raises one eyebrow, they'll take that as an aggressive hate speech against.
I mean, that's
poor
how they
little-
regulate people in China. So they're probably just bringing over a bit of the Communist Party of China's way of doing things.
God forbid a black tranny speaks out on TikTok.
Yeah, like I wanted to like keep tabs on some of these creators because I want to see like what their reactions are to like Republicans just like continually trying to clamp down on their fucking rights. Like they're talking about like getting rid of like gay marriage and shit. Like,
Yeah.
and it's like, so see, we told you.
I think it's a worthy sacrifice, you know.
Yeah, it's like you hate trans people so much that you're willing to like not be able to get married anymore. Like, okay.
Oh no, they hate trans people that they're willing to sacrifice the lives of certain gay people. Like it's even deeper than that. Like they don't care about poor gays, you know.
Yeah.
What about
Yeah,
the
a
poor
lot of
gays?
them
'Cause
are
they
not
don't have the
workers.
privilege to go like abroad and get married in some other country. Because that's the thing with a lot of these petty bourgeois types. They can just go abroad. What, they're gonna ban trans surgeries? Well, I can just go abroad and get trans surgeries and I come back.
Yeah.
That's why Blair White is not affected by this, even though like they literally told her to her face that they think that she's a degenerate and that she shouldn't exist.
You know what's funny?
Brianna
I'm pretty sure I heard that Blair White is moving from like Texas, I think, where she currently is, to California. For obvious
Yeah.
reasons.
Yeah, interesting choice of location.
Yeah.
Well, that's where the
Yeah,
evil
Brianna-
communists live.
Yeah, Brianna was a bit worse in the sense of like,
Brianna Wu is a nightmare.
She's
Yeah.
so bad. She's like a foaming at the mouth hardcore Zionist. And I see her all the time like trying to like get conservatives to like accept her as a human being and they never do.
yeah,
She's really fucking bad.
yeah, and she does.
It's why like
Misogamy.
passing is not necessarily a victory, you know, because all these like fucking trans women that pass, it's so vicious. Like, fucking.
Yeah,
I'm
she's
just gonna
like
be a white supremacist because I fit into the I fit into white femininity. That's what I like Blair White and Brianna Wu.
Yeah, Brianna
Yeah,
Wu's like she didn't like she's the one who had like her DMs like leaked or whatever when she was like spewing like trans medicalist shit, wasn't she?
Yeah, with Keffels. Yeah,
Both
her
of them
and
are
Keffels.
transvestalists, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
her and Keffels were doing trans misogamy towards other trans women because this medicalism thing that's going on with Brianna Wu.
Yeah, no, Keffels has done that to Nicole. Keffels has done like trans medicalism to like shit on and be transphobic to Nicole.
Yeah,
I'm more considerate than they are, so I won't like miss an issue, you know? Like, that is a real problem, and she shouldn't have fucking done it. And like,
Yeah.
Keffels is an evil piece of shit, and I'm glad that people don't see her as worth a dime anymore. She actually left the fucking internet because of how bad it got.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Purged. Purged. Got rid of. Good riddance.
Yeah. So like, a bridge of unity with us and MRN that fuck Keffels, we're glad she's gone. Now, back to roasting. Oh, they're gonna take that out of context and like, you know, like how the Origin of Life researchers said Origin of Life is a scam as like a joke, and then like all the creationists were like, oh, you see, like the Origin of Life researchers thinks Origins of Life is a scam, so it's a scam, right? They'll do that with like me making jokes like that, you know. It'll be like, oh look, she's just looking to roast, she's here to attack. Oh god, coughing up the nasty lurgy. Give me a fucking tissue, you cunts. Sorry, I'm having a fight with the tissue dispenser. I've had a common cold for like 3 weeks. I think there's something terribly wrong with me. Probably candida in my bloodstream, which is always fun. The main program. Oh, I have to like adjust everyone. So I used to just be one of those lazy streamers that don't even show the people who are talking. You just gotta just be disconnected voices in the abyss, and then like we'll rely on Jason's pretty face for the filler of it.
Oh.
If we like wait.
Oh well.
No, we're being inclusive because we like intersectionalism.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never fell out with Jason. He fell out with me. So hey.
He fell out with you because you were friends with me.
I thought, yeah, I've come to understand that he really is that petty.
I mean, it was like with Caleb. He wouldn't listen to me until Caleb turned on Jason himself, and then Jason was all on my side about Caleb being a problem.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, it drove me mad. Like, that was crazy. Like, just fucking dodging it the whole last time, deafening himself. Every time you bring up something Jason doesn't like, he won't say he doesn't like it. He just fucking deafens himself, and it's like, you fucking intellectual coward. You actual intellectual coward.
Yeah.
Fuck me. Neil, you've gone on about struggles that you have with anxiety over discussions and stuff like this, and you'll still push back on shit when you think it's fucking wrong. And, like, you have anxiety around pushing back on shit. So, like, I'm not trying to dismiss anxieties anyone might have or not have, but, like, as a Marxist, you gotta try, and you put that effort in, and that's why it's respected. He doesn't even put in the bare minimum.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah.
Doesn't engage. A friend said the same thing. Doesn't engage when you comment on his videos. He says nothing.
No, he doesn't engage when you message him. He gives you one message responses.
Yeah, he did with me once. It was a bit when I said he started slagging off polyamory, and I went, I'm poly myself, and I think this is bullshit. And he says, every poly relationship I've seen has ended in disaster. I says, that doesn't mean shit.
That's anecdotal. That's not scientific.
Yeah, I thought, and he never responded again. And I thought, okay, Jason. Whatever.
Also, like, how many poly relationships do we think Jason has known? I mean, we could start it off first. How many women do we think Jason has known?
Oh, ooh, brutal, madam, brutal.
Yeah, but like, you know, he fucking earned it. I'm ready to stream the video if everyone's ready to watch.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Is Jason a virgin?
No, he's not. I'm pretty sure he has had sex with people. I wasn't going that far, man.
Yeah, I normally wouldn't. He's been such a prick. He kind of deserves it. He does.
He was. I mean,
He
he was
does. He
really
does. He
nasty about
does.
you,
I'm
wasn't
just
he?
being. I'm just being funny about how you escalated.
He never said anything else.
I'm being, as you say over there, I'm being a cheeky bastard right now.
Oh
He never
God.
said anything publicly nasty about me, but he said about, well, you both used to actually.
Oh
Yeah,
God, what he did about Rob was worse than what he did about me. Because
Yeah.
it's
that
his
was
minions that really have done the worst with me. But he slagging Rob off for asking for money, motherfucker. For that,
anyone who's been poor.
I would not punch Jason for all the shit he's done to me. But for that, I fucking punch you in the fucking jaw, you little cunt, and watch you
You don't
fucking
punch
collapse
the-
like a fucking sack of potatoes. Like what the.
Any one of us has been poor has had to ask for money, including myself, and I make no apology.
And
or
I
there's
don't
no
like
shame.
begging, you know? Like, I'm no
Yeah,
Christopher
nobody does.
Winston that thinks that, like, people who beg are degrading, but it does feel nasty to beg, and so a lot of people don't like to do it. So, for someone to be in a situation like our comrade is, Lumpen-Maoist, who's, like, on the sticks, especially at that time, he's homeless. Homeless.
Yeah.
Mandem needs a lot of shit going on. Heck, you know what? Mandem uses cigarettes to help with stress and existence. So, like, even then, Mandem needs his cigarettes. You might not think that that's an important thing. You don't smoke. You're not homeless. But to a homeless person who smokes, that's as important as water and food and shelter. They're the 4 things you're focusing on. If you're a stoner, 5. But, like, like, priorities are different for different people. And if you don't respect that, you're not capable of being you're not capable of being an empathetic person, let alone a Marxist. Please.
Yeah.
And it's embarrassing. I shouldn't even be saying that the comrade smokes and having to go on about justifying that he smokes. But I know that's one of the reasons they're attacking, because
Yeah.
comrade uses cigarettes. And it's like, what, are you going to be one of those where you only give sandwiches to people because they might go spend the money on drugs? You know what? The first sandwich is nice, but when you've already got a sandwich and someone gives you a sandwich, you feel like a bit of a bell end, especially if it's not wrapped up, so you can't even, like, save it for later. Like, money is helpful. Both are helpful. Give us
Yeah.
a sandwich and a coffee, and then also give us £2. Fuck it. Like, what? You're encouraging shit? No, you're making sure we can safely get it. I'm telling you, we're gonna get it. And, like, we'll either get in debts that will get us killed, or you'll help us get it with money.
It's
Like,
the same.
Also,
logic.
like their fucking excuse is like literally picture perfect. Exactly what I always hear from conservatives when they try to justify why they don't give homeless people any money, because they're like, oh, they're just gonna go spend it on beer anyway. It's
Yeah.
like that's exactly what the fuck the conservatives say all the time.
Same logic as you can't let immigrants in because some might be dodgy, and we can't let them in. We've got to just look after our own and all this. It's the same logic as that.
Yeah.
I just found out, by the way, that this government shutdown just fucked me on my food stamps because they're supposed to load tonight. They always load on the 18th of the month at midnight. It's called. It's saying you're due for a pendant on the 18th, but $0.12.
Oh shit.
A lot of people are being fucked out of food stamps because it's government shutdown.
Yeah, mine will probably be messed with if it keeps going for sure.
It's the 18th every month at midnight Eastern time. It goes on my card. I just called in. And it's still saying they're due for a pendant, blah, 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 on the 18th. But $0.12.
you might still get it, but it's delayed as well. So, and that's not a solution. It's just like, whether you don't get it or you get it delayed, you got kid. You gotta feed. You got kids. You got a cat. A cat is also a kid. You know, like fucking. That's a whole lot of responsibility, and fucking a week or even 3 days of delay in pay can fuck someone over. That's why in the UK, when a payday is on a weekend, because the government isn't like in, you know, they're not. Those workers that sort out your payments are not in on the weekends. They can't pay you then, so they pay you on the Friday. If any of your paydays are on the weekend, therefore, like, you know, removing the problem of a 3-day wait or a 2-day wait or anything like that could fuck you over. And like, so in this government shutdown, if it comes in 3 days, that is still as bad as if, well, it's not as bad as if it doesn't come at all, but it's like nearly as bad. Like, people need to not like have a breath of relief that people's checks come in 3 days or they come in 10 days or whatever, like, because that's still late. And I tell you now, a kid losing a meal for 3 days isn't going to kill them, but it will fucking scar them. But that's not the worst of it. What about people who are disabled? I mean, the winter's coming. Many
Yeah.
of us die in the winter and the summer because we can't cool or heat ourselves. I was suffering with aura and aura of seizures all throughout. Aura is the precursor to like having a seizure. All throughout the summer. That might actually be because of the candidemia, but like I've been having to drink like water with electrolytes in it to like stop myself from dying in the heat because the heat was accelerating this it's this type of dehydration. I can't remember the name for it. But it's a depletion of like minerals and all sorts. Something's chewing up my stuff. And in the summer it's worse than it is in any other month. And the heat inside my flat was like 27°C at certain times, which is too hot for an indoor environment. That's not temperature controlled at all. We have no air conditioning. The fans change nothing. The landlord told me to basically make a swamp cooler out of bottles because that's what they did in the Middle East. Now, you may be thinking, Saudi Arabia or the Emirates or whichever part of like white Arabia they went to, is dry heat. And in dry heat, you use a swamp cooler. We are in the UK. Now, a small island surrounded by water, and the North Sea is the coldest sea in the world. We have a lot of moisture, like a lot of moisture, and it boils you alive. And so if you make a swamp cooler by sticking frozen bottles in front of a fan, you get a tiny bit of cooling for like a couple minutes, and then the heat catches onto those fucking greenhouse fucking gases, because water vapor is a greenhouse gas. And I don't know if greenhouse gas tells you what greenhouse gases do, but greenhouse gases will make your house quite like a greenhouse. As in, it will cook you alive. But the what's it? Yeah, it's crazy. Who would have thought? So like, yeah, no. The summer kills people. The winter kills people. The UK has been leading the austerity charge on that as well. We have thousands of people die every year because of the Conservatives and now the Labour Party cutting disabled support, cutting living checks and payments. They cut the cold weather payments. I don't get no cold weather payments now.
Not anymore.
Oh yeah, and it's just fucking killing people. That's why Theresa May was known as the killer of the elderly. Like, she is known as a murderer of elderly people because her policies were the leading force in us reaching thousands instead of hundreds. Like, she escalated it. It got to 1,000 to 2,000 deaths a year under like her rule of just people freezing to death or overheating to death. We're not even talking about like overdoses, suicides, or anything like that that's also caused by poverty. We are just specifically talking about the heat and the cold. So, like, this shit's fucked. And, like, you know, when food stamps are gonna get delayed, there's other money that can get delayed, too. You know, food stamps are only one part of, like, someone's support credits. The disability system goes through the government, too.
Yeah, I saw that veterans benefits were being halted as well. I saw that something that like there was like a 30+%, probably higher by now, probably like 50%.
Donald really doesn't like veterans. He loves troopers, but not veterans.
Yeah, he hates veterans. But yeah, I saw there was like a 30 to 50% rise in veterans that are needing to go to food banks now to get food because they lost their benefits.
I don't support losers. They lost. They never won. Iraq, Afghanistan, they never won. So they can go fuck themselves. Go to the food banks. The Christians will help you. The wonderful Christians, they will feed you.
Well, you know, he likes troopers because they kill more brown people and they're functioning
Well, they're
drones.
actively killing brown people rather
Yeah.
than thinking about
like-
it like after the fact. Because normally when you end up thinking about it after the fact, it doesn't feel so good.
Yeah.
It's like his beef with John McCain when John McCain was still alive. Trump said that he likes the ones that weren't captured.
Yeah, I
'Cause
don't
John
like
McCain was
losers,
captured.
was what he said. I don't like losers. I like the guys that didn't get captured.
Yeah.
Says the posh boy who never had to do anything like that in his life.
I mean, he's a failed son turned politician. Who would have thunk? You know, I guess Althusser thunked, but like, you know, there's a quote from Althusser where he's like, "Oh, the upper petty bourgeois and bourgeois fail sons, they just become like lawyers and politicians." And I've been rinsing it like a fucking dead horse. That's two different things that I combined together there. Fuck it. I've been kicking it like a soggy cloth. But the fucking me and not knowing how to kick dead horses aside, let's get into this video.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure it out. You guys will have to help me later.
There was an idea that I came across a little bit a while ago, and it led to a little bit of controversy and to some hurt feelings on the part of some liberals. And I just thought it would make a good, I thought it would make actually a good video. When it comes to actually liberating the proletariat and when it comes to actually getting the job done and producing results, there is very little that liberal ideology can claim that Marxism can. Basically, this came down to a discussion of which was actually better, intersectionality or dialectics. Now, intersectionality is a liberal...
Okay, so you've been given this question, which is like one that would be posed by like a liberal. Like, let me go back. So like, oh, I think it came, but like, you know, when you hear that question, what's one of the first thoughts that come to mind? Is it a valid question? Are those two things comparable as separate things?
Yeah.
What does dialectics describe?
Like, yeah, he's talking about intersectionality and dialectics, and this was one of the first things we brought up too. Why is he saying just dialectics and not dialectical materialism?
Yeah, I mean, I guess dialectical materialism's too intersectional, so he had to go back to like Kant.
Yeah, I don't think that was like a mistake. I think that was like intentional.
I mean, it could be. Maybe he's having a Hegelian spin or whatever. Like, there are Hegelian Marxists out there, so like it is.
There's Hegelian Dangus as well and stuff like that. Yeah.
I mean, Dangism is Hegelian. I think that's just like,
yeah.
There's like some of them are aware of it, and most of them are not. I think that's more so like what you're highlighting there.
Yeah.
They're we'll call those the analytical Dangists, analytical empirical Dangists. Oh wow, so fancy. Will they do the critico though? No. They like Hegel. They just at least acknowledge that he's a part of what they believe, which, you know, like that's more than most Dangists.
Yeah, Jason hates Althusser and Adorno as well.
Oh wow.
Oh my god, I'd hate to hear what he thinks of Gramsci then. Unless like it's like a childish spurge that he thinks that Althusser is bad because Althusser criticized Gramsci, when a hallmark of people who like Gramsci is that they are willing to criticize him. Go look at all the Euro-communists. They don't criticize his like Bolshevik positions. They just omit them. Like, Althusser is a Gramscian. Like if you're not going to call him a Marxist-Leninist, because I would argue that he saw the writing on the wall for Marxism-Leninism in a certain way, but he was also going back to the book. So, like, I'd argue he was, like, more of, like, a Gramscian, like, Marxist-Bolshevik. Like, I think he followed the line of Gramsci. But he slammed Gramsci on his fucking humanism. Man didn't take that.
Yeah.
I mean, Althusser kind of viewed it as like Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Gramsci, and then Mao for China.
I think it is Gramsci
serious.
then Mao as well. I agree with Althusser.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what to say? Sorry, I did cut you up a bit.
Oh, well, I mean, the video's gonna get worse with Jason, so I'll just leave it there.
You're gonna save your ammunition. Fucking, you're not going the Christian way. They just pass the ammunition because, praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, which is a great song. Like, I like, fuck like Bible bashing or whatever, but like, praise the Lord and pass the ammunition is like a tune. Like, that's something you play when you're out in the fucking, you're out in fucking Donegal and you got yourself your, your AR-10 that was like fucking
Yeah,
imported illegally by Americans.
yeah. Oh, what it was is that Jason said that like anything related to Althusser or Adorno is too intellectual.
Okay, I wouldn't even agree for Adorno, but like you could argue it for Adorno. I think with Adorno, it's like not necessary. Like Adorno is not a necessary guy to read at all. But like, if you are interested in like fine details, he's great. He's a nooks and cranny guy. He's very philosophical, and that's his downfall in certain situations. But he's a nooks and cranny guy. He likes going on about like minor shit and how it connects to major shit. And like, it's important to talk about. If you just talk about major shit, you're never gonna connect to the minor shit. And minor issues is how people connect to major issues.
Yeah.
Crazy! It's almost like people are minor to community, which is major. Crazy. It's like racism to be a major problem means that there must be like minor instances. And when I say minor, I don't mean like small. I mean individual instances of people attacking people based on those things, or a system discriminating them based on those things to collectively make them that group. But the collective is the primary. They're a secondary element. We're the individuals. So we often put individuals in the front seat to represent stuff because that's the way we understand our own existence, and so like that's how we connect with other people. But we then do that to connect to the primary thing, which is the broader collective, the community. And what defines the community is then the superstructural changes that affect that community base. And like that's where like class oppression like fucking sources itself as the base of all of our societies going on. Class oppression was at one point an invasive superstructural thing that emerged in like archaic society before there was any class. Because archaic society was the base. Now, can he contend with what that means? Like for anything in the society, like because I think like he's also one of those people who just dismisses the superstructure like way too easily. Like
Yeah.
the
And it's weird
superstructure is
too.
not less important than the base. I hate that mentality. I think it's stupid.
It's weird too
Yeah.
because like he likes Mao or whatever, right? And like Mao talked about that in On Contradictions.
It was the biggest point about on contradiction, saying that like the idea that the base supersedes the superstructure is like kind of fucking like Eurocentric. Yeah, sure, in your little fucking European country, that might be how it fucking works. Not in a fucking colony. Like, not when like you are racially subjugated. Like, fuck me, one of the big things of Mao was emphasizing the 56 ethnicities of China.
Yeah.
56 nations, because as Mao and Lenin rightly point out, an ethnic group is rightfully a national group. Call it what you want, nation, tribe. I kind of think tribe has had some really negative connotations from white people though, so I maybe don't call it that. But like, from my perspective as a lumpen, I see tribe as like community from like street is a type of tribe. Like we got our own like tribe, so I don't see it in a derogatory way personally, but I do see how white people have used that to discriminate nations. They're nations. That's what it is. A nation can be tiny, it can be huge. It could be 100 people, it could be 1,000,000. It's more likely going to be 1,000,000. Sure, it's easier to foundate yourself and substantiate yourself. And in a class world, it's easier to oppress the other nations and make yourself the fucking more powerful group. So there's a whole foundation of like investigative like understanding that needs to go into how one perceives a lot of these things. But to get to the main reason I paused it, intersectionality or dialectics, is that a valid question? Like if I ask you, so you want fruit, bananas or pork chops? What fruit do you want? I mean, it's kind of a stupid thing. Or more likely, it's kind of like, what kind of pork chops do you like? What kind of chops do you like? Now you think you're going to say lamb or pork, but no, I'm going to say pork chops or pig chops, because intersectionality is dialectics. It is. Like, I mean, like, the liberal intersectionality itself is even still dialectical. It's just wrong. It's like, you can be dialectical and wrong, you know? Like, it's different. Dialectics doesn't mean the truth of all reality, blah, blah, blah. Hidden realities of truth. No, it's a fucking tool for studying the natural world. But you can use it otherwise, because dialectics isn't the tool for studying the natural world. Dialectics is a tool for studying philosophy. Marx took that tool for studying philosophy and turned it into a study of the natural world. Hegel was not a studier of the natural world. He talked about those things, yes, but he talked about it from the perspective of someone who was breaking down pre-existing philosophies, not as someone who was making new grounds with his own philosophy. Like, it was a piggybacking on the religious times of the day and just being like, well, actually, like, it was intellectualistic. You want to go on about being too intellectualistic? That's Hegel. Hegel is pure intellectualism. It's not a movement. Go look at the young Hegelians and all the problems they had. It was very much a boys' club where they all fondled over philosophy in a very bookish way, and that was one of the things that turned Marx against the young Hegelians and went his own way. And he forged a mannerism that was about material understanding of reality, and that dialectics serves materialism, not materialism serves dialectics, because dialectics is the foundation of analytical critic, and materialism is the reality that exists. And the reality that exists supersedes the fact that we can analyze and criticize it. That's why truth is relative. Like, I mean, truth is relative because Einstein proved it, to be quite honest. Like, I'm actually gonna be that bitch. Einstein proved that truth is relative because he proved that fucking reality is relative. Relativity is not the same as subjectivity, because that's the way the Christians push it. They think reality is subjective. It's fucking not. And it's not objective, because whilst there is an objective reality, okay, so let's say the moon is in the objective reality of the specific orbit of this, there, and the other. Well, by the time I've said that, it's fucking moved. So is it the objective reality anymore? No, it's fucking relative. I don't really feel like there's such thing as objective reality post the Big Bang, but also what I can't remember what it was called before. Rapid inflation, that's it. The rapid inflation and then the Big Bang, because the Big Bang is what's going on now. We are in the Big Bang, still banging. What do you mean it is still banging? Show me why the Earth is still banging. I'll never forget that Nigerian lassie. Like, she would convince me that the fucking Earth is flat. Like, just listening to her. Like, she's so passionate. Passionate of like the Igbo. You're never gonna like. You can't get away from it. It's too intoxicating. Why are you running? Why are you gay? Like, it's like Nigeria, both Yoruba and Igbo, like the sass is just. Like, their reactionaries are like fucking good at getting people to agree with them because they're so passionate and like skilled with their shit. It took Tommy Robinson fucking 20 years to get what's going on now. Fucking, you go like get like one of those Nigerian preachers from like the fucking church in Nigeria, you bring them to the UK, you can get a Christian nationalist movement going on in a couple years, like, no problem.
It can be a bit ferocious right enough.
Oh, that's it. I mean, it's why the British liked the upper castes in South Africa. In Nigeria, West Africa. Fucking
Yeah.
hell, I can't even get my northwest, south, right, south and east. No, the east has just been denounced as the right now. Can't get my north, south, right, and left correct. But like, let's fucking But like, yeah, no. Where is the earth still banging? The I mean, do you have video evidence of the Earth banging? But what I was getting at is that, like, before the major, well, I mean, it definitely bangs it sometimes. Sometimes in the day, sometimes in the night. Quantifiably to a qualifiable degree, the Earth is still banging, and will continue to bang unless we kill it. But
filth. Filth and degeneracy.
It's like, if someone asks me why is the earth still banging, I go, well, are you still banging? But the fucking... What's it? Before the inflation and the Big Bang, then you could say objective reality, because there was something before then, and it was like the four forces of the quantum forces were like united as one, like in like a unified singularity force. And all sorts of stuff like that is theorized about it. Well, that was probably purely objective. I guarantee there was like no space but all space. Like everything was objective because everything can be objective because nothing exists but everything exists kind of bullshit. I don't fucking know. It's before the Big Bang, which like we are still banging 14 billion years ago. And I don't think 14 billion years back is as important other than our intrigue in like how the earth is still banging. But like, what's it? Relativity is the center of how reality works. So, like, we've got to understand that ideas have relative purpose and usage, and dialectics has been used in all sorts of different ways. Dialectical materialism has been used in bad ways. There are fascists that have used dialectical materialism. They're called revisionists, and they use it. Like, they believe in it, but they don't believe in, like, it truly, like dialectical materialism as in like what Lenin means, as in like the principles and all that sort of stuff. Like they don't necessarily mean that. Like you know, like they what was it I was saying? Shit. Dialectical materialism, you know, they like they're twisting it into a different philosophy and still calling it the same thing, but it uses dialectical materialism as a base of its philosophy. It is a growth from it, like how neo-Marxism is a type of Marxism. It's just fucking, you know, social fascist and wrong. It's funny that that's like the only like Marxism that like fucking Jordan Peterson thought he could like reference to do a big scare on. Like not even Maoists. He was like, oh, those neo-Marxists are coming for me. And then someone thought I made it up or was like using Jordan Peterson's words when I said that neo-Marxists are actually a thing when I was criticizing someone because they were behaving like one. And like fucking yeah, like crazy. Like people are so uneducated about politics that they just think that like everything is made up by all these people. And it's like I became a Marxist because when I went into like grade 12, I studied sociology. Well, I think it was like halfway through, and then I like restarted the whole year anyway because I did acid and had my whole like fucking like personality fucking switched all over the place and fucking like wiped how I perceived the world. So I had to like build up the way I fucking looked at everything again. So I had to restart the year. But like you know, I come across when I restarted the year, that's when I come across Marxism. Well, I also learned about this neo-Marxism, and it always sounded shit. I mean, my teacher already at the start was like, yeah, there's Marxism and neo-Marxism. I never really liked what the neo-Marxists are about, though. They seem really dull. And it's like, yeah, because they're just functionalists, but smart about it. Like, they're functionalists for the social democrats. Like, that's what neo-Marxists are. And if people don't know what functionalism is, I've given you something to Google, because it's too much to explain right now, but it's where fascism partially comes from, as well as petty bourgeois and German true socialism. That's petty
Yeah.
bourgeois socialism and German
Neo-Hegelianism.
socialism, to be specific, because people might think that this sketch. But what's it? Yeah, we should continue with the video.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks very horny to go on, so I'm sorry, Jason, that I've been holding you back. Please don't murder me, like you did, Charlie Kirk. I'm only joking, Jason. YouTube, Jason did not do it. See, I saved you.
Dialectics. Now, intersectionality is a liberal idea which says that the various marginalized groups are also intersect with each other. Like you can be queer and black and indigenous and something else at the
No
same
way.
time.
Oh my god. Yo, I'm learning so much new stuff.
What the fuck?
Yeah, like what the fuck? Intersectionalism is about a little more than that, Jason. Like
Intersectionality is when like you're gay, but you're also like black, and you're
well,
also.
I heard like intersectionalism is when them blacks start calling themselves trannies.
Dr. Jason. Dr. Jason.
Fucking Doctor, is it Dr. Jason or Dr. Oz? Like,
Dr. Jason untrue.
spitting facts, but like more like factoids.
Etc. And that there are people that are multiple marginalized groups at once, which I don't think anyone actually denies this being the case. So
Then why have you got
you
a problem?
have these different groups, and in society there are these different marginalized groups that.
I mean, there are people who actually do deny that there's like any meaningful difference between marginalized groups, and that predominantly it is the class oppression, and maybe they'll stick patriarchy in there too to try and like get some of the white feminists to turn on like colonized people. Like that shit is like ingrained in this kind of stuff. Like what the fuck? That's crazy. Like so fucking mad about this kind of behavior, because it's just like what, like, I mean, you are like acknowledging them and then being dismissive of them. We have your book from fucking 2020 where you used like you were being dismissive of like Black Lives Matter as anything other than about black people being shot by the police. Which, like, no, it became more than that, and it was gonna become even more than that, and it was spreading all over the fucking world. We had a Black Lives Matter movement. We had a Black Lives Matter organization. It still exists. It's one of the orgs I can call for prison support. So, like, you don't even know. You don't know, as we say, or... that's some old slang, that is. Like bring some 2012 slang, and you don't know, like, you don't know.
require support, liberation, etc. And in Marxism, we would see these as various contradictions within capitalist society.
Oh, that's very humanizing.
So what you would have
this is the humanist speaking, I guess.
Man, woman, queer, straight, etc. So you would see these as...
Oh my god, that is bigoted. That is bigoted. I'm sorry, no.
Yeah.
No. Queer doesn't mean bent. You know there are queer people that are straight? Like, there's straight trans women. They're queer. They're part of the queer movement. That's why we call it the queer movement, because it doesn't exclude those people. They felt excluded by it being called the gay movement. But queer doesn't mean gay. It doesn't mean gay. Queer means the LGBTQIA plus movement, which, like, asexual people? Are asexual people gay? No. That's, like, literally the thing they do not want to be referenced as is asexuality. That's why they're asexual. So it's not about, like... Being queer is very little to do with sexuality until it's about sexuality specifically. Like, it's not a sexuality thing. There's just sexuality stuff in a community that's been oppressed in that regards. But there's, like, a lot more to it than that oppression alone. Fuck me. like at the end of like queer protests, we're not all fucking each other. Like that might happen at some point or another, but like there's a lot of like just hanging out and having a fucking like a beer and shit, like just partying all night, or even keeping the protest going until the police fucking lock us up and then we're in the cell for all night, and that's the party. Like, yo, like you don't know, you don't know. Trans people have been the most radical fucking supporters of the Palestinian struggle. Aaron Bush now, I wish we knew her name, like, because that's her dead name, was a trans woman. And she, like, never got to come out as a trans woman. She instead incinerated herself for the Palestinian people.
But like, he won't talk about that, though.
No, he's the news person. I'm not even a news aggregate, and I know that.
Yeah.
And I'm not even American. I ain't even part of that, like, fucking crazy joint you got going on over there.
Yeah.
But I got lumpen-proletarian, radical fucking comrades, one of which is in this chat. He told me about shit like this, because lumpen-proletarians who are organic intellectuals, who are revolutionaries, use empathy to guide themselves, not a book. The book is to help. The book is a support. It is not the guide. Like, genuinely, I do, like, that's the problem with revolutionaries, is they think the book has to be the guide. No, the book is to inform you on how to figure out how to fucking make your own guide for people. Because Lenin never lived in, like, London. Actually, he might have, but, like, he never lived in London today, you know? Like, it's 100 years, long time, shit crazy. It's not that long, actually, but, like, long time as far as, like, society is, like, changing. And so, like, neoliberalism didn't exist in 1908. Like, fascism actually hadn't been born yet. I like, proto-fascism had, but like fascism is like we're the fascists, this is what we believe. That's 1917. So like the fascists didn't even exist yet. The fucking what's it, you know, like fucking social democracy was what, like, very much similar to how it was today, and Lenin pioneered the criticism of it, but not in 1908. He pioneered the criticism of it in the 1910s, 1912 through to his death in 1924. And he pioneered the critique of how we look at the modern social democrats with the Third International. But that was all new shit. It's not new shit for us. These guys are such an old dollar that the bourgeoisie aren't even using them. They're using their own, like, budget, like, third way Democrat social fascists that aren't even, like, social democrats. They're not even Strasserist either. They're a weird type of social fascist that's just all about, like, socialized liberalism, neoliberalism, blah, 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 blah. You know, like, nonsense. But, like, they're pushing something that's a little illiberal. Just a little illiberal. Just a little bit of illiberalism, you know, like the thing that they say Viktor Orban is terrible for doing. And then, you know, they wonder why fascism is taking over. Well, I don't think Keir Starmer wonders, because he just, like, really sees himself as an Enoch Powell's type. I actually... No way he did not know that he was quoting Enoch Powell's with that speech. I'm sick of those fucking spam things from fucking Twitch. I can't be asked to deal with it, though. Is there a add to block list? Go away. Yeah, gone. Fuck you, motherfucker. Oh, God.
Also existing, but not as seeing them the same way as you would see them in intersectionality.
That's not a statement. What do you mean? What would you see them as? What?
Woman, queer, straight, etc. So you would see these.
It's like all he can define. He's like, well, now you've got the races, and then in the races you have like women, queer, straight, etc. What about disabled people?
Yeah, for real.
You know, like really, really important category of people that get minority erased. Actually, it's often white people that erase disabled people from their communities, and black people represent us.
Also,
Intersectionalism. They do it all the time. Why shouldn't we do it? Black people pioneered, invented, and wrote the damn book on intersectionalism. So how is it a white people thing? Because that's
also
what
like
he's kind of saying. When he says it's first worldist and it's just co-opting black movements and it's like accentuating black queerness or whatever, he's referencing his book where he makes it out that it's like you've got the black movement and then you've got these Marxists that have no movement. He's on about white people. So like the Marxists are the white people and the black people are the ones of their own movement. There's obviously no black Marxists that would be in that black movement at all because like they don't exist. Or whatever, like, because that's the way he talks about things. It's just so, I mean, women, queer, straight. Again, it's annoying that like the queer and straight is like the thing he thought of the top of his head on like, well, there's like cis people and trans people and like, you know, like queer is a massive category. You know, there's cis people in the queer category. Crazy. I bring
Yeah.
crazy knowledge. I should watch my tongue.
As also existing, but not as.
Did he just say ass?
Seeing them the same way as you would see them in intersectionality, where they all just simultaneously exist on the same.
Saying
level,
what a thing is, saying what your thing isn't is not the same as saying what your thing is. Like, that's like, I hate that shit. This is what like religious fucking like preachers do, where they turn around like you know, like the creationists and all that. They'll go, well, the thingy that I believe is not the evolution thingy because evolution is impossible. But they won't say like what their version of evolution is because they don't have one, or it just doesn't work, or like it's stupid, or easily criticized, or he knows will sound bad, or whatever. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Just simultaneously exist on the same level, or
that's not what intersectionality believes. What? Wait, I gotta go back on that. What the fuck?
See them in intersectionality, where they all just simultaneously exist on the same level, or
what? Can someone explain to me what he's on about here? Because that's not intersectionalism.
Yeah, what the fuck?
That's class reductionism.
Yeah.
Just that's like such a lazy way to like fucking argue against it too, like claiming that they want all of them to be on the same level.
Or saying they're all on the same level, like all issues are the same importance. No, we're actually saying that like maybe white working class people wanting the little socialist thing is not gonna happen if we're not like focusing on all the other problems that are worse than that. You know what's worse than being a white working class man? Being a white working class woman, or being a black woman in the working class, or just being black in the working class, or being queer in the working class. You know they discriminate against you for being queer? If you're trans, they discriminate you in the workplace. Like, crazy, I know. It's mental. Who would have thought, like, that a minority would be discriminated more in the proletariat than, like, a proletarian who is not a minority?
Yeah. Or you can even get extreme with it, you know, just go like the black trans woman who's also disabled in the working class. It's like
black lumpen proletarian, like, trans woman, disabled, bedridden.
Yeah.
God damn, Mike. I mean, he's almost like in line with the kind of people as well who would like go on about like state and union charity at this point. Like, you know, he's already like gotten mad for like the lumpen kelp like needing money, like, you know.
The boomer conservative response to it too. It's like,
yeah.
Oh God, like they only ever ask for money all the time.
Of the same existence at the same time. Allow me to try to explain that more clearly.
Please.
Instead of seeing them as all existing simultaneously with the same energy or power, which intersectionality tries to see them as, we would see them through primary and secondary contradictions. Now, Marx did say that in the science of dialectics and understanding capitalist society, there are contradictions that are more powerful, more dominant than other contradictions. Obviously, for capitalism, that would be between labor and capital. That would be the primary contradiction. And then once you undid that contradiction,
is he about to say that racism is a secondary contradiction in capitalism?
That's what it sounds like he's building up to.
Because that's
Sounds
not
like
true.
it.
That's not true. Black Marxism, I really suggest everyone get into Cedric Robinson. He is so good. He's one of those like critiques of of our own crowd type because he wants to tighten up the group. And like which was like the way I sparked my channel off. So I fell in love with him the moment I come across him. I'm like, oh my god. Like if you read the first chapter of Black Marxism, you will question if he's a Marxist in the first chapter because he criticizes all sorts about how historical materialism is done and stuff like that. And he's not opposing historical materialism, but if your whiteness gets in the way of how you approach it, that's how you'll see it. And like, because what he does is he goes, Engels and Marx were fucking blinded by their whiteness, and they decided to like make capitalism a necessity. And Cedric Robinson argues capitalism was no necessity from feudalism. There was nothing in feudalism that said capitalism had to be the next thing forward. Capitalism comes from colonialism. That's how it was born. The feudalists started to expand into other countries. They started to build empires that they couldn't afford, that was too much for them to manage. The Spanish struggled to actually get into this rhythm of things, and that was also what killed them. It wasn't just the silver situation, because America stuck to silver after the British switched to gold for a little bit, and they still didn't, completely go kaput. Well, they had like 5 depressions in that time, but like, you win some, you lose some. Capitalism is as it goes. But like that's the thing with like the feudal stages switching to capitalism was because of racism. So racism is a base part of capitalism. It's not I mean, there's racial superstructural elements, but racism is a base element, and that's one of the biggest mistakes Marxists have made, is saying that racism is superstructural. No, racial superstructural elements that affect races of people who have been put into such bullshit categories, they are the superstructural elements that have base elements that represent them. They may have started superstructurally, but that gets into what we were talking about earlier about archaic society turning into, whatever the fuck slave society it'd be called, bastard society. Like, I think the archaics had it better going a bit better than whatever the fuck they did with the women. But like, the term slavery or whatever term in whatever language it was used back then didn't exist. Slavery had to be made to exist for someone to comment on it and call it slavery. No one thought about enslaving people until someone slaughtered another tribe and then they took their women. I mean, similar stuff has happened with chimpanzees who have been evolving alongside us for the same period of time because we have a common ancestor. And like, they themselves also have reached like a point where they're not like drastically evolving very much as the chimpanzee. That's like, where they've like, because the communal society, when you develop it to a point where it's like the shit that suits for you. So chimpanzees have got what they like their little, like, we use tools temporarily and don't need to use them too much, they'll throw them away afterwards, and we live in our little collective societies. That's enough for them. So selective pressures have been pretty heavy on chimpanzees for a long time. Similar with humans haven't had selection pressures to evolve for a long time. Autism comes from Homo sapien evolution. It's literally just a trait that we got from Homo sapien evolution. So many thousands of years ago, it's unreal. Like, it's been 40-something% of the population since the archaic prehistoric times I'm talking about.
Yeah, and like, in terms of one of the biggest ways you can easily fucking see how racism is like literally bound up within the base itself, especially in the United States, for instance. Look at how you would typically see like the more like white liberals like be in line with like more like social democratic economic policies and stuff. Look at polling on reparations among white liberals. It's not that popular, even among white liberals who are all about like Black Lives Matter and all that stuff, or claim to be at least. They do. It does not poll well. Reparations does not poll well for them, and obviously it polls absolutely atrociously among like conservatives in the country as well. So.
Yo, good news. Socialism for All is doing Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, Chapter 2.
Yeah, I saw that he started the book.
Fucking finally something relevant to the current times. Because I mean,
Yeah.
like Lenin wrote that while he was trying to plead with people over a fucking world war, and I just think, you know, like, I mean, imperialism and splitting socialism, I think, is a good one for now, but he's already done that one, so it's like I just gotta link people to it. But like, you know, maybe go back to it, maybe do it again. You know, a little conversation about where we are now, because we are going through a liquidationist struggle right now, and the
Yeah.
liquidationists are winning. What are
Yeah, they
we?
really are.
You know, last time they lost. Well, they kind of won a bit in Western Europe, but like the Bolsheviks had an astounding victory over the liquidationists. And they were outnumbered by them. But 75% of the fucking RSDLP was fucking liquidationists and liberals. Only 25% of it made up the Bolsheviks. They are a fringe group. So, like, this idea of in this book going, these gender activists are 3.84% of the population, which, like, okay, like, I mean, that's a higher number than most people will say for trans people, because it seems like he keeps using it as an insult for trans people. Maybe he's on about trans people and then some allies, so that's why it's 3 point something instead of 1%, like most people end up saying. But, like, you know, fair play, we get that 4% on the go, let's go. Okay, so 300 million, 4%, 4 times 3, 12. So that's 12 million fucking people, nearly, because it's 3.84%. But like 12 million people is a lot of fucking people in a country of 300 million, and you could organize and build up more. So it's a massive force. How many millions out of the 200 million that lived in the Soviet Union in 1917? How many were Bolsheviks? I don't think it was 12 million.
Right.
100,000, maybe? Like in 1916, like before the revolutions kicked off, before there's a Red Army, it's probably about a few thousand. It's not like it's going to be a lot of people.
Yeah, it really wouldn't.
I mean, they hadn't managed to spread all over the country yet because everything was moving so fast. That was one of the things Lenin was trying to keep up with. He was like, yo, the workers have built the strike struggle. Like, we didn't build it, the workers did. And then we're trying to, like, keep up with it. We can't keep up with it. They're organizing and collectivizing and doing shit. Like, spontaneity is becoming less and less liked, and people are more and more wanting to commit to an organized strike struggle. And the communists need to be the ones to show the way and get involved and get the liberal liquidationist mentality of spontaneity out of the fucking way, and let's direct something against the fucking system. And the liquidationists knew that that was going to happen after they took power with the provisional government post 1917 February Revolution. Then the October Revolution happened because they couldn't stop him. They were going to imprison Lenin when he came back into the fucking country. And so he came back on a German train that they had been notified by intelligence that he was on and couldn't get him because the people fucking flooded the city to stop him from fucking getting captured and get him off that train. He was greeted by thousands of people. And that's because the Bolsheviks reached out to people. Most of the people greeting him weren't Bolsheviks. They were the people, the masses.
Mm-hmm.
The deep and the down.
Yeah, and Jason's like has some liquidationist tendencies, like with this whole fucking third worldism bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really fucking bad.
Yeah.
contradiction, that would open up the possibility to take on other contradictions and to be able to resolve them. And that through the process of revolution and ongoing revolution and undoing more and more contradictions, that we would eventually get to the liberation of all peoples and all societies by taking on all of these contradictions, by opening up the conditions to be able to take them all on. Because I don't think it's anything really controversial to say that you are not going to get equality under capitalism.
This
That's exactly why you. That's exactly why you need to be there to lead that struggle. Like, what
It's
the
like,
fuck?
no shit, you're not gonna get like. Well, you could get equality under capitalism. I think he's actually like kind of wrong on that. You can't get egalitarianism under capitalism. Equality is not what people think it is. You know, like the Soviet Union preached an equality under capitalism, and it was. And I don't mean Stalin's era before someone fucking takes me. I mean like the revisionist era Soviet Union. They had a preach of equality. All workers are equal. You know, we're a communist society actually, so we've gone even above that. All people are equal. But then like they had a whole staggered class system. Equality is a bullshit thing. And if you're still going on about equality, like that's what we're fucking fighting for. People have been calling it equity for a long time, honey. And like egalitarianism is like the thing we want to build. Like we don't want to build an equality society, we want to build an egalitarian society.
Like, I think there's a very good example in Lenin's writings that directly goes against like the shit that Jason just fucking said too, where he's like, you know, saying that you can't do this shit under capitalism. It's like that's not the point though. Like you should still be like supporting these movements and having them go beyond fucking capitalism.
Also, how is it a bad thing to have like more rights in the capitalist system for people who are subjugated? Like, what's bad about that?
Yeah, so this is in Lenin's
because there's
work.
bad things that can happen with how that's done, but like you can't say that like well, like black people getting rights in the 60s, was that a bad thing for America?
For real. I mean, maybe it was because he talked crap about MLK or whatever. So.
But yeah, what's the point of the civil rights era? Right, like,
Yeah.
you can sit on the same fucking side of a fucking cafeteria. There was the black side and there was the white side. You got different coffee, you got different tea, you got different treatment. You know, like, and if there was not enough room in the white side of the calf, the black side of the calf would become another white calf and y'all can all fuck off outside. Like, you know? The boss says, you guys stand. Black people aren't even meant to sit, but if there ain't enough white people, if there's no white people on the bus, then maybe you can sit, you know? That's why Rosa Parks' shit was so powerful.
Yeah.
Does she need to be like a perfect Marxist revolutionary for what she did to be powerful? No. No. She'd be nobody. But she was a lady that sat there and said, no. I have a right to sit here. Even though legally she didn't. But ethically she did. And she fucking lit the world up. We all know about her. We all know about her. And her struggle. And it's so important. So like what black people do not have equity or egalitarianism in this society, of course. But like the fact that I mean Shanti, our sister Shanti is able to like go and get a fucking further education, is able to be like represented in society, get a job at the same places that white people can get jobs. Well, usually there's still a lot of bigotry in hiring, but you know what I mean? Like there's a greater opportunity to exist, obviously in capitalism, than when it wasn't. Like, communist revolution can't be a thing they have to wait for to exist. We can't go, well, you know what, you guys should deal with not being able to exist at all, and then, like, you'll do the communist revolution. Lenin, very much said this with focusing on the lowest sector, because it benefits the rest of the sector. And there's that quote from the Third Congress of the Comintern, where, like, that guy has gone on about, like, similar shit, where he's like, yeah, like, holding up the lowest sectors of the proletariat and uplifting their rights and their issues, you know, like their needs, what they need being the directive needs of the revolutionary movement. That's not just doing the revolution, that's also immediate needs. Lenin talked about dual power. He also did talk about mutual aid, you know, like, and supporting like revolutionary groups. You can't just think of like the revolution. You gotta drive them towards it. But like, they got shit that's more important than just the revolution, you know, like, and you
Yeah.
can't
Yeah.
go, oh, the most important primary contradiction is the labor and the proletariat and the fucking capitalists, and like everything else is secondary.
Yeah. Like
Imperialism is a primary contradiction. It's not a secondary one. If you think imperialism is a secondary one, that's crazy.
yeah, like this weird idea, like where he kind of just like shoves it to the side because it's like, oh, we can't fix this stuff under capitalism anyway. So why are we even doing anything with it? Like this is what Lenin has to say in the Socialist Revolution and the Right of Nations to Self-Determination. So there's a subchapter here where he talks about the struggle for democracy, which is obviously a very important thing to fight for. And he says, quote, it would be no less mistaken to delete any of the points of the democratic program, for example, the point of self-determination of nations, on the ground that it is quote unquote infeasible or that it is quote unquote illusory under imperialism. The assertion that the right of nations to self-determination cannot be achieved within the framework of capitalism may be understood either in its absolute economic sense or in the conventional political sense. This assertion is incomplete and inaccurate, for not only is the right of self-determination, but all the fundamental rights of political democracy are quote unquote possible of achievement under imperialism. Only are in incomplete, in mutilated form, and as a rare exception, for example, the secession of Norway from Sweden in 1905. The demand for the immediate liberation of the colonies, as advanced by all revolutionary social democrats, is also quote unquote impossible to achievement under capitalism without a series of revolutions. This does not imply, however, that social democracy must refrain from conducting an immediate and most determined struggle for all these demands. To refrain would merely be to the advantage of the bourgeoisie and reaction. On the contrary, it implies that it is necessary to formulate and put forward all of these demands, not in a reformist, but in a revolutionary way, not by keeping within the framework of bourgeois legality, but by breaking through it, not by confining oneself to parliamentary speeches and verbal protests, but by drawing the masses into real action, by widening and fomenting the struggle of every kind of fundamental democratic right up to and including the direct onslaught of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, i.e. the socialist revolution, which will expropriate the bourgeoisie. So he's just straight up cooking right there, and that's exactly what the fuck needs to be done in terms of all these other extra movements, you know, where it's like we're not talking about doing some like liberal bullshit with like parliamentary speeches and keeping within the fucking framework of capitalism and this reformist way bullshit. No, we're talking about taking these movements, these genuine feelings that people have of oppression, and these genuine systems of oppression under the capitalist system, and using them to break through, go straight through the bourgeois legality bullshit. And use them in a revolutionary way. That's exactly what the fuck Lenin was talking about here.
Well, it's not.
That is an
just-
intersectional thing.
It's not just that. It's also the really important thing of him pointing out that we have to do some of those things, like, but not the way they're doing it. You know, like you have to go into parliament. You have to be some of the communists that are like the Liebknechts and all that lot that get people to think outside of parliament, because there's a reason why those parliamentary speeches work. Like on people, like they work on people because it's like, oh my god, someone who cares, like Zoran Mandami, he really represents my interests as a privileged member of the proletariat. He doesn't really seem to have much attraction amongst the lumpen proletariat. He does seem to be born in that suit, quite like Donald, but bigger hands.
Yeah, like you gotta get like the actual message out there and shit. And that's where a lot of the parliamentary side of things come, where it's like getting the message out and everything.
It's not just getting the message out, but also being like a radical and showing how shit's broken by like pushing the fucking boundaries.
Yeah, and seeing the reaction of all the actual like fucking elitist institutionalists that are trying to push you out and shit. Like show their own hypocrisy, the ones that claim to be upholding their rights, and show how those exact same people would kick you out if you're pushing like actual revolutionary stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Crazily. Equality under capitalism.
I'm sorry, but a system predicated on inequality, which uses inequality as its driving factor, and which cannot exist without inequality.
Equality is a bullshit term, though.
Will
so, like,
not produce equality.
Yeah, okay, that's a true thing, but like the way the capitalists use equality is like inamorous and not relative to like actual egalitarian reality. That's why people started using egalitarianism, because the bourgeoisie co-opted like the word equality like 30, 40 years ago. Like maybe even longer than that. Like they turned it into something else because people used equality to mean egalitarianism. Like that was their big word for it, like equity.
Yeah.
But equality doesn't consider like the differentiation in people's needs. It equalizes things, and that is kind of like what the capitalists do to deal with like oppressions. Is they do bullshit equality where they're like, okay, black people want to be more involved in the white side of society. Well, we'll drop them on their ass. We'll leave them out to dry, and then we'll hope that they can find a job in a very discriminatory working environment and make their way towards integrating now. And the main people that integrated are like black cops and like some black petty bourgeois intellectuals, and that's like it. Like they got like some of those like southern like racist types as well and all that lot. But like and I mean racist to other black people. I'm not one of those people that call like black people saying stuff about white people racist, because A, that's kind of stinky, and B, it's funny calling white people like all sorts of funny stuff. I mean, like they like I'm white, you know. Spice, ooh god, you know, scary. I mean, I like Spice, but like this bitch will still sweat like a fucking motherfucker when I eat it. But I love my fucking Spice, but we like, you know what chicken tikka masala actually is, other than not being a fucking a tikka, because that's the tikka is a fucking chicken on a stick. But like chicken masala is literally just butter chicken, but like because butter chicken is chicken in a butter masala sauce with spicy fucking ingredients. I can't remember what spices it is in it though, but it's like very, very spicy. And then masala is white people butter chicken. It is not spicy.
The biggest issue I keep on, well, I mean, there's a lot of huge issues. I mean, I guess I'd just say, I guess I would just say one of the big recurring issues I keep seeing with Jason here is he keeps referring to intersectionality in the general, but then he keeps on like critiquing it in the specific, where it's like he's critiquing the particular liberal manifestation of, or like the bullshit like fucking bastardization of intersectionality.
Yeah.
Where it's like he's not even really engaging with like the actual revolution. Like he's just assuming like from the rip, which is a false presumption, that nobody that's revolutionary would implement any type of intersectionality, which is just absurd.
Yeah, but he's acting like someone who has never heard of intersectional Marxism, but he has. He's heard about it plenty. He heard about it plenty when he shouted intersectionalism years ago, but he's like, oh, well, the liberals couldn't get the video. It wasn't the liberals, dude. It wasn't the liberals.
So I think that should be pretty obvious to everyone. So in recognizing that, we would recognize that there are limits to what it is that you can struggle in terms of equality under capitalism. You can only take a queer struggle so far. You can only take the women's struggle so far. You can only take indigenous resistance so far under capitalism because of the very limitations built into the mechanism of capitalism itself. To which I said, so you acknowledge that you are going to have to topple capitalism itself before you're going to have to be able to take on before you're going to be able to get true liberation for everybody. And they said, okay, yeah, but, well, of course, we have to do, your liberation has to come before ours, right? Oh, the cis white male's revolution has to come first. To which I was like, okay, well, there's male core.
Such bullshit. Why can't you do both at the same time? That's what building a fucking coalition is about. How do you
What
think
the
you're ever gonna
fuck does he
overthrow
think
capitalism with a?
intersection means?
Yeah.
See, it does.
Like
Jason doesn't drive, so like maybe he just doesn't know what cars do. But like at a
they're
intersection,
connected. They're fucking
yeah,
connected.
two
It's like
roads are one, two roads are one, and like you can go
Jason.
both directions.
Yeah, Jason must think like intersectionality means like there's just a bunch of one-way streets.
Get in
Like,
the fucking line. We have an intersection. You have to wait in the queue. We cannot
yeah,
cross over the intersection and go in the only specific direction that all the cars all together have to drive in.
yep, single
Because
file line.
single file, everybody. Sorry, black people, but we have Mexican people here and they're being extra targeted, so you're gonna have to wait for the Mexican people to go first. It's like we're not doing fucking trauma Olympics, my guy. Like we're just going like, oh my god, like we should maybe be a little bit more considerate about how these things work because basically it's like um everything's the white default. It's like uh the working class, the class thing is probably the one where they like it's a little more generic and it's just like default, but like it's always perceived as white people being the default. But it gets like really insidious in the way how a lot of historical figures in Marxism have talked about like feminism and stuff like that in the perspective of like white women being the only like valid women, and what they mean by that is like, white women who pass and can give birth.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's like you're gonna if you want to build a fucking movement to get the socialist revolution, you're gonna have to build a fucking coalition, and that coalition is going to be people who have various different interests that interest them, but they happen to agree that in order to get what they really want, they're gonna have to also overthrow capitalism. Like he already mentioned, like trying to get these people to admit that you're gonna have to overthrow capitalism to achieve full liberation. Like if they're agreeing to that is an ally there. Like don't come to them being like a smug prick and like saying like you're not gonna get very far with that under capitalism. Like you should do all this other shit. Like they're not gonna want to listen to you.
Yeah, no, like
You should come to them with empathy first, like
you
first
should
and
ask them what
foremost.
they are about and learn what they're about, and then support the struggle, and then like introduce more communist stuff. Like it's all about like it's all very like Sam Harris pilled of like, look at me, I know how this really is. Uh,
Yeah, it's like
Transgenderism is the motherload of bad ideas. Like it's like he's this close to saying that.
it's like Marxism on new atheism.
God, new atheist
Yeah.
Marxism. Don't give him ideas. He's running out of them.
Sheesh. Are you gonna say Noob?
Oh, I mean, I was just laughing at that part about new atheism, but yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Built into the mechanism of capitalism itself. To which I said, so you acknowledge that you are going to have to topple capitalism itself before you're going to have to be able to take on before you're going to be able to get true liberation for everybody.
No shit, we acknowledge that.
Okay, yeah, but well, of course, we have to do your liberation has to come before all to which I said, so you acknowledge that you are going to have to topple capitalism itself before you're going to have to be able to take on before you're going to be able to get true liberation for everybody. And they said,
see, like, it's the way he's like reframing it. It's like, oh, but true liberation won't come with the toppling of capitalism. No shit, but how is that a point to your side? Like, the fact you're saying, well, actually, my position against your gender ideology ways, or whatever, whoever the fuck is attacking this time, is justified by this, that, and the other. Liberation needs to wait truly until the end of capitalism. The end of capitalism might not be liberation for everyone, We could fuck up. A new system of oppression could be made. We're fucking around with like trying to make communism. That's a difficult process, and it's a process that's proven deadly at times,
Yeah, like what if this like liberation or whatever like occurs in like a like his fucking fever dream shit where it's like just non-intersectional, so that means that therefore it has like just majority like middle class white petty bourgeois Marxist motherfuckers, and then they just implement new systems of oppression or bring over like the for other forms of oppression from the previous system, and then just keep it going, you know, in the new fucking Nazbol world. Sheesh.
It's crazy, but
Crazy.
we got a sensual pause, so I'm happy.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but well, of course, we have to do your liberation has to come before ours, right? Oh, the cis white
so
male
sassy.
revolution has to come first. To which there's something, okay, well, there's two problems with that. The destroying of capitalism opens up the way for everybody else's liberation. So it's not the cis white male's revolution. It's opening up the door for everybody to have their revolution. So it's in everybody's interest to do so. So it's not the cis white male's revolution.
How does this come across? Like, even if he is actually preaching something that would not be the cis white male shit, how does this come across? Like, I mean, I know how it comes across, but anyone want to throw some gravy? I ramble a lot.
The thing about that is like he's not. I don't think he's technically like wrong about that. Like, yeah, it opens the door, but here's the thing: like, there's just this like sense of he's saying like, "Hey, halt what you're doing until we do this." Like, no, they don't have to like halt and stop what they're doing until we fucking overthrow capitalism. You can and should be reaching out to those groups of people and getting them to form a coalition to overthrow capitalism and say like, "Hey, like these are good reasons why we need to overthrow capitalism because." We're not going to be able to get true liberation on any of these other forms of oppression
Yeah,
without
but it's the
overthrowing
way
capitalism.
he goes from like concluding correctly that like, yeah, you acknowledge that you need to destroy capitalism, we should destroy it together. Instead, he's going on about, oh, you want to put your like white cis. No one is going to accuse you of saying that you're doing cis white shit unless you're doing cis white shit. Really, like,
Yeah.
genuinely.
And the way and the way he's framing this shit like here, like it does sound like he's saying some cis white shit, like
Yeah.
because he's just giving off this vibe of like oh like all the shit that you're doing right now under capitalism is folly because like you can't get true liberation under capitalism anyway.
You're fucking dumb. I'm smart. Listen to me. That's toxic masculinity again,
Yeah. It's like the exact opposite fucking way you should be engaging with this shit.
What's it like? Every replacement father he finds is also toxic masculine, so it's like like father like son, but not like biologically. He has his borrowed fathers. Net, Caleb, and Prairie Fire.
It's opening up the door for everybody to have their revolution. So it's in everybody's interest to do so. So it's not the cis white male's revolution. Two, the way point that you of primary and secondary contradiction is that it allows us to be able to do those things. So you're basically saying, okay, so push that all aside because anti-capitalist struggle is cis white male.
No, it's not what people are saying at all. What people are saying is that like trans people shouldn't have to be forced to go through a second puberty. Forced to go through a first puberty that's not theirs to then have to go through a second puberty to correct it. We should be able to have puberty blockers. We should be able to go onto HRT, stuff like that. That involves getting rights under capitalism. It involves it. It's a part of the struggle. But if you turn it into bigger things, you turn it into bigger things, but you still need the smaller things. Because, like, you know what? Like, you know how hard it is dealing with not having been able to do medical transition younger, and like all the like fucking the stress and dysphoria that brings me. Like, I ain't the only one. If anything, I handle it a bit better than like a lot of trans sisters I know. But like, dysphoria it fucks with the way you look at yourself. You can't see what other people see. Not very well at all. And what's it? Uh, it's just so stressful dealing with this shit. When you're fucking when someone is criticizing toxic masculine cis white male shit with the movement, the big problem that they're really trying to get at is that there's a lot of people that say that we shouldn't get our medication, we shouldn't get our representation in society, and all that lot. You know, like fucking they would just kill us. That's what happened with the if we got like shut out of society like that and no one thought about us and they never pushed any gender rights at all. The gender rights activists just like got in line with communism, was like, woohoo, communism will solve this problem, don't worry guys. We'd all be dead. Throughout the 70s, the 80s, I'm not even going all the way back to like the 1800s with the fucking the witch fucking burnings and shit. You can go back to the 70s and the 80s when people were still just killing people for being queer.
Yeah. Jeez.
For it should be
And
pushed
like,
aside for.
I'm not surprised that, like for sake of the argument or whatever, let's fucking say that Jason is getting these like weird responses to like him supposedly like telling people about this shit. I'm more concerned about his delivery, because like the delivery that he's giving, the tone he's giving, the way he's formulating his sentences here in this video so far, it does give that like cis white male thing where it's like, oh, we have to do this first, and like fuck all your other bullshit, and he's like scoffing and like brushing them off and everything. Like it really comes off that way.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if people are interpreting it that way.
I mean, no one's surprised if it is that shit, you know, like, because I don't feel like he's changed anymore. I used to think he had. I used to be trying to tell people, oh, he's changed. No longer a transphobe, but I don't know anymore.
Yeah.
I would probably say he is a transphobe at this point.
Yeah.
This cis white male. So therefore, it should be pushed aside for the other struggles,
Oh my God. White
which
people,
can't actually be
wait.
concluded in capitalism.
White people have been happy to make everyone else wait.
Here's the main point. Intersectionality is great for deconstructing things. But tell me what this liberal ideology has ever actually accomplished.
What is analysis? Wait a second. What is dialectics? Because materialism is the construction of things. Dialectics is the breaking things down. It's just the dissection of things. It's the... What was the word he specifically used? Deconstruction, you know? Deconstruction is literally a type of analysis. So like, there's a thing with like ADHD and autism, and how like both neurodivergencies have like their own like an analytical approaches towards analysis, and it's why ADHD people are known for spooking both ADHD people and autistic people, because we're a bit of both and we're crazy. But like. You know, ADHD, it's deconstructional. That's the way they love to go about things. They love taking shit apart because of it. That's why, like, ADHD often causes you to go, fuck, what's going on with this thing? Like, there's, like, screws and stuff. I could have a look inside. You know, yeah, no, I think I have an idea already how this thing functions. Because, you know, like, I'm going to get into autistic analysis. But, like, but I'm going to do the ADHD thing and now take it apart because I must confirm. And that's with autism. Autism is very much like a little more like hooked into that like empirical rationale like analysis. Likes to be like a prudent little like fucking fiend at like nooks and crannies and like knowing like ins and outs, stupid fucking fascinating facts about stuff. Like, you know, what Mao's favorite mango was or something like that, you know, like shit you don't need to know. But like you can find if you look on Wikipedia or Google far enough. That's like why ADHD is evil, because like ADHD will have you wanting to deconstruct things and getting distracted by everything, and autism is tangent capable. Unlike, because ADHD gets exhausted of tangents, autism is the tangent. And like fucking, so you can become like an actual like crime against humanity. That's what I am. I'm ADHD and I'm a crime against humanity.
Fucking it's funny too. He just asks like basically what has intersectionality ever actually accomplished? The Chinese Revolution and the Albanian Revolution. That's absolutely a fact because national liberation struggle is intersectional. In fact, that's obviously like the entire reason why fucking Lenin had to make so many articles explaining to like the fucking orthodox Marxists, the left comms of the time and shit, you know, about why national liberation struggles are important and they need to actually include them in their national programs. The right of nations to self-determination, like that is absolutely part of intersectionality. So yeah, that was pretty fucking central to those two revolutions. You can't say that they did it purely on a class basis, because I mean, literally, which one of Mao's writings was that? Where like he literally said that it was after the revolution where he said that the primary contradiction switched from imperialism to labor versus capital. You know, the proletariat versus the bourgeoisie. I think that was in like 1952, 56, yeah.
I'm,
Where he,
yeah,
like,
I'm
he
pretty
said-
sure that was his big speech in '56, where he declared the world revolution against imperialism.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
he said that like it's changed. Now we are in the era of empire, and imperialism is the primary contradiction of capital.
Yeah.
And colonialism and imperialism has been the center point ever since, and we can't seem to get over it, and no one can seem to accept it. It's crazy. Palestine is an example of this.
Yeah, no, trying to find it. But yeah, he was talking about like the internal contradiction in China.
Oh yeah, with China itself, they had to fight off imperialism, and then internally, they then had labor and capital become their thing. And you got to deal with imperialism as the primary contradiction first, though. You can't get to that point without dealing with it. And they dealt with it via the kicking out of Britain and America in their struggle against the Kuomintang. And also the kicking out of the Japanese with the Sino-Japanese War. But no one focuses on also the kicking out of the British and the Americans. That's also a big part.
I think it was during the rightist struggle, the struggle against the rightists internally in China, where he said like the primary contradiction internally had changed.
So that would be early 50s.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's that thing where like the things are shifting all the time. There isn't one central primary contradiction or like four unmoving primary contradictions that are always there. I mean, maybe on an international scale you can say that there's like an era setting contradictions, and they're like the primary contradictions internationally. Well, also the secondary ones too, because they're still very important. But like the primary international contradictions are then the baseline, like imperialism is the baseline of like the primary contradiction and how we look at it, but that's not always the case. It can very much shift. Fuck, if we get a strong enough anti-imperialist movement, for sure. I mean, fucking, we seemed very organized against African apartheid in the fucking 80s. There's a lot of fucking struggle there. That's that struggle. I mean, it could be radicalized. We failed to radicalize the South African struggle, at least in its later decades. We did in its earlier years when we had more Marxists out there and more revolutionaries of the Pantherian sort of flavor. But nowadays, everything has gone the flat ways of the 80s. But even then, in the 80s, it still feels like more like normies were willing to get involved with this shit. And I think a big part as to why was because there was still a lot of people, communist, anarchist, call yourself a waterist on the left, that were like organizing normal people into the movement well. And they were capturing people with their movement. They were getting people interested.
This fucking picture of Jason.
Oh yeah, no, it's amazing. Like he's in heaven right now. Like you might be laughing, but he's orgasming.
What has it done in terms of actually materially improving anyone's life?
Wait,
Nothing.
what?
Never actually accomplished. what has it done in terms of actually
Well,
materially?
wait, what do you mean liberal ideology, though? Like, this is a video about intersectionalism. Why are you on about liberal ideology?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even if he was, I mean, I think you know, the new Africans are living better now than they were under Jim Crow.
Yeah, oh my
So,
god, I feel like that doesn't need to be said, but like, apparently it does. I mean, shit's getting worse. It's going back towards Jim Crow, like very quickly, but like not there yet. And definitely
yeah,
weren't there when you were making the video he's referencing. What was it, like fucking 7 years ago, or however long ago his anti-intersectional video was last time he did it. I had
I
a
don't know if you
go.
saw
It's one of
it.
the things I had a go at him about was intersectionality being Marxist, and it was another thing he deafened himself over.
Yeah, yeah. Sheesh.
Intellectual coward.
I don't know if you saw it, but there's it's in the news now, and it's very unfortunate. But they're now trying to, the Trump administration is now trying to go after the Voting Rights Act. So
Oh,
they're
that's
literally trying to
fun.
go back to Jim Crow. So yeah,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe even before. Maybe like women won't vote either.
yeah. I mean, they have been talking about that a lot. So
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Charlie Kirk talked about it and stuff too. Oh wait, no,
yeah,
the liberals. We must pander to the. This is because we're intersectional. We have to pander to the liberals and wanting to whitewash Charlie Kirk. So I can't say that. I'm sorry. Because everything's the same and all things are equal, right?
yeah. Liberals are out there crying for Charlie Kirk.
That's their
You're
intersectionalism.
dead.
They're intersecting. Don't worry, they're intersecting.
Charlie's dead and we don't care. Oh, anyway.
Charlie boy has hit the dust and he better fucking stay there.
Well, the fascists are coming after us anyway, so you know.
yeah,
They'll
bro.
say, you know, don't crow too much because they'll use it as an excuse, but they're already doing it anyway. So hey.
It's buried like 5 hours into this fucking stream, and I think I'll be alright.
I need to sleep very soon, but yeah.
I absorb all.
Trying to work while you know, engaging with the stream, but my fucking work laptop's just lagging. I don't even know. Well, fuck it.
Take a break from work. You're being told.
Yeah.
You work way too much, and don't get paid for the times when you work out of hours, which is now.
Yeah. Screw that shit.
You need like so much back pay. Like you need like a fucking labor rights lawyer or some shit.
really do.
Like you got like 700 hours worth of fucking like paid like over hours at the very least from like this year alone.
Yeah.
Oh my god, another fucking. I mean, everyone's like it, so I'm not gonna like make it out that Jason just gets really horny. Pause pictures. Pause anyone's video. Like pause mine and like, I mean, you can pause the live stream. It'll delay you a bit. You'll get horny picture faces, but like we just keep getting them. It's like, you know, it's by chance, you know, because you can get normal. You can get a normal face. I mean, it'll spook you the fuck when you do, but like you see, not horny Jason. Oh, horny Jason. No,
You know,
horny. Horny.
you know they're going to you know they're going to retaliate against you with a video called "Hands Off Jason."
Oh my god, like I actually already have a video on my channel that's called Hands Off Jason, so like does that mean I'm part of the crew?
and Jordan and Nicole be leading the charge.
If I do it backwards slowly, it looks like he's delivering some satanic messages. But like let's keep going and investigate the deep. I mean, as Lennon said, deeper and lower. Oh God, keep going deeper and lower, Lennon. It makes me think of the sexy Lennon picture. And yeah, like fucking, we gotta get up there. Like, where's the sexy Lennon picture? I got it somewhere. I can't just like evoke the sexy Lennon and then like not show the sexy Lennon. This is where I don't have it on the computer and it's on my phone. I am not above like shoving my phone screen in front of the camera because I'm a lazy bitch. Yeah, sexy Lenin, too hard to find. Is someone typing sexy Lenin? Like,
No, I was typing something
it's
else.
like I'm like going on about like needing to find the sexy Lenin, and then I just hear
Well,
like
I wish I
keyboard
was actually,
noises,
but
and I'm
no.
like, whoa, someone can't wait. Like they can't even hold back. Like they're like, oh my god, I've got to see this. I mean, I understand, but like, honey, we are live. Please don't masturbate.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh,
I mean, like, it is sexy
Sexy.
Lenin. Like, you might
oh
know the
yeah.
picture I'm on about because, like, it's like
I
the
have no
only
idea.
like propaganda against Lenin that's like sexy. But like, no, you'll understand what I mean. Like, so
All
this
right,
is
okay.
Lenin destroying Moscow with like a hammer or whatever.
I'm not. I don't think I've seen that one. That looks like it's taken from Skyrim.
But you look how like they just like they're trying to make me hate Lenin. Like look at this hunk of fucking meat. Like like yo, fucking grab me by the waist and take me somewhere special. Like fucking I mean Lenin was sexy without making him a big giant like naked dude with a hammer, but like fuck me, like, you know, I want to see what he's doing with the sickle.
For real.
Like that's anti-communist propaganda. I think it's from the British, but like, who is it supposed to be? Who is it for? No wonder Guy Burgess, Stalin's like gay Englishman spy that like in the book about him just discriminates him all the time as like a sexual pest and stuff like that. Like, oh, he like used his sexual elucidations to like get people into the like the fucking spy ring or whatever. Like he's like some little gay plague. No wonder he became a Marxist. They showed him the sexy Lenin. And he was like, well, this is not sending me the places that the British education system wants it to send me.
It's too intersectional for Jason, though. So,
well, men aren't supposed to be found sexy, women are. So, like, you know, it's not traditional enough for Mr. Nuclear Family. Nuclear family predated religion. He actually said that. Like, that should disqualify you as a sociologist. Like, actually. Like, if you don't know when nuclear family was invented, you're a shit sociologist and you should, like, give up. Like, not even, like, consider, like, learning again. Just stop. Like, actually, if you can't even, like, understand when the nuclear family come into existence, you're crazy. We got out of peasantry in the fucking 17 and 1800s respectively. You know how peasants existed? It wasn't a nuclear family. Where's grandma in the nuclear family? She has her own home or she lives in the fucking old people's home. She lives with granddad or she lives with the state. You know? You don't have Nima at home when you're a nuclear family. You don't have Grand Nima at home when you're a nuclear family. You go look at black people who were excluded out of the nuclear family. Well, they still had grandnan and great grandnan living in the fucking home.
No. This is a petty bourgeois deviation.
Well, what's it? Apparently, the nuclear family has just always existed. It's beyond the times of religion, even though, like,
Yes,
I mean,
of course.
unless you're like gonna disparage like archaic spiritual faiths as something that is pre-religion, and you're gonna talk about religion as an institution, yes, like whatever. But like spiritual beliefs certainly predate like the family, and like what like the nuclear family. That's like, does Jason know why they call it the nuclear family? Does anyone know another name for the 50s? And I swear if you call it the baby boomer time, I'm gonna get very annoyed because you know it's not what I'm on about. I just said nuclear family. What am I after? What was the 50s called? What age was it?
The nuclear age?
Yeah, no, you're right. Atomic age.
Atomic age, yes, that's the one.
Yeah, it's the word that slips people's tongue a bit because it's not used as much anymore, even though I love the word
I
atomic.
thought, when I was a kid, I thought the nuclear family meant atomic family.
Yeah, that is basically what it means, yeah.
But then I was told later on it meant the man, wife, and children and all that, and the
Yeah, but it does kind of mean that that's an atomic family, as in that's a formalized
Yeah.
atom. You're all like the electrons and protons of it all. It's kind of creepy in the way that they're like their bigotry fits so well as an element. Like they've made some like bitchium or whatever, but like it's like a misogynium, and like they really went out of their way to make sure that they defined what the protons, electrons, and neutrons and all that are. I guess the man will be the quarks because that's the center of everything in the universe. So like like, quarks make everything do everything. I mean they don't, but like I the quarks are basically like what makes protons and neutrons. They're made out of quarks, and it's like a constant. It's like a oh, what's the word? Not a constant. It's when like scientists use a symbol for something they don't quite fully understand, but it's like definitely there. Like dark energy is one of them, and basically like that's what is it I was gonna say? I'm getting way too into physics for what is it like 6 in the morning, 7. Oh my god.
I've got to get off in a few hours as well. Oh my god.
I don't, but like I'm sorry I've dragged you into the night, and
I know you.
I tuck you out back. Fucking.
Oh, shocking.
I mean, we're actually making it through the video quite quickly since starting it though, so like this is better than normal.
Fair play.
It's like but slightly better, not much better.
Ideology has ever actually accomplished.
Actually, no, to be fair, I used to spend like 7 hours on 15 minutes and then never finish the video, so actually this is better. Like, there's a lot of Caleb videos where it just turned into me talking about Caleb rather than watching him because it was just too much. Like, I just...
Put on a suit and tie or you're alienating the working class.
Satanism. Stalinism. Stalin engaged in creative Satanism. Constructive Satanism. That was it. Constructive Satanism.
Oh god.
Instead of like he was literally just defining what constructive criticism is, and like I feel like dialectical materialism is a little more than constructive criticism.
Oh god.
I mean, communists do give constructive criticism on like like issues relating to like the world. Like surely like that is a part of like our job, but I feel like we're like more like the constructive and the critique rather than giving constructive criticism and then be like, okay, now the capitalists are gonna hear us out, right? No.
What has it done in terms of actually materially improving anyone's life?
See, now if the question is liberal ideology, not much. I mean, there's probably some stuff you could go on about in the past for like white people, but like as far as like black people's lives have gone, not necessarily much. But it definitely does still happen. As Lenin said, like the fight for democracy is still an important fight. Well, is it no longer an important fight if the liberals are leading it? Like, does that invalidate the black people's struggle? Because the liberals, who will inevitably get in the pocket of imperialism and make an incomplete society, does that invalidate it then? Should Ireland go back to being completely under British rule because the fucking Irish Free State is a British puppet? Are they qualitatively the same thing? It's like a quantitative shift in how we relate as part of the empire, as part of their little oppressive tools. It's what's the way of the shift has changed in a way where we have more liberty, we have more representation, our language is not a fucking banned language, like
also like from that Lenin quote as well, where he mentioned like if you don't go in there and like try to lead those movements, all you're doing is you're giving that advantage to the bourgeoisie in reaction. So like if you don't, someone else will, and you're not gonna like where they take it, and it will be an obstacle for you. So you better get your ass in there and do something about it.
Nothing. What is intersectionality's
Oh, that was
plan?
what I was supposed to say. Is like intersectionality has done shit though. Like yeah, liberalism might not have done so much, but intersectionality, Bolshevik Revolution.
Yeah,
Right.
Bolshevik Revolution, Chinese Revolution, Albanian Revolution, like those are all intersectional things.
Just like every colonial struggle in history is intersectional. Every revolutionary struggle in history has been intersectional. Even the bourgeoisie knew that with their struggle. I mean, they gaslit and lied to the people that they intersected with. Well, some of them did, some of them didn't. You have your Robespierres. You love your Robespierres. I love my Robespierres. They take the heads off of tyrants. They do not tolerate them at all. If
Yeah, I mean,
Robespierre was in America today, he would cut off my head.
Yeah, like that's what like Marx and Engels would even talk about, like how the bourgeois revolutions, like they would stop halfway in terms of like any of the actual things that all the coalition that they built up to fight and win those revolutions were fighting for.
Yeah.
Of action for actually undoing the contradictions, for actually producing change. It doesn't have one.
What's its plan?
Undoing the contradiction.
Do you guys have a plan of action for doing all of the things to undo all the contradictions, like right now, that you could give me? Is that a reasonable thing to ask anyone to give?
Yeah, that's just absurd.
It's absurd.
Yeah.
Like what? Like Marxists want to get rid of money. What's the plan of action?
Look at his face. Look at his face again.
Oh God, he looks like he looks. It's not the cum face though. Now it's like the super cereal face. Like he's like gonna tell us about Man Bear Pig. Man Bear Pig. You must hear me. I'm super cereal. I am very
Al
super
Gore.
cereal. I've got to tell you about Man Bear Pig.
Canadian Al Gore, Jason.
Canadian Al
I'm
Gore.
sure.
We found Canadian Al Gore. I mean, shit. Fucking, I found like a microbiologist on a video that looked just like Jason. And it was like fucking, it's like Jason Unruh, but like fucking, if he was like a Texan microbiologist. He's just in his element, not being transphobic, not being a little bitch, just like living his best life. It's like nuclear. You got nuclear Caleb. We found like a guy who looks and sounds like Caleb Maupin, but he's from Texas or something, and like he's a nuclear engineer. And like he's just in his element. He's loving his life. He loves doing reaction videos. And it's like, whoa, this could have been Caleb in another universe. Maybe it is. Maybe multi-universe theory has turned into universes crashed into each other theory. And microbiologist Jason from Texas is actually just a different Jason.
For actually producing change.
What if this is the Jason from a different universe?
It doesn't have
though?
one.
We got like this is the bad Jason.
Marxism, and specifically dialectics, actually produces a course of action in order to be able to produce change.
So you said Marxism, specifically dialectics. Dialectics is not as specific. Do you mean dialectical materialism? Do you mean Hegelian dialectics? Do you mean Kantian, Fichtean dialectics? Like,
Yeah.
like what is this shit? Like, what is it like Althusserlian post-humanist dialectical materialism? Like dialectical materialism itself has gone through so many evolutionary developments on like how the philosophy itself exists, because it's not a vacuole that just like is what it is and is what it is because it is what it is. Like that's just like inanity. Like Lenin developed the theory of dialectical materialism further. It's not that like Engels just developed this theory of dialectical materialism and then it was just like perfect and all that. Like no, it needed development. Like these things are science. It's like philosophy is science. The tools of philosophy are science, and so our understanding of it gets sharper the more we investigate. The whole point of scientists are to be investigators. The whole point of science communicators is to communicate that investigation. Marxists are social scientists and social science communicators. But we're also just science communicators generally. So we intersect with the other sciences and speak to other scientists so we can communicate those sciences to the people. We are science communicators. That is our job. You know, when I did my video on, like, watching that science communicator talk about cholera, and I was expanding on it, I was doing that for the purpose of getting Marxists to engage with science communication and doing my own bit to expand on that science communication from a Marxist perspective. Like, we need to be preaching to people about shit. Well, not preaching. I shouldn't say it like that. But we should be speaking to people. It's because the way you talk on the street, you're like, yo, preach. Like, it's just like, it means something different down here. You gotta let your yam out. You know, you gotta speak your passion, and like fucking, you gotta coordinate organization. If you're gonna fucking engage with people's needs, is it just gonna be the identities? Because that's the thing. It's like all Jason can list when it comes to people's needs is like, oh, it's like classism and then like racism and sexism. What is the ism of bad sewage? I mean, it could get into racism and classism and sexism, but it is also just bad hygiene for society. It's bad for infrastructure. It's bad for the way we exist. Like, it's bad for everybody's health. Like, you know, there is, like, a lot of stuff that goes on that you need to teach people about. And, like, if Jason actually, like, thought like a Marxist, he'd make himself a science communicator rather than either thinking he's the scientist of being a journalist or just being a journalist. There's nothing wrong with being a journalist. It's good stuff. Or him, like, having his little, like, fail education moment where he starts acting like he's a fucking doctor of psychology because he wants to study psychology. And it's just, like, it's way too persona-y. Like, you gotta, like, you're being an identitarian. That's why all your accusations of trans people and all that lot. The Jordan Peterson, like, half-color suit fucking thing you did to be the Jordan Peterson of the left. We don't need one. We're already intellectuals. His whole thing was intellectualism. So, like, what's the difference? Like, between you doing a multicolored suit thing and making yourself look like Jordan Peterson compared to, like, and I actually didn't think the multicolored suit looked bad. It was just, like, what you were imitating, like, was not good. Like, it wasn't a bad-looking suit at all. Like, in many ways, it's better looking than Jordan's, but, like, no. No, don't copy Jordan Peterson. That's not where you get your own style. Like, not at all. If you're gonna take from others, you go from those that represent, like, the ways we're supposed to be expressing ourselves. Jordan Peterson is a fascist. You don't want to be associated with a fascist. It's, like, not good for anybody, especially not yourself. Like, I know you don't believe in Jordan Peterson's ideas, Jason, so why would you do this? It's crazy. Like, Jordan Peterson is, like, out of left field, like, compared to all of this. You know, it's not someone Jason actually believes in the ideas of, but, like, why would you frame yourself as a version of him? Yay! Crazy.
The primary contradiction since the time of Lenin has been imperialism. You defeat imperialism, and then in each individual country, you can take on the battle of labor versus capital, which would become the primary contradiction after imperialism. And once that's been defeated, you have opened the door to be able to take on all the other
fucking line thing
in society, to be able to create that equality through socialism. Because now the base mechanism of inequality of capitalism has been
And what in the
rid of.
meantime, Jason?
And the base...
Like, what does he want to be done in the meantime? Like, he's doing the line thing. He's saying, like, first you have to get rid of imperialism, then you get rid of capitalism, then racism. And it's like, that's like the way that, like, people who want to push to Bob, it's like doing the, like, opposite way. It's like going in the opposite direction, but that's like how people dismantling the thing do it. And it's like, that's not how you put it back together. You don't put it, with social stuff, they don't often go back together the way they're taken apart because they're taken apart through bigotry, and that means you can't put them back together the same dumb and imbecilic way.
Yeah. He just keeps doing that shit where they keep swiping it aside. Like I've gotten into arguments like back when I used to be more active on Twitter and shit, with fucking the Nazbol mecha Nazi types, whatever. And like I had one of those idiots. Like they fucking were saying like the Bolsheviks didn't oppose anti-Semitism until after the revolution. I was like, you are so ignorant and stupid. That is absolutely not true. The total opposite is the case.
So they had swastikas, I bet.
Fucking insane.
Yeah, it's like the Nazis didn't exist in 1917, so the swastikas in 1917 they don't mean anything. They're just a peace symbol. They're like, white men are not really caring about where things go in history is such a common problem. And also, like, again, I feel like the assaults on trans rights are an important thing. Has Jason been talking about what's been going on in the UK?
I'm not sure.
No.
No?
No, unless I missed it. But
okay. It's advertised in a total hypocrite. Pornhub, Castle Doctrine now. Charlie Kirk assassinated. What does it mean? MGTOW versus toxic. Oh my god, we'll get to that. No, he hasn't talked about it. At least I can't see it. I don't see anything about the UK illegalizing Palestine action, which is one of the most paramount issues of our time. Great. Well, he talked about male loneliness, though. I'll make sure to remember that when I go to prison for terrorism. Well, aiding and supporting terrorism.
I'm hopping off this game. Fuck that. Trying to play Age of Empires 2 while like listening to this, and I keep playing against the same Japanese guy, and he keeps resigning and making my fucking rank skyrocket. I don't want that because that just means I get my ass kicked more.
He's just like fucking screwing you over because you beat him once, and he's really annoyed.
Yeah.
Marijuana may be linked to suicidality. What the fuck?
Oh fuck.
Oh no.
The fuck is that reefer madness shit? What? Steve's making videos for my grandma.
If he's not gonna like replace it with other music, then the dun 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 dun, then put something else there, or just don't have an intro. Like,
yeah.
New information has come out about a link between marijuana use and suicide.
So bad.
It appears that marijuana may be contributing to the high youth suicides that we've been seeing now. The problem is that during adolescence, the brain is still developing and vulnerable to the effects of drugs and alcohol, including marijuana. The brain is still in a plastic state where neural connections are being pruned and other connections
Is he in
are
a
being...
trance? Is he like staring into Net's eyes while he like... how long have you been reading scripts, my dude? Read it over and over again until you get it in your head, and then have it in eyes view so you can check on it.
Is he doing that North American infantilization of anybody under the age of 28 or 25 or whatever random age it is they say you're an adult now?
He's doing the thing where it's like, I mean, there is some truth that your brain is still developing when you're teenage years, and drugs have an exponential effect on it compared to adults. But like, the effects of marijuana are like, they're minor. They are minor. There are effects that happen through development. But like, it's.
I'm just going on about the mechanical way. Sorry to talk over you. Go on.
No, you got a point though. He is mechanicalizing it into like essentially like some kind of ageism, where it's like, oh well, the marijuana's making the kids suicidal, rather than the thing making them smoke marijuana at a younger age. Like, like it's so cart before the fucking horse.
Yeah. Totally. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, yeah. So like, yeah, you got a good point with that, and it's like fucking. He is just sort of like doing that thing where it's like, oh well, you see and it's like, dude, do you understand like smoking pot in your teenage years? Because I've been smoking pot since I was fucking 14. Or well, just about to turn 14. I was 13 and 11 months. Hey, yeah. And like we smoked weed and I did it again. And then again. And guess what? My dad was kicking the shit out of me way before I was smoking weed. So, like, I don't think, I tried to kill myself when I was in, I should say that a little nicer, but like when I was in year 4, year 3, year 2 at school. Like grade 2 to like really just get into the language of Americans because you say year 2 and they get all fucking confused. Grade 2, you fucking star-spangled tossers.
Off to the Star Spangled Banner.
Star-spangled bastards. There we go. Yeah. But that's it. So like I didn't need marijuana to be suicidal. Already that. And a lot of the kids that are going to be suicidal in their teenage years, I'm going to tell you now, they at least ideated about it younger years. They might not have acted on them, but they ideated about it. Depression, it's a crazy thing. Most kids that get depression as kids get it from a young age because they're usually going through a shit time. Yes, many people get depression in their teen years when they weren't in their younger years. And, like, sure, yeah, but, like, it's not what, like, suicide is primarily coming from people who are in like the conditions that breed suicide. So like, why would marijuana be the one causing suicide? I mean, this is from like this is this is Dr. Jason Freud. So you better shut up and listen. Everyone, textbooks to page 169. Don't say nice. That's 68. You don't understand sex as well as I do. I love the women.
Maybe contributing to the
That was a back pedal to the bit earlier. How many women does Jason?
high youth suicides that we've been seeing now. The problem is that during adolescence, the brain is still developing and vulnerable to the effects of drugs and alcohol, including marijuana. The brain is still in a plastic state where neural connections are being pruned and other connections are being made. Marijuana interrupts this process, preventing some of the connections being made. Now it appears that some of that is fueling adolescent depression.
What? Try and read it in a way that's interesting. It's a 3-minute video. Is this the first take? Did he just write it and then read it out? Is that what happened?
Probably.
Oh, well, I typed up this great essay and you guys are gonna listen to it. It's only 3 minutes. But like fucking, he's reading someone else's study a little bit, or like their forward for their study on like increased suicidality, and then there's a correlation between people smoking weed and also being more suicidal. Okay, sure, like it's an antidepressant, so would be wild if depressed people never used it. That'd be crazy. Like who would have thought? What, a depressed kid that wants to kill themselves also uses a drug that makes you want to kill yourself less? Wow. Crazy. Wow. Now, withdrawal might make them want to kill themselves more. Like, that's a big thing, and, like, that's a big trouble, and that's why, like, drugs are also really harsh on young people. It's not just about, oh, God, their brains are so incapable of handling the drugs. There is a danger. There is unhealthiness in that. But the bigger problem is drugs are exploitative of what? Your fucking money. You know what kids don't fucking have? Money. Unless they're like wealthy kids, but those guys just take the pills from their parents' cabinets, so like they don't have to worry about spending money on drugs. So like kids don't have money, so like that's quite stressful when you're depressed and you're relying on an abusive crutch, because it can be abusive the way that the kids are using these fucking drugs, and the dealers are obviously abusing them because they're fucking kids and you shouldn't be selling drugs to kids. So like there's that whole framework of stuff where like, yo, yeah, I don't think the weed is the cause. I feel like there's a whole like a surrounding issue of things that makes someone have a bad time. But withdrawing on weed, I'll secede there. I mean, when I withdraw on weed, I get really fucking, like, I get hot sweats throughout the night. I can't sleep. My body is in full-blown inflammation. Like, marijuana really helps with my inflammation, with my fibro and all that. So, like, and I might have MS, so that's actually really important because inflammation is usually immune response. And MS is where your immune system destroys your fucking nervous system. That's why they call it multiple sclerosis. They never stop at one. They always keep going. More sclerosises. Everyone gets the sclerosis. And it might be tied to strokes, so that's fun. Or well, TIAs, which are like the strokes that don't kill, but like really fuck you up. Which is why my face is like a bit wobbly, like you know, like the structure's a bit like skewed. But it's not really skewed. It's just this side isn't fucking melted. It's the way I put it, you know, like it's why my chin like goes like fucking like down like that at the one end, like really fucking steep, and I got like this button out jaw that's like not even like, it's not even where it should be. It's like sticking out of my face. Like it should be back here, but it's like out here. And if it was back there, my face would look normal. But like something has rearranged it in a way where it's just like, no, that's how it is. That's how the muscles are sitting. That's how the bones are sitting. Fuck you.
And on that note, I'm gonna bow out.
Hope you have a good night's sleep. It was
Okay.
great having your input in the Jason Unruh session.
I wish I could stay longer, but I need to get at least a couple of hours of sleep. So
otherwise you won't have no sleep and you'll be falling asleep with
Give
the
him the
carers
stare.
over and stuff.
a long day, 10 hours of gigging and stuff, and on me feet.
Oh, you got some gigging on the go. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Hey.
Jason gave him the stare now, so you know.
Oh shit! Yeah, we need some Jason stares, don't we?
I'll catch you later. All right.
Yeah, just remember to like.
Absolutely.
There's a Jason cum face in the chat if you need any help finishing.
I saw it.
But like,
should be horrific.
it's a little lemon salad already.
Catch you later.
Respect. Okay, now.
Including marijuana. The brain is high youth suicides that we've been seeing. New information has come out about a link between marijuana use and suicide. It appears that marijuana may be contributing to the high youth suicides that we've been seeing now.
Wait, what is the way he says it is so weird. Marijuana may be used.
This may be contributing to the high youth suicides.
I think he meant to correct himself. I think he meant to say may be contributing.
The problem is that during adolescence, the brain is still developing and vulnerable to the effects of drugs and alcohol, including marijuana. The brain is...
Okay, drugs and alcohol, including marijuana. You know how powerful alcohol is compared to marijuana? Because, like, yeah, you know, I agree a lot more with alcohol. I think that you shouldn't give teenagers alcohol way more than you shouldn't give them marijuana. Like, marijuana is a medicine. Like, people say, oh, alcohol was once a medicine. Yes, but marijuana is still a medicine. Like, cocaine was once a medicine. Hasn't been a medicine since 1920-something. Marijuana is still a medicine. It never stopped being one. Crazy that, isn't it? It's almost like it passed the test, even though we tried to make it not. Crazy.
Where neural connections are being pruned and other connections are being made. Marijuana interrupts this process, preventing some of the connections being made. Now it appears that some of that is fueling adolescent depression.
Like, I don't know, is that the marijuana doing that, or is it the abuse doing that? Because abuse stunts development. Like, this is the thing. Expanded cannabis products offering product offerings, increasing potency, and an increase in state and local legalization laws are posing unprecedented exposure to young people during a critical period of brain development. Now, there is some truth to this, and I do think that the bourgeoisie companies take things too far, but to say marijuana may be linked to suicidality is not necessarily true because those increased potency products, a lot of them aren't even marijuana anymore. It's like fucking like purified fucking like THC and like they'll fuck you up like moon rocks and shit. So like, shit's crazy. Now there is some stuff that it definitely does affect in development when it comes to certain neural pathways, but like I am not sure myself if it's the marijuana or if it's the reasons people are smoking the marijuana. Like that's the problem for me. No one's done that study. No one has done a study where they figure out like there's there's two groups and they both come from downtrodden groups that are the most likely to smoke marijuana, so they all got life stresses, they all going through a hard time, and they should be vetted for that. And then one of them smokes marijuana and the other one doesn't. Do a study like that and then tell me what pathways the marijuana specifically is blocking, because then you can actually extrapolate it or use a rat model. A rat model is perfectly fine for this kind of experiment. Like if giving weed to children is like super dangerous and evil and would like destroy the. I mean, you shouldn't really give drugs to kids, but like the rat park experiment, do a similar thing like that. Give some of them THC in their water, some of them not, and see the differences in neural pathway development. But you got to also understand how trauma affects neural pathway development, because this is not considering why people smoke weed. Like it's actually suggesting that legalization and like increased product offerings is the reason why kids are smoking more.
Yeah.
Weed
Yeah.
isn't legal in the UK as a recreational. I have been smoking weed for fucking like 12 years. No, longer than that. 14 years. What am I saying? I'm not 20. I'm not 25. I'm 27. Fucking hell. I keep losing how old I am. Like when I was getting 25, I was still feeling like I was 21. Like I'm fucking like, oh my god. 2020s is like sucking the life out of me. I'm gonna look like
Yeah.
well, I'll look like a prisoner at some point in that time period, but eventually I'll look like fucking that racist puppet from Jeff Dunham. What's it like, Ahmed? Like that's my like end life goal, and then I'll join Hamas. But yeah.
Expanding cannabis product offerings, increasing potency, and an increase in state and local legalization laws are posing unprecedented exposure to young people during a critical period of brain development. And suicide among youth is a serious problem. Nearly one-third
shit.
of female youth seriously consider suicide, while 13 attempted to die by suicide, according to a 2023
attempted
Youth
to die.
Risks Behavior Survey, and states 14 and 7% of male youth, respectively. According to the National Institute of Mental Health, 20% of U.S. youth ages 12 to 17 experienced past year major depressive disorder, MDD, in 20.
So are we supposed to believe it's a male loneliness epidemic? Seems like it's a female loneliness epidemic, like, because they're all going on about male suicides. 30% of female students or female youths want to commit suicide, whilst 14% or seriously considered it, of men considered it, whilst only 7% of the men, you could say, oh, well, 50% of people and men that would consider it will go through with it. You could say that, but like 14% and 7% compared to 30% and 13%. Like, yeah, there's a pretty large hike in the fact that like half of the men there will be into it, but 7% of men is still less than 13% of women. I hate to point that out to people, but like there's not a male loneliness epidemic. There's a male chauvinist epidemic. Because there's a loneliness
Right.
epidemic. Men and women are lonely. Everyone's lonely. Capitalism. Oh, crazy. Whoa, is this like an Have we found an intersection? Whoa, sound the alarm, people. We have an intersection.
That ain't good.
Transgender for everybody. We will have transgender for all. Medicare for all was terrible. It did not grant transgender for all. Transgender for everybody.
21. Adults are not immune to the effects of marijuana causing depression. There appears to be a correlation between them, but it's not as strong as adolescents. From the studies done, there's something 21. Adults are not immune to
I gotta just get that one bit that I heard there,
to the effects of marijuana causing depression. There appears to be a correlation between them, but
a correlation.
Seriously.
So how do
Can you
we
prove
turn that into a
causation?
causative? Yeah, because
Yeah.
like correlations can be. I mean, causations will always correlate, but like not all correlations are causations. So like, how does this correlation meet the definition of a causative?
between them, but it's not as strong as adolescents. From the studies done, there's something very interesting about marijuana today. Tests performed on confiscated cannabis have found that it contains 10 times greater THC, the psychoactive compound that makes users feel high, than in the late 1970s. Back then, flower products were around 1 to 3% THC. As of 2023, they were 16 to 25% in most states, with one grower reportedly producing a plant that was 40% THC. Concentrated products such as vapes, edibles, wax, dabs are far more popular now and routinely contain 60 to 90% THC, up from 20 to 30% from a few decades prior. The Journal Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry in 2023 did a study on youth and found the following results. 2.35 times more likely to have major depressive disorder, 3.32 times more likely to have a past 12-month major depressive episode, and more likely to have greater depression severity. 3.7 times more likely to report suicide attempt, and those odds remained even after researchers controlled for whether the youth had depression. More likely to report feelings of guilt, appetite problems, suicidal ideation. However, researchers have found no difference between adolescent cannabis users and those and never users on the common mental health symptoms such as anhedonia, sleep problems, and fatigue. Even though
Where's the link? Where does the link start between this and marijuana?
Why does it literally says, however, researchers found no difference between adolescent cannabis users and adolescent never users on other common mental health symptoms such as anhedonia, sleep problems, and fatigue. And so that applies to depression too. So like, no one is saying cannabis causes depression. At least I don't think this study is. I mean, the one of them is, but like this one isn't. This one is saying that like, oh yeah, well like you were studying cannabis users and non-cannabis users, and it turns out that like, yeah, no, they're all depressed. Like they're all 3.7 times like more likely to do this, that, and the other, suicide attempts and all that. Like, it proves him wrong. The title is clickbait. It's clickbait. Especially if he corrects himself now, the title is clickbait.
On the common mental health symptoms such as anhedonia, sleep problems, and fatigue. Even though legislation is here and substance use is increasing as a result,
you gonna look at the camera?
It's highly recommended that youth, those under 18,
Jason?
seriously consider holding off using marijuana until they're much older and their brains have finished developing. Thank you for watching. If you like this,
it's like, don't do drugs until you're 25, basically. Okay, America. All right, fucking, isn't that already the rules? 21, like,
21, yeah.
Your brain doesn't stop developing until you're like in your like late 20s. Like, don't eat sugar. It causes dopamine production. We can't have that. It's the majority of what marijuana is. Marijuana has some is hallucinogenic effects too, though, which is the neural pathway stuff it does. But like marijuana makes new neural pathways. Like one of the things that I remember like talking with some stoners about like growing up was how like there's a lot of stuff that you can learn that you do learn when you're stoned that you like you know about it, you know the knowledge, but like you can't apply it. Like you can't like actually cognate your body or mind to do the things properly that you did and learned when you were stoned, because you're different neural pathways. So like there's problems with it that for sure could definitely come out of that, but also it could just develop people in a different direction. Like for people who are like medical users, for example. I use it all the time. It's a part of how I typically operate. We could just call it like
Yeah,
fucking.
my grandma was approved for medical marijuana for her arthritis, but she was I mean she would have fallen victim to Jason's fucking reefer madness or whatever shit video that he just
Yeah.
made,
Program, then
because
please
like
head over to
that's
my
what scared the
Patreon.
shit out of her. That's what scared the shit out of her, and why she refused to use it. So she just kind of dealt with the pain in her of her arthritis.
Oh my
She
god.
was like,
Yeah.
she
Fuck
was
yeah.
scared of the reefer madness shit, that propaganda that she was subject to as a kid.
Yeah, it's a shame because marijuana is amazing for arthritis. It's anything that's inflammation based, marijuana is absolutely based.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, fuck, CBD cream goes a long way for arthritis as well, but also just smoking a doobie. Smoking a doobie. I mean, like, I don't have arthritis, I got fibro, but there's, like, crossovers and all that lot between, like, the two conditions. And, like, inflammation is a big part of my disorder, and so is, like, fucking arthritis and marijuana. God, you know, it's so good with it that you don't notice how much it's fucking helping until you don't have it around or can't do it as much. And then, like, you're just, like, absolutely blown out your ass. And you're like, oh my God, the joint stream is actually preventing my fibro from making my life absolute hell. Or I should say, fucking, it likely is more so the MS. Like, if I turn out to have MS is worse than fibro. Like, they'll be leveling up. Well, I already would have leveled up like decades ago, but I finally realize I've leveled up. You know, on the Intersectional Olympics tech tree. My revolution will come first. Fuck you, Jason.
Of equality of socialism has been achieved. So now you can definitely bring through all those other liberations.
Oh my God.
Contrast this with what intersectionality proposes.
What does it
is
propose,
intersectionality's
Jason? Tell me.
proposal for bringing change? Nothing.
No, what is it? Like, what is it? Does he not know?
No plan of action. It produces nothing in terms of any tangible plan for producing any kind of change. It's basically just sitting on the sidelines complaining.
That's egregious of him to say as a third worldist.
Oh my God. Well, not even just as a third worldist, just as someone who's not got involved with the Palestine movement. Like, yeah, he's done videos on it, sure, but like, Toronto is a fucking train ride away, and his actual town he lives in also had their own like Palestine marches and shit. Why wasn't he involved? He's literally been on the sidelines being a bitch, complaining for fucking 15 years. Like, cheek, the actual cheek. Like, what the fuck does he? You don't know what with that fucking cheeky mouth. You'll be fucking, oh boy, teeth to knock out.
And
Cause like, what the fuck? Like, sitting on the sidelines complaining. This video is that. Like, you just like, intersectionality is just sitting on the sidelines complaining. Okay, so like the Black Panthers, what were they doing, Jason? When like they had a pink Panther division for the women in the party, were they, you know, the purple berets and stuff like that? Were they being evil liberals? Did they propose nothing? No. I mean, like, who are even the liberal intersectionalists? I don't really know many, or any at all.
Right.
Like, they use the term maybe, but like, they don't really know like liberals that actually like understand what intersectionality even is. Like, it's like a buzzword that some leftists said and they like picked up. It's why slogans are a fucking terrible idea, you know. Well, not always. There's times where they work, but like they always get co-opted by the petty bourgeoisie and they don't even know what they mean.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm guessing there are people that they never use the intersection with class. Instead, they probably use intersection with like race and like sexuality or something. I don't know.
Which is still like valid, and it's just one of them. It's like we're supposed to turn around and connect it to class and go, look, this intersection is wider than that. But Jason instead is just throwing the baby out with the bathwater, age old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and the liberals didn't even come up with intersectionalism, so he's like, why are they the primary you're going for? Like, if they invented it, sure, I'd be like, that makes a little sense why you want to talk about them, but they didn't. They co-opted it, so.
Yeah.
And then when you have something that actually can produce change, the science of, or at least pseudoscience of dialectics, it just sits there complaining about dialectic change. The science of, or at least pseudoscience of dialectics.
What is he?
And then when you have something that actually can produce change, the science of, or at least pseudoscience of dialect.
Why is he calling it pseudoscience? Did anyone explain to me?
Freudian slip, maybe?
No,
From
he
Jason?
corrected himself. It couldn't be a slip. He corrected himself to say pseudoscience.
It's weird that he would say that, because now I'm wondering if at the very beginning of this video when he said intersectionalism versus dialectics, I was giving him the benefit of the doubt, where I was like, maybe he meant dialectical materialism, but maybe that was deliberate. Now that he's corrected it right like that, I think that was deliberate at the very beginning of the video.
It's funny I said Kant as well, like, because, well, I
Yeah.
mean, this is very Kantian, I'm not gonna lie. Jason. Dialectics isn't a pseudoscience. It's a tool for doing science. It's a postulate system that doesn't have postulates because it doesn't need postulates. Instead, it has a rule of instruction, how you approach it. And sometimes not all those approaches work. So they're not strict, like Koch's postulates on finding a bacterium. You don't always work. They don't always figure shit out. You can't apply them to viruses very well. There's stuff dialectics has limitations on, and materialism is the universalization of it. It takes it away from those limitations and into the reality of the world to be the tool that universally looks at all of what materialism encompasses, because dialectics is empirical criticalism. It's an empirical critique, and materialism is the encompassing reality. Empirical critique can be blind, irrational, and stupid if it's not grounded in fucking reality. That means what exists before and what exists now and what we can make it exist in the future. Like, very, very simply so. Historical materialism, current materialism, and future materialism, to put it in a very rudimentary fashion that works. And so I don't care that it's not the terms that people will typically use. But that's the core aspect of the unifying element of dialectics, because it allows you to think of past, present, and future in a continuum, but also think of them relatively, like on, let's say, like thinking about racism on a playing level. As a historical thing. So you're like putting all of its history onto like one sort of like level of a certain group, let's say like the Slavs, and like their racism is going against them, and you're painting their history. Well, you are bringing it to the future and talking about this history from that perspective. You're like dragging it. That is a scientific process that involves dialectics. Like, it isn't like like the empirical is tied to the credit the empirical is tied to the critical existence of reality, like that's the empirics of it all, and then our relationship to it is contradictory, so we expand that empiricism into a critique of our relationship to that reality, our relationship to the ever movement of contradiction, because that's the ever movement of all things in existence. I mean, shit, when we found out about how the universe might have actually been like a fingernail of existence because there's slightly more antimatter than slightly more matter than antimatter, is like literally gets into that kind of shit. Like, there's a lot of stuff in physics that proves this dialectical shit correctly. You like I just think Jason is like very much not into looking at the scientific nature of things, or maybe like Net has whittled him down even more, because I really didn't think Jason of old would call dialectics pseudoscience.
Yeah, that's weird. That sounds like a net influence.
Or Hegelianism of some kind, because it's not Marxism.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, Jason struggled with this even in his book. You know, it's just he's gone back and forth. Dialectics of science. No, it's not really a science. It's just philosophy. But in this video, you know, he says pseudo dialectics or whatever, and it's just like
Pseudoscience of dialectics.
yeah. Oh God.
And it's like, it's getting into the Hegelianism of it again. It's like, you know, in Marxism, dialectics is a philosophical tool for, you know, working with the sciences. It's a naturalist tool. And so dialectical materialism is all about how we see the world. It's a perspective. It's a set of beliefs. You know, it's complicated. Being a dialectical materialist is a little more than just believing in the tool of dialectical materialism. Because when we're on about that, because these are two different things. And like when we're saying a dialectical materialist, like when we're owning it because we fucking come up with that shit, we're saying like a person who believes in like whatever like Maoists and Hojists believe in, or anarcho-communists. Like that's what dialectical materialism is. It's not just the tool itself. Like it is also the
Right.
philosophy and then the ideologies that come from that philosophy. Like we're all dialectical materialism, like as a philosophical title, you know, of what we all are. Like that's the unifying element of us all. Well, I think there's more than that, but you know, it's the central pillar that unifies us. Um, uh, is it pseudoscience? Because pseudoscience, I mean, I think he would rather have meant quasi-science, I guess, because pseudoscience really implies fake science. Quasi might imply, like, you know, it's
Yeah.
like, it's somewhat like that. Because, like, what you're saying here is, like, discredulous anyway. But, like, you're also, like, saying that dialectics is idealist. And, like,
Yeah,
sure,
for
if you're
real.
a Hegelian. But like materialism wasn't the way that Marx turned Hegel's dialectics upside down. That's combining two things together. It was Engels that went rabid on the materialism stuff. Marx was into it, but like Marx was very focused on dissecting dialectics and turning it inside out, and then he come to materialism as a big part of that component, because he's already into materialism, as I previously said, but it wasn't like the main focus of him being Hegelian. So he was coming at it from a Hegelian perspective as a Hegelian, and he dissected it to its very fucking fine components. Deconstructionalism, weirdly enough. I wonder if Jason will be annoyed by that. And then, you know, he come up with his own perception on how dialectics should be formed, and he called it naturalist humanism. Engels then expanded it into dialectical materialism. And like that is the birth of the whole ideology. A naturalist humanism is Marx's word for it. And it says more of what's kind of going on a bit, you know? Like the natural world and our study of it and humans' relationship to it. That's what he's saying. Now, humanism, I think, is a bit gauche. I'm a post-humanist like Althusser, but post-humanism doesn't mean you hate humanists though either. Like, there's good things that Marxist humanists have done, and I don't mean the third world, the fucking third world. This is called third worlds. The left com ideology. I mean, like, Marxists who are humanists. They've done good shit. Gramsci's my favorite Marxist. Guy's a fucking humanist, but like, I think that some of their beliefs contradicted their humanism at times, and they really just didn't tell and couldn't recognize it as such. And I think that people like Althusser called it out for what it was. It's like, this is leftovers from the very human-centric way that, like, European philosophy was dragging us in this individualistic fashion of existence and how we perceive ourselves that the Victorian era brought in, called Victorian humanism. Interesting, that name.
That's why it makes it weird that like Jason would not like Althusser. So
Yeah.
Well, Jason's a humanist. That's why.
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised.
It just sits there complaining about it.
What are you doing,
complaining
Jason?
about its ability to do something, and then instead insists that its own inability to do anything is superior.
Oh my God, that's been you in the Palestine movement, or your little lackeys. I was like, Nicole, why haven't you done anything? Oh, I will lose my job. Oh, I'll lose my job. So, like, my needs a superior. You're going on about how, like, people just sit there and complain when the revolution is kicking off. Well, you know what? The Intifada revolution was trying to make an international movement. The Palestinians in Gaza were trying to get us to struggle against overthrowing our country. That's not what Hamas said. That's what Palestinian activists in Gaza, in the food programs, the outreach, the doctors, what's that doctors organization that goes around the world? Doctors Without Borders. Doctors Without Borders and people like that, the reasons we were getting those messages. And we also had, like, Palestinians WhatsApping, like, members of the organization, Palestine Action and Palestine Solidarity Campaign, telling them what they thought and what they wanted from us. And they wanted us to do a socialist fucking revolution that came from the people. Like, I don't have any reason to believe any of those activists were lying to me when they told me that that was what was going on. And no reason to believe it. No reason to not believe it. Like, it's real shit. They were calling for us to fucking overthrow our government. Like, not just re-elect them with someone else or anything like that. It was Intifada revolution. The Palestinians in Palestine wanted fucking radical support. They wanted us to go, this is not on. If England and America won't stop supporting Israel, then England and America will ban. Not like literally like violence, like before someone takes me out of fucking context. Like, what I'm saying is that, like, what they wanted from us was for us to build a anti-fascist united front, to be plain and simple. That's what the Palestinians wanted from us. Because you know who saw the writing on the wall of world fascism for like 70 fucking years? 85 years? You wanna guess? They may come from a place called Little Philistine. It's the Intifada. I've been seeing this shit. Fucking 2002, like, that whole mess was like in reaction to the betrayal of the Oslo Accords after, like, they already had beef with, like, fucking Arafat's side. But Arafat actually made peace with them, and Arafat blessed the Second Intifada in 2002. But, you know...
I also found it ironic that Nicole was complaining about, like, losing her job or whatever, but, like, that sounds very similar to the type of critique she would have of, like, the first worlders that she always complains about.
Yeah, that's like first worldism, is it not? Like, what about the Palestinians who like had jobs in Hebron or like in the West Bank or like in Gaza City? Gaza City now isn't even a city. It's nothing. It's dead. It's gone. They're like, oh, they're
Yeah.
gonna take half of Gaza City away from the Gazans. Yeah, and leave the other half covered in rubble. Now they're gonna move the rubble out of one half. Where do you think they're gonna move it? They're gonna kick it out of Gaza City and they're gonna dump it in the other half of Gaza City that's in the Palestinian side.
Yeah. It's fucking
Build a
crazy.
lovely settlement on there with elevated housing and massive main motorways and dual carriageways and highways and roads and yada yada. It's just all fucking. It's just crazy. And these guys who never got involved in the Palestine movement saying that, like, as if you're going to tell me that uh, a student movement with a social media, a blog, and then like a social group for like bringing people from minority issues together is not a movement, then you posting videos every now and then about the issue is not the movement. Put your money where your
Right.
mouth is kind of fucking thing with that one. Like, if you're gonna act that way and treat people that way, well, I'm gonna treat you that way then. Like, you ain't done shit. You ain't part of the Palestine movement, so don't fucking comment on it. You ain't got no right. Go fucking go to Toronto. They got Palestine protests every weekend. It's Saturday, Jason. Go to Toronto. Stop watching the stream and go to Toronto. It's okay. We won't insult you too much. Fucking tall person.
So that was basically the substance of the argument that I had. It was continuing to insist that intersectionality was better because all of the oppressions are considered equal, even though in terms of actually getting rid
fucking bullshitting on that. Like he's like not mischaracterizing it, fucking strawmanning it.
On purpose.
Yeah.
This can't be on accident at this point because like what the fuck, like this so inaccurate to what anyone believes who is intersectional. Like even I don't even think the liberals believe it means everyone's the same, but like it's what reactionaries think. Like fuck man, it sounds like am I watch it? Did Charlie Kirk come back from the dead?
His ghost.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that. I wouldn't be surprised if that was genuinely the case of like that's what he believes that like the liberals believe or something. Because I mean, look at it what we read from his book earlier with the whole all lives matter shit.
Yeah.
Where it's like he was attributing like the conservative bullshit about all lives matter to liberals. It's like I've never seen that ever.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like
I
mean, I guess you'll see it now because they're all like capitulating to fascism, but not in 2020. Like.
Yeah, like at best it would be like a shift from like revolutionary to reformist. That's definitely like a thing that the liberals would be doing. But they wouldn't be like saying like all lives matter or whatever the fuck. Like they've always known that was like a bullshit fascist deflection.
Yeah, I even think Bill Maher is like wise enough to not say ball lives matter. I'm gonna stick with that one. Ball lives matter. Because like balls shouldn't exist. Like let's be real. This might be trans bias, but balls, no. Well, actually, they are kind of fun to play with. Balls should not be connected. There we go. But the, I mean, like, what's it? Like, I fucking. You never get a chance to play with the guy's balls because they all come so quick and then are done for the entire night. It's like, oh wow, you're finished and it's over. Interesting. Because like with like women, we can just go. Like, what? An orgasm's happened? Are you gonna finish? Like, no fun. Like what? Like you can cause someone multiple and you wouldn't keep going. Like guys are just so depressing at times. It's just like I don't get like, is it really that exhausting? Like fucking eat a fucking Snickers. Get some fucking nuts. I did just say to get rid of them a moment ago, so I am giving mixed messages, and I'm gonna stick to the mixed messages. But all lives matter. Like that as like a thing for liberals to say is like not even Bill Maher would say all lives matter or all lives matter as we've concluded he might say. But like
I mean, at this conjecture, like Bill Maher might actually be saying like
actually
all
yeah,
lives
to be fair,
matter.
he
Like,
has gone to the right more recently. But like
yeah.
he normally focuses on just being racist to like Palestinians and Arabs and Muslims. Even the liberals didn't like how racist he was.
He's been on a pretty big anti-trans movement as well.
Oh yeah, that too. Cause like fucking, oh my god, I see these lesbians supporting like
Yeah,
Palestinians, and I tell them
he had
like, if you
Nancy
were in
Mace on.
Palestine, they'd throw you off of the buildings. It's like they're rooting for Hamas. That's like cheering for the pilots on 9/11. And then he went to repeat it a second time, and people eventually just started clapping halfway through it. It's like, did someone put the clap symbol up or something? Did someone make sure they cheered? And then when people did start like clapping and cheering, he was like, see, I had to fucking to restart you on that one. It's just a joke, whatever the fuck. And it's like, he was the one who like, I mean, correctly so, it is braver to crash a plane into a building than fucking launch like cruise missiles from 2,000 miles away. But like, he was kind of someone who sounded like he was cheering them on, because he's like, well, I gotta give him, I gotta. It's a terrible thing to say in a crisis. You got turning around. I mean, he was called politically incorrect, so I guess it is kind of actually funny. It's the one time he made a joke that's funny, I guess. But he was like, I gotta turn around and say it. We're like absolute cowards, just launching Hellfire missiles from real far ahead. It takes real courage to crash a plane directly into a building. So I don't see how we can call these people cowards, because that's not cowardice. And I'm like, I mean, yeah, he's got a point. Like, that takes some fucking cojones. Like, fucking. It's not a good thing to say, though. It's just like maybe not the right time. It's politically incorrect, though. So, like, if you're gonna, like. If 9/11 just happened and you went and watched a show called Politically Incorrect, I feel like that is some type of self-harm you engaged in, and like you gotta go see a doctor rather than. That's not Bill Maher's fault this time. Like he's done a lot of wrong, but that time it's your fault. Because 9/11 was based. But what's it? I'm joking. But it was at least fun to watch. Retroactively, I was too young to watch it at the time when it wouldn't be fun to watch. It was horrifying to watch when it happened, but I was fucking, what, like 2, nearly 3. It was like an early birthday present from George. Thanks, George. Keep painting the lovely pictures to hide your genocides. It's George Bush, not George Washington, before people think I have like a telepathic link with the late president. I do, but like I didn't want you to think about it or know about it, so stop.
Oppressions. In terms of an actual
Prussians?
plan,
What the fuck?
oppressions are considered.
Oh shit! I just
Oh,
those was
Britain.
Prussians. Damn.
Functionality was better because all of the oppressions are considered equal, even though in terms of actually getting rid of oppressions, in terms of an actual plan to undo all these things, it
What's
is
your
not
plan,
practical in any
Jason?
way, shape, or form. It's not a plan of.
No, what's your plan? And you can't just say they don't have a plan and not present a plan. Because if you're saying that that's a prerequisite for them to be the revolutionary kind and not the intersectional kind that he thinks is like some evil cat bag, misogyny aside, what is his plan? Because if you don't give me a plan, you shut the fuck up.
Action at all.
Oh wait, there's 2 minutes left of the video. He's not gonna give us a plan. What the fuck is this? He's just gonna end it on a negative, and the whole video has been a negative. He once, one time in the video, he substantiated a positive affirmation of what we would do, and it was just a generalistic intersectional comment on dialectics, but using on contradiction to hide by going, well, it's the primary and the secondary contradiction. Okay. And how does the intersectionality exist between the base and the superstructure and the primary and the secondary contradiction? Mind that those two things are not the same either. So don't, because there's another annoying thing people do where they conflate primary and secondary contradiction with base and superstructure.
Yeah.
Imperialism's in both. Racism's in both. Like, anything that's in the base is in the superstructure. Not everything that's in the superstructure is in the base.
It also like really frustrates me too how so many people like vulgarize the concept of primary and secondary contradictions. Like I really like the concept of it, like in its actual like legitimate form.
It's supposed to be talking about the main focus and nothing else. Like, it's just saying like what is like our main enemy essentially.
Yeah. And like the thing about like secondary contradictions is like it doesn't mean you like push them aside or like they're like meaningless at the moment or something like that. Like that's not at all what it means. But so many people treat it that way.
Yeah.
When they were fighting the Kuomintang, which was a part of the anti-imperialist struggle, were they not also fighting the national struggle?
Yeah, for real.
Like, I mean, I guess that, like, the oppressors in China have had, like, national identities, so it's, like, really complicated, like the Soviet Union, but Lenin did not hide away from saying that they were fighting national struggle as well. He just, like, made sure that the Russians understood that a big part of it is that they do need to, like, support and stand back. Like, it's not their, like, not every aspect of the struggle is their struggle, which is something, oh, fucking hell. Jason is trying to do here, but, like, he's, like, butchering every aspect of what Lenin like meant and was representing by these delineations in struggle and like what they represent. Because Lenin never said primary secondary contradiction, but the way he talked about national cultural identity and struggle and how he tied that in with like sexual and gendered struggles, as well as just like like colonized struggles in general, was a big like foundating point for Mao's development. I mean, literally on contradiction, like the amount of times he quotes Lenin, but how many times do you see him quote Stalin? Never happens. Like he doesn't really quote Stalin much. He does sometimes, but like Lenin is his go-to. Lenin's his goat. I mean, Stalin isn't. Stalin's a practitioner more than he is a theorist. That is a truth about Stalin, I will say. It always was the case with him. Like back in his youth, like in the 1890s, he was a revolutionary fighter. He wasn't a revolutionary writer. He did some stuff in the newspaper every now and then, because every revolutionary has the capacity to put good ideas out there, but Stalin was never someone who saw himself as a theorist. He only stepped up to it in the fucking late 10s, 1915 and onwards, because like people told him to. Like he was pushed to it because he's a fucking nerd and he was debating people, and it's like, dude, you should write some of this stuff down. And then what was it? He made his own position on the right of nations to self-determination in 1915. And Lenin criticized it, and they had a back and forth going on for a few years. And that's like kind of how they started becoming like the only friend Lenin really had other than Kalinov. But that's complicated. Lenin was not really someone who made friends. He was very much work first. I love Lenin's dedication to the movement, though. I always am an asshole who always puts stuff into the quantifications of like dialectics and materialism, and I quantify like means of socializing and stuff like that in very Marxian ways with a lot of my trans and cis friends, whether they are like full blown like communists / anarchists or not. Like I just use it universally. because using it universally doesn't mean, oh, you use it for politics. No, 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 no. My life is dominated by the philosophy of dialectical materialism, because my life is dominated by nature and community and society. And so if I'm to be a radical or revolutionary, a mover or a shaker, I gotta understand, not just tell myself I understand.
Yeah. And like the way that Jason like really focuses on this shit, where he like just scoffs at anything that's like superstructure related. He's literally doing the mechanical materialist fucking stuff that Mao is criticizing in On Contradiction.
Makes sense that he defended Cockshot then.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, that's Cockshot's biggest criticism, isn't it? Isn't actually people criticizing him for his transphobia. That's the second biggest criticism. The biggest criticism of Cockshot has always been, even from the trans community, was him being a mechanical materialist, and then he just like started targeting the trans community, and that just made him even worse. I mean, I will actually say, as far as effect goes, his anti-trans stuff is worse. Like, it is the worst thing he ever said. It's damaging for our community, but like, it's not the thing he's been criticized for most, unfortunately. It really has been his mechanical materialism. We were criticizing him for it, and then he started like being a massive transphobe, and that became a greater focus, and it got him banned from some places. I don't even think the trans activists needed to necessarily do all too much, because by the time they fucking find out why people are annoyed by it, and there's trans activists that are going to organize, they probably already were looking into some of his shit, like, because that's like, well, what the fuck has he said then? Like, that does fuck a company's paranoia up. Especially if it's just like a small business, because a lot of them are small businesses that do these like speeches and stuff like that at universities and colleges, or it's like student ran, and like they need to make sure that they get no bad reps so they don't lose funding from the university. So like, yeah, don't be a transphobe, because you would destroy the lives of those students if they decided to think that you, Paul Cockshot, are so intelligent that you deserve to have a platform even when you are a bigot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cockshot's another one of those anti-Althusserians, but yeah.
Oh, I'm not shocked. He's also pro Khrushchev, isn't he?
Pretty sure he is.
Pro Khrushchev, anti Althusser. Interesting. Because Althusser is like the Lenin in remission. He's like it's like if Lenin was able to look at like how the communist movement failed the Bolshevik movement, Althusser is the paragon for that. But he's a little more like if Gramsci got to see what Stalin did with the, the fucking International. It's actually Gramsci would have fucking gone into the fucking Red Palace, found where they've stashed Stalin's body, drag him out into the middle of the Moscow streets, and beat his fucking mummified body until it's a bloody pulp. And then find Dimitrov next. Gramsci in the late 20s literally said that the Soviet fucking Union needs to stop focusing on itself and focus more on like he turned around and said there's been shifts and changes, and the way that the Soviet Union is becoming more inward is like concerning, and if it doesn't like shape up, it will lose more and more lose member states from because they'll drift off. There won't be a consistent, strong, universal, international Marxist ideology if the way of doing these kind of things is so abhorrently abusive.
And that undoing primary and secondary contradictions is the only thing that has ever worked. Getting rid of these oppressions has never been accomplished in any other way other than undoing contradictions in the Marxist sense. Name one ideology that has ever had our success in undoing oppressions.
Undoing contradictions is not necessarily a wrong term, but like you're not getting rid of contradiction, because it's like our existence as a living thing is literally a contradiction to like stuff that is not biotic or you know, stuff that isn't organic. Being organic isn't being biotic. Biotic means life. Organic just means it's made out of carbon. Um,
Hmm.
it's the complications of a lot of stuff like this, but like he is really, really missing the point. Hmm. It's crazy. I like it's hard to deal with the way that like this guy thinks. He's just so I forgot how like one way this guy operates. Like it's my way or the highway, but I don't have the balls to say it.
But he's a rebel.
He's such a rebel. He blocked me because I criticized him. You know, I rarely block people because they criticize me. I mean, like I don't even like go out of my way to like block people who have been like a pain in the ass, but like I will still ring the ringer on what am I saying? Fuck. I sorry, I had a narcoleptic moment. Um oh shit. I am so sorry. Narcolepsy just made my brain go wipe.
Yeah, no worries.
It like flashes you into like a dream and then back awake, and so like I like started talking about something that I didn't even see what it was. Like my brain just went to a different topic, whatever dream state I was shoved into for literally a microsecond. I saw nothing. I don't have a memory of like some REM shit that just happened, but like something like that just went down. Welcome to narcolepsy with Kara. Don't do too much marijuana, or it might make you fucking hallucinate. Um, Jesus.
None. No one has ever managed to have our level to produce our level of equality between men and women since
The two
since
genders.
the time of tribal societies.
Oh my god.
Obviously, we
he
can't
said
just
since
go
the
back
time
to
of
tribal societies. We have to work within a modern context. Within the modern
Street posse is still a tribe. Like, what do you mean by tribal? You're basically saying primitive. You're doing the thing to say
Yeah.
primitive. Like primitive communism and terms like that are not accepted, and so calling it tribal is like not more acceptable. Like, no, especially the way you're saying it, because you're basically saying like that tribal means archaic when most people that use tribal, they just mean like a smaller group than a typical nation or like a posse or something. You know, like it's like a subculture, but like it's a pejorative used for like groups that actually are nations to be treated as subcultures. It's just a racist term. There's a lot of problems with it. There's just a lot of ways street people have reclaimed it. So that's why I've got a weird, funny approach towards the definitives. But yeah. Jason is just such a nightmare at times. Oh god.
ideologies, nothing has been able to produce the equality that everybody claims that they want to have other than Marxism. And our science of revolution is the only thing that has ever accomplished that. And for intersectionality to stand on the sidelines gesticulating and calling it a cis white male
think that there's like
ideology
and
inherently
a thesis
somehow oppressive because it doesn't place most marginalized groups as the absolute first and foremost is just complete nonsense. Sorry. This is kind of like a military tactic. If you do not place your primary military objectives first, your secondary ones will not mean anything. And that's exactly what a plan of action and getting and actually accomplishing things are. You need a plan of action. And that is what the science of dialectics actually produces for us, which
that produces something
intersectionality does not. And that is why I believe
that produces something
competing or mutually influencing contradictions
oh my God,
and dialectics in general is far superior than intersectionality.
Oh my god.
Thank you for watching. If you like this program, then please...
I don't use the word superior, but what the fuck? Like, there's like plenty of like white people in this country that have light gray or brown, like like oh shit, what was I gonna say? Oh shit, I was gonna say something regarding like discrimination of the way people are supposed to look and present themselves, but I forgot what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I mean, Jason's just been spewing so much crap. It ends up getting lost in the end of it.
Yeah, lost in translation.
Yeah.
It's a shame that I'm like.
I'm getting tired as hell, so
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna head
conking
out.
out as well. I guess we can cover the fucking bad one of the MGTOWs another time. Um, this was like an important thing to discuss because we needed to get out that like anyone who talks about intersectionalism in this way is anti-communist. This is anti-communist content. Intersectionality is dialectical materialism when it is applied in a communist way for a communist lens. Intersectionality is a philosophical tool just like dialectics. It's an extension of dialectics that we call dialectical materialism. That is intersectionality. It's just another word for not all of it, but a major process that makes it what it is. Like it's a thing that exists in it that doesn't exist in Hegelian dialectics. It. Oh, I thought I hit the stop streaming button, then it spooked me. Fucking, I always accidentally click on the mouse because of my nerves. Uh, the so like that's what we really want people to consider and consolidate about here, and notice the tokenism as well, like.
Yeah,
Yeah, they do that a lot.
Mm,
a
yeah,
lot.
when we cover the MGTOWs, we can cover the Jason Unruh is no phobe of any kind video.
Yeah,
Oh god.
Because like that's crazy. I feel like I know trans
one that
women
assumes
specifically who
because
disagree.
yeah, the one that just assumes that if you're bisexual, you can't be transphobic.
I mean, it's
Oh
very, very
god.
smart, very intelligent, very, very smart.
Yeah. All right. Well, I was good covering all those things. I'll catch y'all later.
Catch you later. Love and solidarity as
Sounds
well.
good.
And
Peace out.
yeah, catch us all later on the stream too. We all going out. Peace out. Respect. Love and solidarity.